On a quiet night inside the small house, light spilled through the dark space. Can I just borrow 100,000 won for now? Yeah, I know, it's because things are hard that I'm asking you. The room was pitch dark now. The silhouettes of a few insects hinted at the dampness of the place. I paid on time last time, didn't I? I promise I'll pay before the 15th. Of course. I'm always bothering you and I feel really guilty about it. The young man took his phone and continued slowly. Thank you so much. I'll send my account number now. Thanks a lot. I'm an extremely unlucky person. People around me are the kind who, no matter how they fall, still break their noses. But why, the most vivid expression of the saying, at least it's better than that guy, is me. How does a web novel author live like this and make it through the month? A 29-year-old has to call friends because he's short 100,000 won for rent. The young man stretched a few times, sighed in exhaustion. Somehow I survived this month. Yeah, that's me. He looked at the computer screen and couldn't help but sigh. The comments were a mess. Countless cruel remarks. My kid has a wilder imagination. How is this plot supposed to be resolved? Just drop it already. Always lazy and wanting to lie around all day. You idiots, this is a sign, I'll handle it, so be quiet. Beside him were stacks of books and an array of snacks scattered on the desk. Honestly, did you think writing web novels was easy? He found himself in an inexplicable creative slump. But fair enough, the readers aren't at fault. Then, while overworking, his nose started to bleed. If only I could write like that. Fully embody a character and rampage through the story with that thrill. He finally realized something was wrong. His nose was bleeding. Tissue. Suddenly a figure beside him spoke. Are you looking for this? The young man saw it and quickly replied, thanks. Before he could finish the sentence, he was startled to find himself in a rather strange place. The man next to him handed over the tissue box, bowed respectfully, and said, Lee Min-chan, 29 years old, a web novel author. Cause of death, overwork. Those words immediately shocked the young man. The figure before him, terrifying in appearance, slowly spoke. Pleased to meet you. I am King Yama, also called the Lord of the Underworld. Welcome to the afterlife. Those words made the young man gasp, eyes wide. What? King Yama's gaze grew colder than ever. I mean it literally, your life has just ended. But don't blame the heavens too harshly. Actually, you're rather lucky. Hearing that, the young man asked in surprise. Lucky? I've never encountered luck like that in my life. The man in front of him quickly replied. No, really, it's luck. King Yama spoke again. You are the 7,777,777th soul to pass through the gates of the underworld. A destined winning number. And as a reward this time, I will grant you one wish. Of course, impossible things like becoming a god are out of the question. Min-chan stood there scratching his head, smiling awkwardly. No. This is too sudden. I'm in the middle of finishing my final manuscript when suddenly, besides, if it ended like this the readers would. Before he could finish, the man in front of him interrupted coldly. I don't like waiting. Instinctively, he panicked and took a few steps back. Wait a minute, this is terrifying. He shouted in panic. Then please let me live in a novel world. Why? The young man quickly listed what he'd experience. Harem, adventure, harem. The man before him smiled faintly, seemingly pleased. Interesting. Do you already have a novel in mind? By the way, it can't be one you wrote yourself. Hearing that, he started to ponder. How would I even know? After all, that's practically making yourself a god. But he quickly remembered a book he'd read and commented on before. I've thought about that one too. Wait a second, though I don't recall everything, I do remember a fair bit of that story. Didn't the protagonist end up living pretty comfortably afterward? He shouted out, become the infamous loser at the Hunter Academy. I'll choose that novel. King Yama in front of him smiled faintly. Living inside a novel? It's been ages since someone asked for something this amusing. Very well, I'll grant you 2 small additional wishes. The teenager standing inside the purple magic circle looked stunned at what he'd been given. Really? First, send me to 2 years before the novel story begins. To become the notorious loser of the Hunter Academy, shortened to Abandoned Hunter. The original starts when the main character enters high school, right? But the period of rampaging through villages was actually during 2nd and 3rd year of middle school. From the start, he struggled to erase that useless image. If handled earlier, life would be much easier later. The man before him brightened and looked straight at him. Fine. Go live happily in that world. So what's your final wish? Cha-min heard that and seemed shaken. Wait. Give me time to think. Make me a little more handsome. Then, before being taken away, he blurted out. Please give me an unbelievably handsome face. mixed the eyes, nose, and lips of famous celebrities into mine. His whole body dissolved quickly into that space. He slowly vanished, leaving only a streak of purple light hovering in the strange air. Those standing below couldn't help but comment, "Truly an unusual soul." The other replied calmly, "As I said, it's outside my data. Appearance is considered a kind of aptitude. But who knew they valued it so much? Normally in cases like this they'd ask to enter the protagonist's body. Wouldn't they?" This caught him completely off guard. He never expected to be transferred into a body that wasn't the main character. Quickly, the previous soul was replaced. The substitute soul of Lee Min-chan was transmitted, and his next body was shockingly handsome. His eyes gently opened and looked straight ahead. He'd finally entered the world of becoming the Academy's infamous loser. He existed in that glittering space with a bit of panic. This felt like dreaming. Am I really dead? A notification popped up above. The soul transfer of Lee Min-chan into Kang Shin-hyuk's body is complete. He finally calmed down. Right? I'm in Kang Shin-hyuk's body. The protagonist labeled a delinquent at the hunter school. But then he realized something might be wrong. Kang Shin-hyuk? In panic he scanned around. The main character's name was Lee Ji-sung. Who is Kang Shin-hyuk? A notification quickly appeared above saying the memories of this subject would be implanted into his mind. Pain struck as countless memories flooded in. In the world of becoming the Academy's infamous loser, hunting talent manifests at age 10. If you're rated at least low in the aptitude test, you can enter the Hunter Academy. But Kang Shin-hyuk never took the aptitude test because the orphanage director where he lived secretly hid the test. The director reported that every child's aptitude in the orphanage was the lowest, which forced them into regular schools and a life completely unrelated to being hunters. Later, when the law was revised, he was allowed to be retested, but with aptitude only in the top 15% overall, he still didn't qualify to transfer into the hunter school. After graduating high school at 20, Kang Shin-hyuk worked as a porter following hunters. Eventually his abilities erupted. He became a hunter and joined some other guild. To avoid memory overload, those memories would be unlocked in specific situations later. He clutched his head and sighed several times. Seems this guy is no less unlucky than I am. He scratched his head, feeling utterly exhausted. Wasn't this a feeling of being cheated? No way, I really was deceived. He couldn't help but sigh. If I asked to be sent into a novel world, shouldn't entering the main character be the default? Like this, my second life will end up miserable too. But then something just came to mind. Actually, thanks to the memories that surfaced a moment ago, I just remembered what kind of character this name belongs to. Kang Min-hyuk is the homeroom teacher of the neighboring class who teaches swordsmanship, essentially a minor supporting character of a supporting role, with very little part in the novel. As he thought of that, he couldn't help cursing in anger. No matter what, this isn't acceptable. If I'd known, I'd have chosen to be sent straight to heaven instead. Tired, he slowly sat down. He wanted to go back and confront them, but there's no way to descend into the underworld except by dying, right? Then he remembered the cold look of the man he'd met earlier and couldn't help feeling frightened. If you commit suicide to protest, the only road left is down to hell. Isn't it? The system above his head quickly announced. You will wake up soon. Good luck, Kang Shin-hyuk. The teenager really wanted to curse. Don't joke. Living in this identity is absurd. Give it back immediately. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly shot upright in shock. The handsome face began to change noticeably. He sat on the bed, panting, utterly exhausted. This wasn't a dream. The phone on the table began ringing immediately. He looked at it with intense suspicion. As soon as he picked up, a mechanical voice came through. Hello, Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk. We are the finance team of Team Chase. Hearing that name made him grind his teeth. Damn, so I really did enter Kang Shin-hyuk's body. The mechanical voice continued. We're contacting you to confirm the severance payment disbursement. If there are any errors with the amount or questions, please contact us here. Despite his anger, he replied calmly. A notification from the bank arrived quickly. Current balance over 309 million won. His eyes fell on that number and he was stunned beyond belief. He stared at the balance notice in total amazement, eyes wide. He couldn't help counting aloud 1, 10, 100,000. Excited, he hurriedly opened the large window, radiant with enthusiasm. A bright smile spread across his face uncontrollably. I'm Kang Shin-hyuk. Starting today, I am Kang Shin-hyuk. He began calculating. Hunters are still hunters. An account balance of 300 million won. From the memories, this life seems no different from my own. 300 million might mean nothing to some, but to me, a third-rate writer barely scraping by and who died from overwork, It's a fortune. This is truly a dream amount I've never had. The young man looked up at the lofty sky, elated. Well, lamenting won't solve anything. Even with monsters, portals, and hunters existing, nothing else changes. This is still modern South Korea. I'm 25 in this Republic of Korea now. 25 with a bank balance over 300 million. And I'm this crazily handsome. So excited. This is perfect. The teenager couldn't help but smile at his reflection, growing more thrilled the longer he looked. Young, good-looking, decent skills and finances. Of course, there will be lots of B-rank hunters like Kang Shin-hyuk out there. By setup, what he lacks compared to the protagonist is wealth. And because power inflation hits in the latter half, he naturally becomes a rather forgettable presence. Thinking that made him weary, being sidelined in the story as a supporting character, forgotten in the plot. But that isn't so bad. He couldn't help forcing a small smile. In becoming the Academy's infamous loser, the novel actually has two main characters. Kim Do-hyun, the original protagonist of the novel's world, and Lee Ji-sung, who gets into the body of an oddball in the novel. Lee Ji-sung, having entered the body of a pampered rich kid in the novel, used his knowledge of the original plot to get ahead and monopolize the opportunities the original protagonist should have had. He also spent his wealth on every kind of elixir like daily food. By hoarding opportunities and using elixirs, he eventually caught up to the protagonist's talent. Once I'm in Kang Shin-hyuk's body, my starting point is already different from theirs. They're riding rockets while I'm stuck with paper planes. There's no point competing, and I'm not even their rival. His face tired, he sighed. There was never any reason to compare myself to them. Wanting to be the protagonist was just about living comfortably. Thinking that filled him with satisfaction. A life of working and leisurely enjoying himself, totally feasible. Then one day, when portals erupt as in the original and disaster strikes this world, when Kim Do-hyun and Lee Ji-sung join forces to stop the invading army, people outside will panic and ask whether those kids can really protect the world. We'll have no choice but to put our trust in them. They'll shout in resilience and steadiness. Those two are the world's last hope. Our job is simply to cheer them on. Go Lee Ji-sung, you're the light of humanity. Go Kim Do-hyun, save this world. They'll stand there proudly yelling things like, you can do it, move, Lee Ji-sung, move, Kim Do-hyun. No matter what, the teenager standing there would get swept up and shout along with the crowd. But this time the cheers are a bit different. Go Samsung, keep going, go Tesla, show us too. Bottom fishing, come on. The teenager frantically tapped his phone. This is the apocalypse trading method. After all, those two will protect the world. So for now, I just need to pile up the stocks that will surge. The money will just keep doubling like that. He held his phone, heart racing with excitement. He could see the future. A comfortable life with no money worries. The feeling like an office worker who just won the lottery. The young man wore a sly smile as he laid out his plan. At this point, until the portals erupt, I'll live by the rules, faithfully. So now I should start earning capital. Cut to outside a high-rise on the first day of work. In the novel Becoming the Academy's infamous loser, Kang Shin-hyuk is a swordsmanship instructor and a B-rank hunter. In a twist of luck, the time I slipped in is when Kang Shin-hyuk abandoned the chase guild. Shin-hyuk drags his suitcase straight into the luxurious academy, arriving at the hunter school just as he's about to take up his new post. A stack of the original owner's identification papers was laid out. Having free time before starting, I investigated Kang Shin-hyuk and checked all immediately verifiable personal information like contacts and transaction history. He furrowed his brow and looked at the phone. What is with this name? Is there something wrong with him? I discovered that Kang Shin-hyuk's social connections were hopelessly marginal. I spent my days at home writing, so not socializing was understandable. Shin-hyuk scrolled through the original owner's contacts. These were numbers that had effectively abandoned the world. He pictured a kid with an oversized backpack embarrassed as friends teased him. Look, your boyfriend's walking by. Damn it. The image made him hold back laughter until tears pricked his eyes and his cheeks flushed. In my previous life, I gave up a lot. Shin-hyuk sighed in boredom. People with money really overdo things. In my past life, I gave up a lot. Chief among them were love and marriage. He remembered drunkenly rambling to a drinking buddy, have I married a web novel? To others, he said relationships were a hassle and he preferred being alone, but that was nonsense. Though there were many reasons, including family issues, Shin-hyuk's current memory recalled how pathetic he'd been. Leaving a bar in freezing sleep mid-drink because of a phone call. Yes, PD, I'm outside for a moment. Oh, I see, I'll go fix it now, yes. He remembered helplessly exhaling a thin breath of smoke on that drunken snowy night. A third-rate writer scraping by like me. Dating was out of the question. Unacceptable, unacceptable. His drinking buddy looked out and asked, Where are you going? And, of course, got a dismissive wave, sorry, yeah, truly unacceptable. But now it was different. He was Shin Hyuk, newly appointed instructor at the #1 Hunter Academy, wearing a sharp suit. Though not the protagonist I'd hoped to be, I had been given a great deal. Standing before the door, he silently promised himself he'd pour everything he had into gradually doing all the things he'd been denied in the past. Shin Hyuk pulled the door open. A little nervous, he forced a bright smile and introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. I've been appointed first-year swordsmanship instructor as of today. The office fell silent. A few teachers turned their heads at his enthusiastic introduction. No reaction made Shin Hyuk blush awkwardly. Was I overdoing it? Just then someone finally responded and said, "Ah, come in." A middle-aged teacher with glasses pushed back his chair, stood and greeted him cheerfully. "You must be Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk? Nice to meet you. I'm Park Yun-suk. Sit next to me from now on." Shin Hyuk smiled with his eyes and nodded. "Thank you. I look forward to your guidance." A girl at the opposite partition peeked over with astonishment. Teacher, are you really a teacher or an actor? The kids are gonna go wild today." Shin Hyuk sheepishly scratched the back of his neck and flashed a handsome smile. "Not that much, thanks." Outwardly modest, he was inwardly proud, of course. This face was paid for with my life. Someone asked, "Mr. Kang, which guild were you with before?" Shin Hyuk replied amiably, Before my appointment I was with Chase Guild." The brown-haired teacher applauded admiringly. "Chase? That's a prestigious guild, wonderful." The pink-haired teacher gave a thumbs up. "Mr. Kang still looks like he's in his prime as an active hunter. He's really impressive." Shin Hyuk was complimented to the point he could hardly hide his pride. He covered part of his face with his hand and tilted his head to play modestly handsome. "It's nothing really," but inside he was over the moon, hearing the sounds of becoming famous. A male teacher with blue hair suddenly appeared behind the two women and spoke up. "Chase Guild. Huh?" Finally, the school managed to recruit some talent. The two female teachers glanced back at him as he spoke. The man enthusiastically introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Jung Hyun-sik, second-year instructor for spear techniques. I was with Warang Guild and graduated from hunting school #6. Hyun-sik grabbed Shin Hyuk's shoulder. His face still wore a smile, but it was less friendly now. "Which hunting school did you graduate from, Mr. Kang? A handsome guy like you must have some reputation." "Ha ha ha." Shin Hyuk was about to answer, when the pink-haired teacher piped up fast. "Let me guess, hunting school #7, right?" Hyun-sik tilted his head toward her and joined the betting. "I'll place my bet on school #4. The brown-haired teacher stroked her chin in thought. "If he were from my school, I'd know it. Then I bet on school #5. Shin Hyuk had to cut into this little wager. "Teachers, excuse me." He smiled sheepishly. "I didn't graduate from any hunting school." All three teachers fell silent and turned to look at him. The pink-haired teacher crossed her arms on the partition. "Huh? How can you become a hunter without going to a hunting school?" The brown-haired teacher pointed and asked, "Did you study abroad so you have dual citizenship? Can someone with dual citizenship also apply to be a teacher?" Shin Hyuk smiled and raised an index finger. "I'm a native Korean, and there are hunters who didn't graduate from hunting schools." Hearing that, Teacher Yun-suk stared at him in surprise. "I'm one of those cases." He finished introducing his background, and the three teachers' expressions shifted. Open contempt clearly appeared in their eyes. Hyun-sik removed the hand that had been on Shin Hyuk's shoulder. He rubbed his hands together with disdain. "Ha, so that's it. Should have said so earlier." After saying that, he turned and left. "I'm going out for a cigarette before the meeting. What a waste of time." The two female teachers hurried after him. "Oh, Mr. Jung, let's go with you." They left talking as they went. I was excited because I heard he was from Chase, but he's from a non-hunter school. Their earlier warm greeting now sounded different, leaving Shin Hyuk dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Teacher Yun-suk sighed as he and Shin Hyuk listened to the colleagues' blunt, unfavorable chatter. "Isn't it ridiculous that there are quotas for non-hunter schools?" Shin Hyuk froze and pointed at his own face. "Non-hunter school. So what?" At that moment, the system voice suddenly rang in his head, detecting user discomfort and recalling Kang Shin Hyuk's memories. The Hunter Aptitude Test Kit. The system displayed a test kit in its interface. This is the most accurate way to assess hunter aptitude. The kit contains bodily fluid from the salamine monster and costs up to 100,000 won. The principal had embezzled the kits and been arrested after reporting the student's aptitudes as poor. The system replayed an image of a disheveled, long-haired person being led into a police car. The earlier Shin Hyuk, back when he still had friends, and later, with Chong-su's help, left the orphanage. Because of that, Kang Shin-hyuk was re-examined. However, those from non-hunter schools like Kang Shin-hyuk and Chang-soo couldn't integrate well. They always lagged behind teammates on missions because public high schools don't provide the systematic training that hunting schools do. Therefore, the ability gap between the groups was unavoidable, which led to protests demanding anti-discrimination legislation for non-hunter school graduates. Those who'd faced discrimination banded together, and the anti-discrimination law for non-hunter school graduates was passed. That law required hiding applicants' educational origins during hiring so they couldn't be identified. The statute clearly specified hiring priorities: people who serve the nation, registered disabled individuals, employment-protected groups, those with relevant professional certifications, those with experience in the field, and non-hunter school graduates for administrative office positions. But some public agencies still reserved quotas specifically to hire people from non-hunter schools. So currently graduates of hunting schools are at a disadvantage. They began to ostracize non-hunter school people and whisper about them behind their backs. And hatred toward those from non-hunter schools grew fiercer, running counter to the law's intent. The system chimed a reminder to him. So try not to reveal to those around you that you graduated from a non-hunter school. Shin-hyuk winced against the headache caused by the memories the system was loading. A rebuking thought rang in his head. Said too soon, huh? Now he could explain the contemptuous looks from the three earlier. Well, I understand their position, but I feel wronged. As I remember it, I never took part in protests or signed anything. Teacher Yun-suk looked at him awkwardly. Oh dear, your first day and already so much discomfort. Please understand, Mr. Kong, that's just how things are now. He thought to himself, what can you do? To have a peaceful old age you have to endure. He closed his eyes to show resignation. It's fine. Given their stance, it's understandable they dislike me. He went on. That quota system for non-hunter school graduates, how could that sit right with people? Hearing this, Yun-suk scratched his head in puzzlement. Huh? A quota system? What do you mean? Shin-hyuk looked at the person in front of him. He pointed at himself and asked, me, wasn't I admitted here under a special quota? Yun-suk, who had a bald patch on the crown of his head, raised a hand to explain. What are you saying? You passed the teacher recruitment exam and were invited here. He reiterated. This isn't a regular high school. It's a hunter school. A quota or bonus points for non-hunter school graduates. There's no such thing. Shin-hyuk grew even more surprised at that. Maybe the teachers were misunderstanding something. Outside the staff room, Mr. Hyun-sik was smoking, exhaling thin white smoke toward the two female colleagues. They had been chain-smoking. Cigarette butts clogged the trashcan lid. I thought teachers were hired through quota systems. Our school must be short on funds. Those first-year swordsmanship kids really have it rough. Anyway, first-year classes only cover fitness and basics, so it's probably fine, he said, smoothing his bangs back with a grimace. The school must have decided intentionally to assign them to first year. Still, he has a pleasant face, the brown-haired teacher said, cigarette pinched between her fingers with a smile. Oh, Mr. Jung, are you interested? The pink-haired teacher shot a displeased look while holding her coffee. A pleasant face doesn't change anything. If he didn't graduate from a hunter school, you can tell his level right away. If he didn't attend a hunter school, he must have come from an orphanage. She flicked ash from her cigarette onto the ground. Present but with no roots. What a pity, what a pity. We should tell the kids to look for a private swordsmanship tutor. She tossed her cigarette over her shoulder and walked off. After all, even if you graduate, you still risk your life on the job. Learning from a quack like that could be dangerous if something happens. The brown-haired teacher closed her eyes and kept walking without noticing a man in black standing directly in front of her. She turned and, seeing Shin-hyuk, faltered awkwardly. Mr. Kong, why are you here? He had heard what she said, so his expression hardened slightly. He rubbed the back of his head, put on as natural an expression as he could. Teachers, is this the staff smoking area? I asked Mr. Park and he said it's the smoking spot. Seems there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. Do you have a moment before the meeting? One of the three snapped in displeasure. A moment? Were you eavesdropping on us? Shin-hyuk forced the fakest smile he could muster. Ah, I didn't mean to. Inside he kept coaching himself. Slippery, hold it, think of your investment. He spoke amiably. I'm worried the teacher's misunderstanding might affect the students. I wasn't brought in by any quota or bonus points for non-hunter school graduates. It's just that I wanted to convey that, that's all. I hope you teachers will support me going forward. The two female teachers still weren't pleased. One pressed her lips and looked embarrassed. The other averted her eyes and frowned. But Hyun-sik suddenly spoke coldly. Mr. Kong, I think you're misunderstanding something. He put his hands in his pockets, stepped past the two teachers, and approached Shin-hyuk. Whether it's quotas, bonus points, or being brought in under an umbrella, that's not why we did it now. He brushed past Shin-hyuk, frowning with annoyance. What matters is whether you actually had proper training. So don't try to butt in, you non-hunter school brat. He led the three of them away. I'm leaving first. From now on, don't let me catch you just skulking around. If you want to mingle, go try the ordinary subject teachers. They spoke without restraint. Mr. Jung really is insufferable. Still, the swordsmanship instructors should at least be B rank. He must have pulled some trick. A non-hunter school guy being B rank? Shin-hyuk stood there in silence. Suddenly Hyuk-sik turned back, smiling as usual but mocking. Oh, Mr. Kong Shin-hyuk, if you're dissatisfied, go file a challenge for an honor duel. He looked at Shin-hyuk's broad back in the neat black suit. Next month I have my promotion evaluation to a rank. If you challenge after I'm promoted, it'll save you a bit of face. He stood motionless in the wind. Kong Shin-hyuk. Was this the reason he was being isolated? Shin-hyuk recalled his previous life. This article looks pretty good. A thick manuscript on the table beside a cup of black coffee. Pancreas, Liver, Kidney, by Lee Min-chan. He had been thrilled by that praise. Really? My work is getting published? But that fat guy clasped his hands together under his chin and grinned nastily. Published? Don't be ridiculous, it's just slightly better than average. You didn't go to a school like mine and you never took extra lessons. He sneered. Don't dream about getting published, write for fun. If you make writing your job, you'll end up hating it. Those harsh words choked the coffee in his throat and made his bearded face, with panda-like dark circles, grow even paler. The next year that name debuted with content identical to my piece. I wonder if he's doing well now. He had to read a flood of vicious comments about what should have been his heartfelt, intellectual work. Then my piece was labeled a fake and began to plummet. Ahaha 99. Stop posting promo comments. Boggy. Isn't this Suvid's pancreas? Bang E00, copied. Nananan, you can't believe someone would mimic Suvid's pancreas. TNDRNF ect 178. Not just similar but exactly the same. Try harder. After that, my work was judged a knockoff and started to fall into the abyss. I had temporarily forgotten that this guy was no less unfortunate. An isolated childhood with a money-hungry mother, ostracized by peers studying swordsmanship, poor test results, and an unlucky streak in past jobs and life. This is no different from my last life, he thought. No matter how settled things seem, Shin-hyuk clenched his fists in anger. His hands trembled non-stop. What's the point of living like this? He spoke up to stop them. Mr. Jung, wait. Hyuk-sik startled and halted. Just this once, he told himself. Hyuk-sik and the brown-haired teacher turned back. What is it? Charge this time, his inner voice urged. Showing no emotion, he turned to face them. Shin-hyuk resolved. Let's have an honor duel. What's there to be afraid of? For a comfortable future. The two teachers looked surprised and skeptical. Mr. Kong, are you serious? Hyuk-sik sneered. If you feel embarrassed with the teachers watching, I'll go easy on you this once. Contrary to his mocking arrogance, Shin-hyuk said solemnly. I'm serious. Mr. Jung, you and I, let's have an honor duel. An honor duel, a hunter's duel of reputation, is a system in the hunter's world where the outcome of a one-on-one fight settles disputes. They fight with real ability to determine the winner. Normally the side that refuses suffers considerable shame. However, it's not wrong to decline if it's unreasonable or one party has acted wrongly. Their attitude felt like a challenge to his pride. He looked at the three of them earnestly. If this is biased treatment because I didn't come from a hunter training school, then the only way to prove myself is the one-on-one duel Mr. Jung suggested earlier. Shin-hyuk wasn't about to back down either. He taunted Hyuk-sik back. If you're scared, it's fine to wait until after you get promoted to A. The red-haired teacher tilted her head at his attitude. He shoved his hands in his pockets, grinning madly. Sir, have you ever done an honor duel before? His face went dark, smiling in a creepy way. You call it an honor duel, but you know anything goes except murder, right? If any injury occurs, you won't take responsibility? Shin-hyuk replied coldly and sarcastically. How generous of you, sir. Maybe it's because you're in charge of spear technique. His provocation darkened Hyuk-sik's face with anger. He bit his lip and glared at the man before him. Hyuk-sik stiffened and scowled at Shin-hyuk's challenge. 1 week from now, next Friday, we'll hold it at the spear practice field. The three of them looked down their noses at him. The two teachers would vouch for today's promise. Hyuk-sik snapped in anger. I don't know what gives him such confidence. He'd better start looking for a new job within a week. Having said that, the three of them left, leaving the protagonist standing there alone. Shin Hyuk let out an exasperated breath, and then the day passed in a flash. This was Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, who had just assumed his post today. In the morning, the kids looked at him with admiration, all the male students amused and surprised by his striking appearance. The biggest concern was the swordsmanship lessons. When Shin Hyuk nervously lifted the sword, the Shin Hyuk of this world seemed like a magical shadow behind him, full of confidence. Strangely, once he picked up the sword, everything fell into place. Kong Shin Hyuk's memories surfaced selectively. He handled mana smoothly while wielding the sword, and swordsmanship study naturally seeped into his body. Shin Hyuk executed clean, decisive sword strikes. This way, then that, like this, so easy, right? The radiance from his bearing left a string of male and female students stunned and admiring. First-year classes mainly cover basic swordsmanship and physical training, so they're fairly easy. You just record stats through the tests. The real issue is, I'm Kong Shin Hyuk, newly appointed today. Let's help each other going forward. His introduction rang out again in class, but the students reacted with indifference and total silence. By afternoon, their demeanor was like people staring at someone about to die. A student asked him, "Teacher, is it true you'll have a spear duel next week?" Shin Hyuk was writing on the board when his hand slipped and a piece of chalk snapped with a crack. He had anticipated this reaction. The rumor must have spread already. Well, the outcome is obvious, so those two probably made a big fuss, Shin Hyuk thought, recalling the two female teachers who showed no respect for a newcomer from a non-hunter school. "Are you okay, sir?" "He's an elite hunter who specializes in spear technique," a concerned student asked. Shin Hyuk sat back at the teacher's desk and smiled in response. "Elite? Huh? We mustn't be discouraged by things like that. The important thing is a heart that never gives up." Surely the rumor had spread and everyone knew he was a swordsmanship teacher from a non-hunter training school. He was honest with his students below and received some hostile looks. Shin Hyuk continued to smile and say, "Really, I'm not at all self-conscious, none at all." He smiled, but inwardly his spirits were sinking. He meant, not at all self-conscious about losing. "Well, we'll know the result next week, so focus on the lesson." Shin Hyuk cheerfully set the win or lose aside and continued his duties, surprising the students below. If someone asked whether this was a psychological tactic using the students, they'd be half right. His morning confidence created a strange feeling. Scene changed to the bus stop. A voice called, "Chong Sude, give me a bus ticket to Dizongyang." He boarded the bus. It was about to depart. "Please hurry aboard." But half of it was sincere. Shin Hyuk sat in the window seat, watching the evening scenery outside through the glass. Surely, after just one night, many things would change. Born from a Hunter Academy elite education, if they look down on others for that, then I can get elite education too. Dusk had fallen. The bus stopped at the station and he quietly stepped off. The protagonist's first stroke of luck in becoming a hunter was an internal martial arts manual. Shin Hyuk stood alone at the foot of the mountain, looking up to the summit. I'll sneak that internal manual. Although it feels a bit removed from the typical school transported across worlds genre, the first boon the protagonist gains in becoming hunter is the internal martial arts technique of a martial hero. A worn book with pages frayed and torn. He recalled that, in the original story, the main character had accidentally found something precious alone in the deep mountains at night. If the first boon had been a spirit elixir or an item, he couldn't touch it because Lee Ji-sung, who knows the future, would become suspicious. Shin Hyuk shone a flashlight along the treacherous path through the forest. However, in the original, Lee Ji-sung had also seized the opportunity from Kim Do-hyun, the original protagonist. The manual doesn't degrade from being seen, so they shared the same fortune. From the start, his goal wasn't to become a world-saving hero, so he didn't need to be as strong as the protagonist. A cavern deep in the mountains appeared. He grabbed the rock face with his hand. Just need to. Far inside that cavern something floated in the air, casting light across a wide area. Shin Hyuk finally found what he was looking for. I just need to get strong enough to win the fight. I found it, the first boon, the internal martial arts manual. A gateway to another world. Hidden beyond that gate were the internal technique and talisman arts. He decisively stepped through the portal. Then, excuse my rudeness, Shin Hyuk's body passed through the veil between the two spaces. He opened his eyes and looked at where he had just stepped. In front of Shin Hyuk was a forest blanketed in white snow. Snow everywhere. This wasn't described in the original, so he didn't expect it. He pulled his collar up against the cold wind. A thin breath puffed out. The scene was stunning. He hadn't imagined a place like this existed in Korea. Shin Hyuk slapped both his cheeks hard at once. No, this is no time to admire the view. Find the martial art quickly and get out. But a chill ran down his spine. Something large and furry was right behind him. It launched an attack. Shin Hyuk nimbly jumped aside to dodge with a panicked face. All the nearby wooden trees were sliced and toppled by that single blow. Shin Hyuk fell hard to the ground, stunned and unable to get up. What had just hit him? A man in white watched him fall and laughed. Ho ho, you may be weak, but you avoided the first strike. You really aren't ordinary. He glanced in surprise at the figure behind him. A sword point was pressed to Shin Hyuk's head. He sweated nervously as it hovered there. State your identity and name. What sector you from? And how did you get in here? He thought to himself. Chinese? Shin Hyuk had no idea what was happening. Somehow he could understand. Does Kong Shin Hyuk even know Chinese? Kneeling in the snow, hands raised in surrender toward the man with the sword, he said, I'm a teacher from a Korean hunter academy. I came here through a gate. The old man, his hair and eyebrows pure white, face stern. Korea? Hunter academy? Gate? You're speaking nonsense. Shin Hyuk pointed honestly toward the portal. Don't you see that white door over there? The old man didn't turn and replied. The only white thing here is this damned snow pile. The man gazed across the snow-covered mountains. I don't even remember how long I've been imprisoned here. After year 30, I stopped counting days. He looked up in confusion. What is he talking about? There's no martial manual here. Only a monster-like old man, sir. Shin Hyuk suddenly thought of something. Wait, could this man be? He hesitated, unsure, then asked, Sir, is your name Cho Yuryang? The man, all in white, laughed with pleasure. Ho ho, I didn't expect anyone would still remember my name. He asked Shin Hyuk. How do you know? Shin Hyuk was very surprised. How could I not know? The one who left the internal martial arts manual that the protagonist obtained inside the spatial gate. The man's hair and beard were completely white, yet his noble, stern bearing remained unmistakable. It was him. But strangely, when the original protagonist discovered the spatial gate, Cho Yuryang did not appear. He remembered that in the original text there was only a rock covered in inscriptions. The will left with the martial art said that he had ascended to immortality. Shin Hyuk recalled that he had asked the system to take him to 2 years before the novel story began. And now his present self stood there agape with astonishment. He raised both hands above his head and knelt on the ground, facing Yuryang's sword pointed at him. Surely this isn't the time for Cho Yuryang to have already ascended. I understand the situation, but I can't say I read it in a book. Yes, I've heard a story he smoothly fabricated as an explanation. Yuryang looked slightly surprised. A story? Tell me about it. Shin Hyuk slowly recounted. Long ago there was a tale of a legendary swordsman who suddenly appeared in Central Plains, confronted a violent dragon that harmed many people, and then vanished. The swordsman, clad in white, drew his blade and faced the fierce dragon head-on. The hero's figure in that tale resembled him closely. Yuryang smiled, the wrinkles on his brow deepening. Could it be someone actually witnessed that battle? Shin Hyuk thought to himself, it's working. I just patched together the gist of what I read in the novel. This old man let his guard down a bit. He must be the sort who takes great pride in his martial skill. Shin Hyuk bowed his head and prostrated to Yuryang, following the path of righteousness. He earnestly saluted him. Sir, I heard a peerless martial artist is living in seclusion here, so I came looking. I'm not a bad person. Please sheath your sword and teach me. Yuryang returned his sword to its scabbard and looked at the young man kneeling at his feet. You ask me to teach you martial arts? You're ridiculous. I refuse. I'll spare your life, so go back. Polearm? Shin Hyuk's words made Yuryang freeze in place. His silhouette stiffened. The man before him fell silent for a moment. Then he asked again, what did you just say? Shin Hyuk honestly looked up at him with pleading eyes. I have a match coming up. The opponent uses a polearm. Which wins, sword or polearm? He asked in the same posture. Yuryang clasped his hands behind his back and tilted his head to regard the kid kneeling in the cold snow. Compared to the shorter sword, the polearm's effectiveness is far greater. A sword is shorter. A polearm is longer. With proper training they become mighty soldiers. Length and striking power are nothing to sneer at. The answer is the polearm, Yuryang explained to him thoroughly. Shin Hyuk frowned in surprise. What? Why would he admit that so readily? Having said that, Yuryang turned and flicked his robe as if to leave. If you know, then go, cherish your life, he said. Shin Hyuk watched his retreating steps and thought, hey, wait, you can't just go like that. I was very bold just now. If going back were that simple, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. Shin Hyuk quickly contrived a scheme to block his cold steps. He pounded the snow as if in anger. Oh no. Uriang stopped and stood listening. Indeed, the sword cannot beat the polearm. I rushed here hoping to find an answer. But next week I have to duel in front of many people. I guess I need to hurry back and practice pleading techniques. Shin Hyuk uttered self-deprecating words and pushed himself to his feet. He covered the true emotion in his eyes with his hand and kept speaking discouraging words to himself. How should I beg? Maybe first I should pee my pants to show surrender and then figure the rest out. What should I say to defuse the killing intent of the polearm instructor? Shin Hyuk hunched over, covering his face and muttering to himself loud enough for Uriang to hear. As a representative of the sword instructors, I hereby acknowledge the superiority of polearm techniques. Before your heavy spear, my sword is nothing but kindling, no, rather a toothpick. He kept insulting his own swordsmanship without embarrassment. Yes, a toothpick is more accurate. Uriang, a swordsman with his blade at his side, said. This is just the general matter of sword versus spear. I don't know how skilled the spearman you're facing truly is. Uriang's eyes reddened with anger at Shin Hyuk's words. My sword could cleave a dragon in two. You dare compare sword to spear in front of me? Are you prepared to die? He said coldly. I admire your courage, so I'll offer special help. Shin Hyuk kept exhaling cold puffs of breath, shielding his face with his arm. So stop your whining, Uriang said, and the face hidden beneath Shin Hyuk's arm twisted into a grin, drooling with excitement. Shin Hyuk felt ecstatic. It worked. He wiped the drool from his mouth and kept saying, Thank you, Mr. Cho Uriang. But when you say, help, what exactly do you mean? A hidden manual? Or an elixir? He added. At the mention of such things, Uriang excitedly pointed and asked, What are you talking about? There's something far better. With that, he struck multiple acupuncture points on Shin Hyuk in rapid succession. Shin Hyuk's face contorted in pain as he screamed, Ah! Shin Hyuk collapsed onto the white snow, burning hot as if he'd been beaten with a club. Uriang's hand released the last point. You, he said, are a martial artist without chi in your dantian. I've transmitted a small amount of yang heat into your meridians. In 4 days your dantian will be fully opened, and in 6 days you'll feel the change in your body. A warm current flowed and churned at Shin Hyuk's dantian. He gritted his teeth to endure it, his face flushed and his whole body trembling from the heat. Uriang's voice rang through the icy forest where the white gate still stood. I don't know how skilled that spearman is, but at this level you'll never be overwhelmed in a fight again in your life. Shin Hyuk thought to himself, what, is this over already? This rubbish is supposed to be my boon? He huffed in the freezing air. Wait a second. If you win the match, come back and find me? Uriang said calmly, hands clasped behind his back as he walked away without looking back. I cannot leave this place. When you return to your world, make it clear that swordsmanship is the strongest. The scene shifted to the arena where Shin Hyuk and Hyun-sik were about to fight. The duel between a swordsman and a spearman had packed the stands with spectators. A week later, the spear training ground. 2 female teachers saw Hyun-sik sitting in the stands eating popcorn with a smug attitude, looking down at the arena. Kong, you've got guts. Didn't you just disappear? Dare to show up now. Have you found a new job this week? Hyun-sik sat pale-faced right behind them, silently watching the match. Shin Hyuk frowned in annoyance. Still talkative as always. Start already. Hearing his impatience, Hyun-sik laughed. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. He sneered confidently and pointed the tip of his spear at him, deliberately letting Mr. Kong make the first move. After you, teacher. Of course, the spear also has the advantage of striking second. Shin Hyuk took his sword into stance. Thank you. Then I won't refuse, he said, feeling lighter. He took Uriang to mean he'd become strong enough not to be brutally beaten anywhere. Shin Hyuk leapt from his starting spot, but with just this much, there's no way he could beat that guy. Even if he were crippled in this match, Shin Hyuk, leaping through the air, yelled as he aimed to bring his sword down on Hyun-sik's head. He vowed he'd never live cowardly again. Determined, Shin Hyuk hungered for victory. He became a different person, fully focused on his swordsmanship. With a single downward slash, Hyun-sik's spear snapped in two. A patch of his hair was shaved off and his clothes were split open by the sword wind, exposing his goofy yellow SpongeBob underwear. He looked utterly pathetic. The 2 female teachers were utterly shocked, popcorn flying everywhere. Even the referee couldn't believe his eyes. turning pale as he stared at the arena. Hyun-sik's ridiculous SpongeBob underwear was laid bare before hundreds of gazes. He was struck bald on top, sprayed saliva from his mouth, and collapsed to the ground. Shin-hyuk was also surprised at the result of his single strike. He stood there dumbfounded. Hyun-sik lay unconscious on the arena floor, proudly displaying his SpongeBob underwear. The referee, seeing he could no longer continue, signaled the end. The match is over, Mr. Kong. Shin-hyuk wins. Then someone rushed over to help Hyun-sik up and called an ambulance. He's seriously injured. Damn it. Stretcher, bring a stretcher now. Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk just stood there wide-eyed, still not fully aware of what had happened. He trembled as he remembered Yuryang's words. In 4 days your dantian will be fully opened, and in 6 days you'll feel the change in your body. You will never be overwhelmed in a fight again. He bit his lower lip and stared at the hand gripping his sword, sweating all over. Damn, that crazy old man. What did he do to my body? He recalled the original story. Lee Ji-sung, the protagonist who became a hunter, achieved tremendous growth after learning martial arts and lived a life of luxury, soaking in a golden bath surrounded by rare elixirs. Granted, part of it was because he drank miraculous potions like water, but even before that he was already quite strong. Panic rose as he looked down at his hand. Right, I get it, but isn't this a bit too strong? Mr. Kong! A loud call rang out. Mr. Hyun-suk hurried over to Shin-hyuk so eagerly that the wind blew back his fringe, revealing his rather high forehead. Mr. Kong, are you hurt anywhere? Shin-hyuk blinked in surprise. Ah, Mr. Park. Embarrassed? He scratched his head and asked with a smile, Did you watch the match? Bald Mr. Hyun-suk looked up admiringly. Of course. I couldn't even tell what happened. Mr. Kong disappeared in a flash and the wind blew my underwear right off like this. Yes, to ordinary department teachers it probably looked like that. Shin-hyuk sized up Mr. Hyun-suk from head to toe. He was indescribably elated and oddly relieved too. Maybe he had a lot on his mind. The two on this side kept encouraging and checking on each other. Luckily, the teacher was okay. That's something to celebrate. This can't be let slide. Tonight's on me. Over on the other side, Hyun-sik in his yellow SpongeBob underwear was placed on a stretcher by the medical staff and carried off the arena. While the defeated, battered, naked man was being carried to the hospital, people kept pestering Shin-hyuk with concerned questions. Oh my god, Mr. Park, I want to come too. Let me join. What's on the menu? The two female teachers on Hyun-sik's side were mortified but still tried to act haughty, arms folded, as they left the stands, looking down on Mr. Hyun-suk and Shin-hyuk. From below came non-stop sign-ups. Me too. I'll go. Mr. Hyun-suk saw the crowd growing and panicked a bit. Teachers. I'll collect 20,000 won per person. They went together to celebrate the victory. Mr. Hyun-suk grabbed the main character's arm and raised it like a victory declaration, making him blush as both were pleasantly drunk. The two grew closer and clinked frosty beers together. Then everyone went for round 2 to celebrate. Shin-hyuk showed off his singing and made the other teachers cover their ears. Then he went home and slept like a log, not even bothering to change his clothes. Shin-hyuk even drooled in his sleep, giggling, Stop pouring more. Arriving home at 4 in the morning utterly plastered. A normal person would have suffered a terrible hangover the next day, but while he slept soundly his dantian began to glow. Kong Shin-hyuk's dantian, having undergone transformation, had started a self-purification process. The light radiating from his dantian made Shin-hyuk sweat profusely, soaking his shirt as if he'd been in a shower. The heat woke him. Blinking sleepily, Kong Shin-hyuk realized his physical abilities had far exceeded his expectations. Being drunk was nothing now. Shin-hyuk sat up, bewildered at the changes in his body. His skin shimmered unnaturally. What's with the hangover? He felt compelled to go back and find the person who had transformed him. He carried a gift basket as he stepped back through the gate. Shin-hyuk winced a little. He hadn't expected to return here. Since the old man had saved his life, he owed him his thanks. Beyond the gate, the scene was the same snowy white expanse as when he'd first arrived. Shin-hyuk walked through the snow. Everything was blanketed in white, and all he could see were snow and trees. That old man. Didn't he say he couldn't leave the gate? He scanned around as he walked. There wasn't a single animal in sight. Even if it were fiction, the setting felt brutally harsh. You're back, a voice said. Shin-hyuk turned toward it. Yuryang was seated on a rock in meditation, his back to him. He half-turned his face and asked, So, you beat that spearman, right? The system's voice reintroduced the character. Cho Yuryang. Shin-hyuk hurried up to him. Beat him? Of course. One strike and his underwear was exposed. Yang stroked his silver beard. Really? That spearman was weaker than I expected. He quickly said, No, sir, that spearman is actually fairly respected in society, but I'm here because I want to ask about something else. What exactly did you do to my body that day? Yang regarded him with puzzlement. Do? I only opened your dantian. Just enough so you wouldn't be utterly beaten. What martial art had you been using? How much inner power did that spearman have? He added, I'm bored. Come tell me the story. Hearing this, Shin-hyuk froze in surprise. Watching Yang cultivate, he realized martial arts. Now he understood why he'd become unusually strong. Why didn't I think of Cho Yuriang's manual as the original catalyst for becoming a hunter? The dantian that Lee Ji-sung had to struggle to break open was instead directly activated by a master. He recalled the day Yang pressed the acupuncture points to open his dantian. Shin-hyuk answered honestly, Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I didn't learn any martial art. Yang didn't fully believe him. What do you mean? You learned no martial art at all? Clearly your dantian had been sealed, but a small amount of internal energy remained. Shin-hyuk looked down at his glowing dantian and touched it, honestly explaining, I just keep swinging my sword in fights and it naturally builds up. In wuxia novels, internal energy accumulates through martial arts, but hunters are different. He was thinking this when he heard Yang scold him. What a crude explanation. Shin-hyuk stepped closer to the old man. Do you remember the name of the country you lived in before you came here? Yang answered immediately. Of course it was Great Ming. The emperor was Zhu Yuanzhang, the Hangul emperor. Hearing his answer, Shin-hyuk felt he had found the key to his questions. No wonder, hunters in this world had only recently awakened, and the man had been isolated from Shin-hyuk's world behind that gate. So it made sense that he didn't know what had happened. Cho Yang had come from a completely different world. Of course he'd be ignorant of the outside situation. He looked down a little sad. I'm very interested in old legends, so I already knew about the legendary swordsman Cho Yang. He told the man the truth. Sir, in the outside world martial arts no longer exist. The words hit the old man like a thunderbolt and left him stunned. What did you say? Outside, a lot of time has passed. A different kind of power emerged, and martial arts were gradually forgotten. He wove a story of time's flow changing everything. Tall buildings, cars, and highways rose up to replace the old, ancient things. Thinking that explaining it as a different world would not work as well. He looked at the man, who seemed very lonely, and bowed while offering the gift bag he'd brought. Don't worry, your tradition will be carried on by Lee Ji-sung. I don't know if this will comfort you, but here, food from the outside world that's good for your health. Yang glanced back. The liquid from the bag was sucked into his mouth, and Yang immediately pulled it back, ashen, still puckering his lips. The liquid from the bag was sucked into his mouth, and Yang immediately pulled it back, ashen, still puckering his lips. He wiped his mouth anxiously. Could there be an epidemic outside now? Are poor people forced to take this low-quality stuff to care for their health? He kept criticizing. In his day, even the beggars practiced lightness skill, and 50-year-old mountain ginseng was eaten as a side dish. What pitiful people. Shin-hyuk's face went dark at this. His eyes looked like he wanted to confiscate the expensive ginseng he'd bought for the man. This old fellow was really the sort of person who grated on you. He squatted, opened the backpack, and pulled something out to ask, Sir, do you like sweet things? Yang squinted one eye and said, I'm too old to like sweets like a child. Shin-hyuk held out both hands with an item. This is the chocolate bar I usually eat when it's cold. Use this for now. Yang's face lit up with delight. This bright silk wrap, there's food inside? Let me taste it. He unwrapped it and bit into the chocolate bar. The chocolate flooded his mouth, and Yang swooned as if immersed in the sweet fragrance of flowers. Strange noises rang out and Shin-hyuk froze on the spot. He regained his usual seriousness. Not bad. If you have more, bring it out. The whole forest was blanketed in white snow. A pile of soda cans, bottled water, instant noodle cups, and other odds and ends were scattered on the ground. Yang ate his fill and left crumbs stuck in his silver beard. I ate very well. There truly are many wondrous foods outside. Shin-hyuk cleaned up the trash while staring at him in resentment. The man had consumed the emergency rations Shin-hyuk had brought as backup. He blurted out, the old man, no sir, how do you usually satiate your hunger? Yang finished off the remaining snack crumbs in the bag and replied, once you reach that realm you don't need to eat. Just a taste will do. He asked again, none left? Shin-hyuk was about to blow a gasket. He really wanted to go home. He slung his backpack on and looked at that proud, upright figure. All right then, just now I was worried how to comfort him, but this is fine. The old man pressed his palms and turned away. So, as you said, the Ming dynasty has long since disappeared, hasn't it? Martial arts have been lost and the world is overrun with monsters. Shin Hyuk tied the plastic bag in his hand and looked up to reply, that's right. Rather than martial artists, there are beings called hunters now. Yu Riang's back in the snow and sleet looked oddly solitary and forlorn. He gazed at the snow-covered scene. I haven't been keeping track of the days for some time. Since I came here, all I've hoped for was to ascend and become an immortal. Because I opened your dantian, you're probably the only martial artist left in the outside world. Shin Hyuk replied honestly, yes, for now that's true. At the moment I may very well be the only martial artist in that world full of skyscrapers and crowded modern traffic. You can feel it already. The power difference between someone enlightened in martial arts and someone who isn't is like night and day. The sword at Yu Riang's side swayed slightly. He turned to look at him. How will you use that power? Shin Hyuk carefully stuffed their trash into his backpack. To live, what else? Just live a normal life. No more throwing up during parties, that's great. Hearing that, Yu Riang looked back at the young man in surprise. He rubbed his chin, lost in three pointless thoughts. Hey, if I want to play the stock market later, I have to get up early. If I want to game longer, back health matters, this is pretty useful, actually. Yu Riang changed the subject. I haven't asked. What's your name? The boy replied, Oh, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. He put the backpack back on his shoulder. I'm not ambitious. Just have basic martial talent and I'm a teacher guiding children. After teaching them, I probably won't do anything foolish. The old man politely reintroduced himself. I am Cho Yu Riang, the world's foremost swordsman who slew a dragon to save Central Plains. Shin Hyuk looked at him and said, Yes, I know. Yu Riang called the name into the wind and snow. Kang Shin Hyuk. He closed his eyes and enunciated each word clearly. I will take you as my disciple. Shin Hyuk looked at him calmly, without a flicker of emotion. To the man opposite, then plainly, I must decline. Hearing that, Yu Riang froze in place. He asked, darkening, Did I hear that wrong? Shin Hyuk smiled brightly and hoisted his pack. No, sir. Thank you for the offer, but I'm really okay. He blushed awkwardly and scratched his head. From the start, I never wanted to become this strong. With your help, I got through the hard part. So from now on, I just want to live an ordinary life. The old man tried to persuade him. If you become my disciple, you could have the world under your feet. That look left no hint of doubt. Seeing the determination in Shin Hyuk's eyes, Yu Riang waved his hand and gave up. Go on your way. I must also prepare to ascend. Shin Hyuk bowed to him and smiled. I'll always be proud of meeting you for the rest of my life. As Shin Hyuk bowed to say goodbye, Yu Riang sighed with regret. It's a shame. If only I could leave something behind before ascending. Shin Hyuk remained bowed and thoughtful. Ascend? He was really going to ascend to immortality now? He looked up sharply at Yu Riang's snowy back and asked, Sir, really? If you ascend to immortality, can you go to the world of immortals? Without turning, Yu Riang answered calmly. When you reach the infinite realm or achieve a certain enlightenment, or if you've accumulated enough virtue, it's possible. In my case, the martial realm is right before me. Helping you has already earned me merit, so with just a bit more cultivation I can ascend immediately. Yu Riang's steady, low voice echoed throughout the snowy forest. How convenient, no need to leave behind any complicated manual. No sooner had Yu Riang finished than Shin Hyuk was utterly stunned. He grimaced at the old man. Huh? Shin Hyuk hurriedly asked again. Sir, are you really going to leave without leaving any manual? Yu Riang glanced at him and thought, This kid, are you craving a manual? He folded his arms with a look of contempt. Anyway, there will be no one left to meet in the future, so why leave anything? Didn't you say martial arts have long since died out in the outside world? Even if the content were written down, nobody would cultivate it. Shin Hyuk worried about the plot of this world story. Cho Yu Riang won't leave a manual? He hadn't expected that. I thought wrong, my coming here created a variable. Your appearance will change the plot. Where the protagonist should have found a martial manual in the cave, it's now an ordinary empty place. If this old man doesn't leave a manual, Lee Ji-sung won't receive that chance. Then Lee Ji-sung won't catch up to Kim Do-hyun, and without a sense of danger Kim Do-hyun won't grow stronger. He'd be like everyone else, living an ordinary life sitting in class with his peers. In the end, this world will be destroyed. Monsters will ravage it with their wings and feet, and the whole world will sink into the smoke and fire of the apocalypse. He stood silently watching Yu Riang in the wind and snow, thinking he had only been exploiting a simple event from a novel. He'd approached it far too casually. After a moment of agonizing thought, Shin Hyuk urgently pleaded, wait. Please, Yu Riang. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Yu Riang sighed in relief. His crafty eyes as if he'd predicted this situation. I've been short-sighted. Please accept me as your disciple. Yu Riang still didn't turn back, arrogantly thinking, this strange kid already changed his mind? Shin Hyuk hurried to explain. Isn't it a pity, sir, that your martial art is lost? He clasped his hands respectfully and bowed, eyes determined as he begged. Please take me as your disciple and leave behind your martial art and manuals. Only then can I later live a carefree life. Yu Riang turned to look at him with a truly disdainful gaze. Shin Hyuk quickly pulled out his trump card. Every time I come here to train I bring lots of food. He straightened up, his terrifying face booming. Training will be grueling. Are you mentally prepared? Tears hot in his eyes. Shin Hyuk squeezed them shut and shouted, yes. Damn it, my free time. The scene shifted back to the academy. In the teacher's lounge everyone was whispering. A sword instructor from the non-hunter school had subdued a star instructor from the elite hunter school in an instant. After the honor duel, the academy was in complete chaos for the weekend. A private chat group was created and numerous teachers joined to share about the honor duel. Teacher Jung. So those were SpongeBob underwear? Don't say more. It's unbelievable I've been underestimated by someone like that for so long. I cheered grudgingly, but honestly it felt exhilarating. The invisible wall between practical courses and general subjects was also mentioned. It was like Teacher Yun Suk's joyful face when Shin Hyuk won. So now I understand Teacher Park's relieved expression that day. Two teachers whispered to each other. I heard there's even a rumor about a selection system for non-hunter instructors. The teacher covered his mouth to lower his voice. Honestly, I also used to think those from the non-hunter school would be weaker, but after watching Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk's match my view changed completely. Besides, I heard Teacher Kong didn't ask for any reward after winning, right? While they kept discussing, a pair of shiny leather-shod feet strolled down the hallway. The protagonist was being praised to the skies. Teacher Shin Hyuk, and his character is so admirable, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk. He cheerfully thought of the detail he hadn't mentioned after the match. He'd forgotten to request a reward, but the admiring looks all around were wonderful. Female teachers blushed and smiled shyly when they saw him in the hallway. He politely returned their greetings. He was getting closer to the life he'd always wanted. Shin Hyuk pulled the door open. All right, I promise to visit the old man every weekend. So on weekdays I'll focus on returning to normal life. As the classroom door slid open, the whole class stood up straight, chests out, and solemnly greeted Teacher Shin Hyuk, which made him a little perplexed. A male student shouted, "Class attention." He startled and blurted, "Oh my God." The class shouted in unison and chanted the slogan, "Hello, teacher. Never give up, never give up." Students eagerly stared at Shin Hyuk on the podium. "Sir, we heard about the result. How did you do it? You didn't just win, you totally crushed him, right?" He was baffled that the story had spread so far. "Wait, how do you all know about that? Wasn't the match only for teachers to watch?" The class president boasted excitedly. Jin So's older brother is a level 2 teacher, you know. Jin So raised his hand just as thrilled as his friend and asked, "Could you tell us the story?" He took the book and modestly refused. No, kids don't need to know. Open your books, today is theory." He began today's lecture and wrote on the board, smiling. "Unlike my previous life, this time I have a healthy body, a decent job, and a stable life. I will cherish and enjoy this hard-won happiness for the rest of my life after overcoming that fear." He silently decided his future in the empty corridor of the academy. Only 4 hours after that grateful thought, the students were noisily chatting. Shin Hyuk frowned and begged, "Please give me more." The woman serving food in the cafeteria cut him off firmly and concisely. "Just enough." His face fell, he wasn't happy. The woman serving food remained unyielding. Then the tongs grabbed 2 more sausages and placed them on his tray. He licked his lips in triumph and pulled out a chair, staring at the tray now holding 4 fried sausages. "Crazy. Am I allowed to do anything today? 2 sausages, wow." Kong Shin Hyuk explodes. Has the era of Kong Shin Hyuk begun? At that moment a pair of legs in short shorts approached. "Oh, there's an empty seat here." He looked up, spoon in hand, and his cheeks instantly flushed when he saw the newcomer, who asked, "Kong Shin Hyuk, are you the teacher?" The newcomer was a hot girl carrying a tray piled with fried sausages. "You're the swordsmanship teacher for high school, right, Sandami?" Shin Hyuk reacted a bit slowly and answered her, "Oh yes, that's right. Why the sausages?" Oh, and do you know me? She calmly sat in the empty seat across from him and smiled. Your acting is still a bit stiff. There are no surveillance cameras in the cafeteria, so feel free, Senior Shin Hyuk. He froze in confusion. Soup dripped from his spoon onto the tray. Senior Shin Hyuk. Someone I know? Most people I used to know, when I meet them, usually stir memories, but she popped a sausage into her mouth, watching Shin Hyuk's reaction, and asked, Did you not recognize me because I've changed so much? So that's sad. I'm Seora. He tried to dig through the original owner's memories. Seora, wait. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Shin Hyuk's face froze like a monkey tasting chili again. The contact in his phone? Junior Seora? Could it be? He suspiciously repeated her name, Choi Seora. Seora smiled sweetly and looked at him. Only now recognizing me? I really am much different than before. At school I'm still keeping this appearance because I'm a teacher. Shin Hyuk watched her talk to him casually and went pale with sweat, thinking about the contact saved in his phone and the way she addressed him as Senior. Junior Seora, the woman across from him happily kept shoveling sausages into her mouth. The reason his memories didn't surface was that he already knew this woman. He recalled the plot. Choi Seora is supposed to serve as the protagonist's homeroom teacher in Becoming Hunter. Moreover, not only the homeroom teacher, she's a central figure in the middle of Book 2. A beautiful homeroom teacher with a hot body and a sweet smile. But in reality she has a different identity in the shadows. This woman is a member of an antagonist international criminal organization. A mechanical system voice rang in Shin Hyuk's head. He frowned in irritation and raised a hand to his ear. The memories of Kang Shin Hyuk were being recalled. Finally, Antagonist, shortened to Antaz, is an anti-hunter organization whose members hide beneath cloaked garb. Antaz, the group that massacred countless hunters, is an open enemy of the International Hunters Guild. However, they are a dangerous group characterized by mysterious movements, organized in small networked cells, the system info intoned in his head. He closed his eyes to absorb it while Seora across from him casually chewed her sausage, and there were hardly any notable arrests to speak of. She skewered a piece of sausage and offered it while her own tray was already clean. Senior, why the face? It's safe here. The lights are usually dim, so don't worry. Shin Hyuk pressed his lips together and stared at her, puzzled. How strange. I'd read to the end, so I don't remember anything saying Kang Shin Hyuk was a member of Antaz. While he was still trying to sort the information, the mechanical voice blared again, making him jump. The spin-off chapter had been opened. From now on it will record the story of Kang Shin Hyuk, assassin of Antaz. Wow, what? Assassin. He broke out in a cold sweat. Shin Hyuk muttered a curse at the original owner in his head. That bastard Kang Shin Hyuk. He turned pale with fear, watching the current Shin Hyuk age alarmingly. What the hell had he done? Sitting silent amid the noisy cafeteria, he thought to himself that he'd read intently to the end, without intending deep analysis, yet he couldn't recall any passage saying Kang Shin Hyuk was part of Antaz. Then a fleeting thought flashed through his mind and his eyes flew open. Wait, could it be that? He remembered a bit of information he'd seen after an interview. In the author interview he watched after finishing the novel, it mentioned a spin-off in production. Stay tuned, because many details unseen in the original will be revealed. The system announcement chimed. Kang Shin Hyuk spin-off chapter. The prologue is available. He didn't hesitate, face twisting. Read it now. The information flooding his mind made Shin Hyuk grit his teeth and endure. Ugh. The system's cold voice. Memories of Kang Shin Hyuk, assassin of Antaz, are being recalled. When active in the guild, Kang Shin Hyuk originally had a teammate named Kim Chong-soo, the man who exposed the orphanage director and rescued Kang Shin Hyuk. The two were very close and always traveled together. 2 years earlier, while descending Gwanak Mountain after completing a mission at a teleportation gate as usual, a nearby gate exploded and countless large, bloodthirsty monsters poured out from the portal right before their eyes. They immediately requested guild support, but at that moment other teams were also in trouble. The two were driven to the mountain's base with no escape route, so Kang Shin Hyuk and Kim Chong-soo received no backup. At that moment, his companion Kim Chong-soo shoved Shin Hyuk. His teammate pushed him off the cliff. A man like an older brother, someone he'd known since the orphanage and the only family he had left. He watched numbly as his only remaining family sacrificed himself, standing before the creature's mouth, red as blood with sharp teeth, to save his life. That day Kang Shin Hyuk lost the most precious thing he had. Kim Chong-soo died. All that remained of him was a photo with his familiar, faint smile, laid atop interlaced white and yellow chrysanthemums. Shin Hyuk was injured but survived. At the funeral, those he regarded as comrades in the guild dressed in black suits and bowed 90 degrees. After things calmed, the guild stance was uniform. We couldn't provide support. Monsters were appearing in the city too, so they said small sacrifices had to be made to save the larger whole. He clenched his teeth, fighting to hold back the tears that streamed down from the pain. But Kang Shin-hyuk knew clearly this was just factionalism. Both he and Chang-soo were from a non-hunter school background and were always ostracized within the guild. Knowing the reason and feeling disillusioned with the guild, Kang Shin-hyuk volunteered for overseas assignments. He pulled his suitcase and left that place of sorrow behind. The day Shin-hyuk returned, dragging his suitcase, he stood facing a girl in the quiet airport at dusk. After completing a year-long assignment in China and coming back, he began considering leaving the guild, and right then Choi Seora, his senior-junior acquaintance, suggested he join Antaz. By now Shin-hyuk understood everything. So that's it. Probably because it's a spin-off, the tone is a bit darker. He could now clearly see Seora's beautiful face in the original owner's memories. He hadn't expected a minor character like Kang Shin-hyuk to have a past like this. Kang Shin-hyuk, having fallen for Choi Seora, joined Antaz that very day. He was surprised at how fast the plot turned. What? In the original, Shin-hyuk obediently set up salary transfers to the organization for this woman. Half his income was sent to Choi Seora under the pretense of funding Antaz. The current Shin-hyuk couldn't fathom it. Wait, isn't this just a pyramid scheme? Among the info the system gave him was a scene of Shin-hyuk awkwardly holding a beautiful bouquet of roses and giving them to Seora. Oh, by the way, Kang Shin-hyuk confessed to Choi Seora and was rejected. To look cool, he still continued sponsoring her and decided to maintain a pleasant senior-junior relationship with Choi Seora, but because he still had lingering feelings, he applied to the Hunter Academy to stay close to her. The idiot in the original worked relentlessly to achieve good results. This madman all over such trivial stuff. What about Chang-soo? What about revenge? Seora's voice pulled him back to the present. Senior, are you okay? He winced. I'm fine, no, I'm fine. She fumbled with her chopsticks in her mouth and said awkwardly, Are you really okay? You look so surprised you scared me too. He smiled, but inside he was screaming. If I were you, I wouldn't be startled. I thought my spring had finally come, and then suddenly I'm labeled a member of a criminal organization. I'm about to lose my mind. Seora wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. I know your skills, but getting into the hunter school is tough. I thought when you said you'd quit the guild and switch to school it would take at least 2 years. He forced a laugh and scratched his head. Really? And you passed on your first try? Wow, you really like her a lot. Huh, Kang Shin-hyuk. Seora asked with concern, how's life at school? Are you okay? He replied perfunctorily, it's fine, just the start of the semester. She propped her chin on her hand, pouting. Then why haven't you contacted me all this time? If you passed the interview you should have at least told me. I felt neglected. Shin-hyuk raised his cup to drink with trembling hands. Sorry? I've been so busy. It's lucky I didn't contact you. If I had slipped and said the wrong thing it'd be awkward. She said lightly, as if understanding, it's okay, Senior must have had your reasons. By the way, did the donation stop? I didn't see any money come in this month. Shin-hyuk went dizzy and let water spill from his mouth back into the cup. How would I know to transfer money? There's nothing in the account history. He thought it through carefully. No, in this situation, for my future, it's better to be blunt. I can't keep being drained. Decision made. Shin-hyuk planned to tell her straight about the donations. I'll stop them, would that be okay? Seora fell silent and stared at Shin-hyuk when he said that. But he was surprised when she casually replied, that makes sense. Senior has donated so much already. Besides, it's not mandatory. Teacher salaries aren't that high if there's nothing to spend money on. Seora beamed like a sunflower. I've told you before, Antaz never forces donations, so it's fine. Hearing the truth, he wanted to curse the original owner. Voluntary? How stupid was that bastard Kang Shin-hyuk really? She said casually that the organization knew his situation, so there was nothing to worry about. A series of images flashed through Shin-hyuk's mind. Note, this is Antaz's perspective. The original Shin-hyuk was a fool who threw money away, or a savage pervert holding yellow sponge underwear. Instead, he immediately passed the academy interview and even beat a quasi-rank hunter, so their evaluation of him likely went up. She twisted and smiled in thanks. For a senior to help me like this is truly an honor. Let's change the world together. Okay? Watching her, he thought, first you'll destroy the world, right? In academy novels, the purpose of criminal organizations hiding within schools is usually terrorism, guns, chains, or time bombs, but although Antaz is a criminal group, They don't kill people indiscriminately. There are also rules forbidding them from touching students of the hunter school who aren't official hunters unless in special circumstances. Perhaps Choi Seora's role is to recruit promising students into Antaz. She acts as an undercover homeroom teacher to evaluate potential students through classes. Shin Hyuk propped his chin and brooded. This is only what I know from reading the novel. Who knows what secrets the spin-off will hide? So what should I do from now on? Seora looked thoughtful for a moment. For the time being, focus on adapting to school life and make more friends. They sat together in the dining hall chatting animatedly while others watched. I can handle that myself. Can't you give me a rough idea of what to do? I need to know what to plan. She lifted her empty tray and stood up. This can't be done quickly, and since you're the only senior in the third-year block, it's fine. Then let's meet regularly. Last Tuesday of every month. How about that? Shin Hyuk looked up at her motion. The last Tuesday of every month. Tuesdays hardly have any parties. Let's meet for dinner. All right, I'll go ahead then. See you often. Seora waved goodbye and left, leaving him looking foolish. Shin Hyuk watched her lively figure walk away. He bowed his head and mumbled at his remaining tray. Tuesday, cut back to the snowy forest behind the gate. The training process with Cho Yu-riang began to go smoothly. Yu-riang watched his training seriously. He decided to record the development of my body and taught me how to apply the mental techniques and the martial mantras. In a calm tone he said, I already opened your dantian for you, but controlling it is entirely up to you. From now on, you must not take a single day off. Practice the great cycle every day. Do you understand? Shin Hyuk sat quietly training, a ring of blue light surrounding him against the white snow. He squeezed his eyes shut and concentrated deeply. Yu-riang watched him diligently and smiled, clearly pleased. But suddenly he punched him straight in the head, making Shin Hyuk squirt snot out of his nose. I asked if you understood. Holding his head, he complained, No, why do you keep talking and breaking my focus? I'm still listening. The master glanced at his foolish disciple. That's what I had to tell you. Aren't you the one who's not focused? There are dhanyan mixed in your internal flow. You must be troubled. After being hit, with tears at the corners of his eyes, he asked his master pale-faced. Internal energy can detect such things? He stroked his beard and closed his eyes to explain. The great cycle should be as natural as breathing. If you tremble even slightly, how could I not notice? Shin Hyuk, embarrassed, confessed that his heart was a mess because of places he had been attached to. Speak, and I will lend you my wisdom, the old man said. He sat curled on the snow and looked up at Yu-riang. Master, what impression do you have of me? Am I a good person or a bad one? The master turned his face away in a disdainful pose. How would I know that, you idiot? Shin Hyuk flushed with anger and clenched his fists. This old man is really irritating. Yu-riang bluntly remarked. You just have the appearance of an annoying rich kid. As if the king of the underworld granted you a wish and you were reborn as a handsome man. Shin Hyuk grinned wryly, sweating. I'm sorry for doubting you, master. He smiled and continued stroking his beard. With that face, if you do good, you're a good person. If you do evil, you're an evil person. It's that simple. You must have strength to even have the right to think about it. No matter how grand the plan, survival belongs to the strong in a ruthless world of swords and mountains. Only in treacherous places with brutal competition do the fallen who cannot speak end up recorded by history as villains. Much like the conquest wars in the old man's days. Yu-riang always stood with his back perfectly straight toward him. Troublemakers like the Great Demon War or the Blood Incident died young. From the start, without power, good and evil are mere illusions. Well then, did I help at all? Shin Hyuk felt he grasped the depth of the words and replied, Yes, thank you, sir. Then hurry back with the chocolate, he said. Shin Hyuk glanced at the backpack, revealing it was stuffed with his master's favorite snacks. Yes, master. Justice or no justice, what moved me most was the old man's final line. After hours of training with his master beyond the White Gate, Shin Hyuk returned to life as a swordsmanship instructor. Troublemakers like the Great Demon War or the Blood Incident died young, and he just wanted to quietly make money from stocks and live a long, peaceful life. Back in the present, he watched Seora happily enjoy a pastry and thought that terrorism or assassinations and Chan Su's revenge had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to affect the world and die young. She had crumbs stuck to her face as she looked at him curiously. That's odd. Senior, I said we'd meet on the last Tuesday of each month. So why did you contact me early? He sat up awkwardly and looked at her seriously. I have something to tell you, she asked again. What's with all the hesitation? Shin Hyuk swallowed hard. Then he pointed at his own face and forced a smile. I can't leave Antaz. Can I? At that moment Seora froze in place. She suddenly shifted into the stance of a red-eyed killer, thrusting a fork toward Shin Hyuk's head. In the restaurant, everyone stared in shock. A man drinking spat everything out. A woman sat agape, and bits of meat hung suspended in the air. The cashier giving change turned purple with anger. How dare someone act so recklessly in a busy restaurant? Customers stopped caring about change. All eyes fell on Shin Hyuk and Seora. She held a sharp fork up to Shin Hyuk's handsome face. He was so terrified his features contorted into a comical grimace, sweating profusely as broth and meat splattered his hair and face. Shin Hyuk trembled, thinking he'd anticipated something, but not a reaction like this. Seora gripped the fork firmly, her eyes cold and murderous. She threatened, "Hey, senior, you need to explain those words you said clearly. Unless you want more holes added to your face, eyes, nose, or mouth." Shin Hyuk went pale as the fork hovered inches from him. He quickly reassured her, "I'll explain, but first can we clean this up? We probably need to move seats." He reminded himself silently that everyone was watching. The scene couldn't have been more awkward. In a rage, Seora had climbed onto the table and pressed the fork to Shin Hyuk's face while he sat on the chair. Terrified, hands raised in surrender as food lay scattered everywhere. Patrons in the restaurant began gossiping and speculating at the ugly sight. A girl covered her mouth and whispered, "Look, he's probably cheating on her." Her boyfriend, eager for drama, agreed. "He looks okay, but cheating?" She warned her boyfriend, "If you cheat, you're dead to me." Seeing the stranger pointing a fork at the man's face, the boyfriend nervously insisted, "I smoke. I don't cheat." Shin Hyuk said seriously to the person in front of him, "First, get in my car. I have something I want to show you." Sunset settled over the city as the day wound down, and traffic on the road thinned. In the white car driving along, a woman's voice said, "You're going to Incheon to explain." "What does that mean?" The man replied, "I figured if I just talked you'd never let it go, so I also have something I want to show you." Shin Hyuk and Seora were in the car. She still had the fork pressed against his neck while he drove. She frowned and said, "Then while we're driving, you have to explain what you said at that cafe." Shin Hyuk replied helplessly, "Did you bring the fork out here with you? That's stealing." As soon as he said it, Seora didn't hesitate to stab the fork into his neck with just enough force to hurt without breaking the skin. Shin Hyuk went pale with pain, eyes wide. He pretended to confess honestly. The reason I joined Antaz was because of discrimination against people from non-hunter schools. But I think awareness at school has shifted a bit now. Seora raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Really? You only won one match, that won't change anything." Shin Hyuk sighed in annoyance. Now she was interrupting him and snapping at him too. Koreans listen until the end of a sentence. He gripped the steering wheel and said, "Not right away, but after this happens I think it's possible." Shin Hyuk tried to reason. "Even if it's not Antaz, I'll work at it bit by bit on my own, and Antaz is too extreme." Seora fell silent, watching his face in the rearview mirror. He honestly said he really didn't want to be like before. Too many things diverged from the path he wanted, including terrorism and the cold-blooded killings. But Seora objected. "I told you from the start. Not all those terrorist acts were committed by us. The government pins them on us, and those who died were people who deserved to die." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk frowned and replied seriously, "Seora, no one in this world deserves to die." Seora was distracted inwardly but couldn't accept it. She shut her eyes tight and yelled, "Senior, you don't do those missions? And are you afraid of them?" Shin Hyuk went pale and broke into a sweat. His neck had started to bleed. He begged in fear, "I'm scared. I'm really scared, Seora. Pull the fork out for me." Seora pulled the fork out. For bleeding marks from the fork's sharp tines were imprinted on his pale neck. She scolded him, "Coward." Shin Hyuk exhaled with relief. It really wasn't easy. He thought to himself that he'd prepared mentally. Getting out of a criminal organization wouldn't be simple. He couldn't just walk away with no plan. Shin Hyuk said, "Now look up a news story I'm about to tell you. Search for the assassination of Deputy Director of the Hunter Management Bureau Min Young-suk and it will come up." Seora looked up what he said on her phone and said casually, "Min Young-suk? He's a piece of trash who embezzled billions of won. Min Young-suk is a damn bastard." Shin Hyuk narrated the shocking report. Collision with a cargo truck. Min Young-suk, the driver, and 2 passengers dead. The driver, surnamed Kim, was a young man who had lost his wife and lived alone with his daughter. He wasn't a permanent employee but a contracted driver for the Hunter Management Bureau. The question is whether that contracted driver was connected to the corruption Min Young-suk committed. Shin Hyuk glanced at Seora through the rearview mirror. She could no longer hide her composure and, looking slightly panicked, obediently answered, "No, sir. It was rush hour, so cars ahead were bumper to bumper." From Shin Hyuk's memory of the novel, Lee Seo-ah, the female lead who topped the fan-favorite poll, became a hunter. She was central to the love triangle with the main characters and played an important role in the latter half of the story. "The driver of the car when Min Young-suk died was Lee Seo-ah's father," he said calmly. Antaz publicly claimed responsibility, revealing they did it in connection with Min Young-suk's corruption. Public reaction wasn't bad. Some even showed support for Antaz. However, Mr. Kim also died, and his family was buried by those issues and forgotten. To Seora's ideals, that was wrong. She frowned and insisted that has to be a mistake. Antaz doesn't harm ordinary people, senior, you know that. It's in the rules. Shin Hyuk held the information firmly in his hands. "I've already asked." He glanced and challenged Seora. "Are you being honest? Do you really think the deaths were accidents because they were near Antaz's target? Was Mr. Kim the only one?" Shin Hyuk fell silent, quietly convinced that she was only avoiding him. She actually knew that, didn't she? After hearing his questioning, Seora seemed to realize something. Her expression slackened. She pressed a hand to her forehead and panted. Shin Hyuk thought that everything seemed clear now. Starting today, he could finally relax and sleep easy. She rubbed her head and said she'd tell him why she refused his confession. Shin Hyuk froze like a clown and replied, "Why all of a sudden?" He quickly composed himself and said, "No, that's not needed now." Seora raised the fork threateningly. "Listen to me." He answered, "You have the right to speak." Seora recounted the large-scale gate release that happened 15 years ago. He knew about it, didn't he? Both her parents died in that incident when she was a child. Shin Hyuk was taken aback. That wasn't mentioned in the novel. Was it an extra chapter? He tried to comfort her. "You must have suffered a lot, but what does that have to do with refusing my confession?" Suddenly interrupted, she angrily drove the fork into his neck. Shin Hyuk bit his lip in pain. "I'll be quiet, go on. If the hunters had come, both my parents could have survived. It was the most dangerous area. In her neighborhood, the portal opened into 4 D-rank and 2 C-rank dungeons, the most in need of attention and quite close to the association. Yet no one came. No one. Meanwhile, dozens of hunter teams from major guilds appeared in the wealthy district where 3 F-rank dungeons had been released. He thought bitterly that Kang Shin Hyuk had gone through something similar. But if that had happened, it would surely have caused a huge public uproar. Would that even fit into the becoming a hunter story? Seora withdrew the fork from his neck. Her face darkened as she spoke in a cold, slightly tragic tone. "By the way, this wasn't reported in the media because those in power at the time used money to cover it up." Seora broke down, tears falling as she choked out that if no one had cared to investigate, she would never have known. Shin Hyuk, expressionless, thought that Choi Seora didn't come from a hunter school like Kang Shin Hyuk. Yet she joined Antaz. Seora sobbed, covering her face partly to hide her tears. She pressed her lips together and confessed, "It's strange, right? I said I'd explain why I refused your confession but then told you about my parents. The truth is, I didn't refuse because I hated you. I can't let go of this desire for revenge for my parents. Senior, please help me. When I've taken my revenge, let's meet then." She slammed the fork hard into the seat in front as if her emotions were exploding. Luckily Shin Hyuk leaned left and raised his hand just in time. Otherwise he'd have lost that arm. He shouted, "Put that down and talk." Nearly died, he thought, poking his head out the car window and screaming inwardly. What parent would want their child to join a terrorist group for revenge? If he were the real Kang Shin Hyuk, he'd have promised to help Choi Seora. But I have no special feelings for Choi Seora. Though her situation is pitiable and she's beautiful, the world doesn't revolve around her. Shin Hyuk panicked and went mad, sticking his head out the window as the wind slapped his face. His features distorted, cheeks puffed, lips pulled back, eyes bulging into an absurd, comical expression that startled passers-by. He begged, closed his eyes, and apologized once more. "My life will be much freer. Before I inhabited Shin Hyuk's body, I'd read the novel and already knew the future. I'd even inserted myself into the protagonist's fate." He calculated that if he cut ties with Choi Seora and escaped Antaz, his life would go smoothly. Yet, but why? A rough hand gently rested on his shoulder. He turned to look and saw a man smiling faintly. The face wasn't clear, but it felt very familiar. The man said softly, "I'm counting on you." He suddenly recognized him and shouted, "Kang Shin Hyuk." At the same time, Seora's voice panicked. Sun dash. Senior. Senior. Look ahead. The car lurched wildly for a moment, then returned to its lane. Shin Hyuk and Seora went pale. He screamed. I almost died. He recalled a moment ago. What was that? That was terrifying. Seora said, I'll put the fork away. I forgot your hands were on the wheel. Suddenly Shin Hyuk asked, Seora, do you know who your target for revenge is? She answered in surprise. Senior, did you change your mind? He said, first you should answer. Seora fell silent to think. The director of the Hunter Management Bureau back then was Kim In-hak. But I don't think he was the only one who gave the orders. Shin Hyuk sighed. If it was the director back then, he's probably an even bigger figure now. He scolded irritably. Oh my god. Kang Shin Hyuk. You idiot. Inside, Seora cheerfully asked, so what you said about quitting earlier wasn't true, right? Contrary to her hopes, Shin Hyuk answered firmly, No, I do have to leave Antaz. But I'll help you personally. She hesitated. What do you mean? How will you do that? Antaz said it's difficult. Don't be like that. Shin Hyuk fired back at her. Well said. Antaz said it's difficult. But are they sure they'll deliver Kim In-hak to you? Now it's hard, but later they'll definitely do it. Later when? Can they really guarantee that? Seora faltered, unable to be sure. About that, Shin Hyuk recalled the plot. Congressman Kim In-hak is a character I've seen in Becoming a Hunter. Kim In-hak will keep advancing until the protagonist intervenes. By contrast, Choi Seora will be discovered by the protagonist as an Antaz member after 3 years and brought to trial, not sentenced to death. But as I remember, she'll receive life imprisonment with no parole. That means this girl will rot in prison for life. Shin Hyuk secretly felt pity for Seora. 3 years from now, Seora said firmly, if I complete the mission I'm given, Antaz will definitely. Shin Hyuk replied coldly. Antaz won't do that. She shouted, what do you know, senior? He closed his eyes and sighed, unsure how to explain. This girl IV read everyone's futures. How could I not know what Antaz is like? But she won't believe me if I tell her, so he reluctantly said, anyway, you probably won't believe me unless you check yourself. Shin Hyuk announced to her surprise. Listen carefully. Choi Seora, I'll help you. But you must leave Antaz with me. That's the condition. Seora knitted her brows in confusion. What do you mean? You have to be in Antaz to get revenge. He answered firmly, no, they won't help you. Shin Hyuk didn't explain much. This was the last resort he planned to use when words wouldn't do. We're at the destination. You'll change your mind. Outside, night had fully fallen. Seora asked, by the way, what's the final destination? He replied gently, Antaz's funding source. Ahead was a place with the bustling, traditional mystical air of a modern Chinatown that still retained old charm. Shin Hyuk said something shocking. Now you and I are going to buy drugs. At that, he parked on the side of the road. Seora opened the car door, stepped out, and looked around. Is this the place? The door wasn't even open yet. In front was a shop with a gloomy, mysterious look dominated by red. Shin Hyuk said, yes, Tianshu clothing. It's my first time here, though. They gently pushed the door and entered. He thought to himself that at first glance it looked like an ordinary second-hand clothing store, but it was actually different. In fact, hidden deep in the darkness, it was a synthetic drug outlet set up by Antaz China in Korea. Inside, a bald man stood at the reception counter. Wearing gaudy clothes with a tiger motif, looked every bit like a gangster. Shin Hyuk squinted to fix his target ahead and stepped forward, asking in Chinese, do you sell Genesis here? But the man refused. What are you talking about? Shin Hyuk didn't give up, saying, I know everything, so just sell it. I've heard you can buy it here. The bald man closed his eyes and sighed, wondering which idiot had pointed this place out to him. He lost patience, drew a knife to threaten them, and said, hey, this is wholesale, we don't sell retail. If you don't want trouble, get out. Shin Hyuk curled a lip and replied, you just called me an idiot, didn't you? So what now? The person who pointed me here isn't an idiot. On the contrary, he threatened back. What's your name? I'll tell Mei Lin the exact same thing. At that, the man backed away in fear and dropped the knife. Miss Mei Lin? You know her? He picked up the knife, his face darkening as he pretended, of course I know her. We were pretty close in China. When I asked about distribution in Korea, she pointed me to this place. He thought to himself, of course that's a lie. From what he remembered, Mei Lin was both the daughter of the Antaz China boss and the head of synthetic drug distribution, Genesis, developed by Antaz China for Korea. He thought inwardly, how could someone of that caliber possibly know me? This was the last tactic he'd prepared to convince Choi Seora. Shin Hyuk raised his phone and continued to fake the threat. If you're suspicious, I'll call her and hand the phone to you. But you'll pay dearly for doubting me. He turned pale with fear and quickly apologized. No, sincerely apologized for not recognizing them. I'll prepare it right away. How much do you need? Hearing that, Shin Hyuk was satisfied. Good, you finally know how to talk. Bring as much as you can. The bald guy, thinking this was a VIP, changed his tone and said, yes, how many sentences should I bring? Shin Hyuk pretended to be impatient and replied, what kind do you mean? The newest kind. Understanding, he said, please wait a moment. Seora, who'd been standing beside them not understanding Chinese, could only watch the two men talk. She whispered behind him, what have they been saying in Chinese all this time? She nudged him. You said you were going to buy drugs, right? You think I have to see it with my own eyes to believe it? Shin Hyuk revealed the truth to her. This is a wholesale place selling synthetic drugs made by Antaz China. Seora's face showed utter disbelief as she said, you're not joking. Antaz actually manufactures drugs? I've never heard of that. Shin Hyuk looked exasperated. This clueless girl knows nothing about the organization she's working so hard for. He stayed silent but answered in his head. Of course, Antaz China only surfaced after the protagonist graduated thanks to Genesis. Later, Antaz Korea would realize the situation too late and protest to their boss in China. Not to ban sales, but to demand a share of the profits. That sparked a conflict, and the protagonist, as the messenger of justice, crushed both sides. That's what he'd read in the novel. Shin Hyuk turned back, covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, if you don't believe me, I'll have him speak in Korean so you can hear directly. The bald man placed many suspicious-looking packages on the table. We just infiltrated, so Genesis stock is limited. Worried he couldn't meet the VIP's requested quantity. His face awkwardly tried to smile and looked a bit twisted. If gathered, they'd be enough for a month. Please put in a good word for me with Miss Mei Lin. Shin Hyuk replied casually. Fine, okay, now speak Korean. The bald man cautiously asked, is the person next to him okay? Shin Hyuk smirked, pointed at Seora and answered in Korean, she's fine. This girl really loves Genesis. Hearing that, Seora tensed and pressed her lips together. The bald man's face showed no expression. He looked at Seora as if waiting for her to say something. She tensed, frowned, and glanced at the man in front of her. His face grew stern as he frowned, showing his displeasure. Seora was extremely nervous, sweating all over. She pretended to be a real addict, raised her thumbs and grinned as if, I really love Genesis. Seora's overacting so convincingly made the bald guy panic and whisper that maybe the other guy should cut down. Shin Hyuk heard that, turned to the person behind him and played along. I don't know why she likes it that much either. Back to business, Shin Hyuk continued. Besides, I heard a new version is coming soon. The bald man explained, it will probably take some time before it can be brought to Korea. Shin Hyuk nodded. It'll take quite a while. He proposed a solution. Yes, if you're close with Miss Mei Lin, then buying directly on the mainland will be faster. Seora raised her brow watching the two deal. Since both were speaking Chinese, she could understand them. Hearing the name Miss Mei Lin, she glanced at Shin Hyuk with a scrutinizing look and whispered, Senior, up until now you've only said things I can't follow, like Mei Lin or some series. Could it be you staged this whole situation? Shin Hyuk, not wanting to be misunderstood, kept up the act. I know you're suspicious, but would I risk my life all the way in Incheon to fake this? He thought to himself. Indeed, Choi Seora would hardly know the name Mei Lin from Antaz China. Seeing a VIP buying so much, the bald man asked cheerfully, that's a lot of product. How will you pay? Shin Hyuk turned and casually asked, is a card okay? Thinking he was joking, the man said, a card? Really? Half joking, he laughed. Don't be ridiculous, pay up. Shin Hyuk replied firmly. In 3 months, the bald man knew transactions for this kind of product couldn't be done with a bank card. He thought Shin Hyuk couldn't pay and stalled, objecting. No, not by card and certainly not in installments. Before he finished, he was struck hard in the face, blood spurting from his nose and a front tooth flying out. Shin Hyuk was the one who punched him and added 3 months' worth of injuries. Shocked by the surprise attack, the man staggered and fell to the ground. Watching the tooth fly through the air, Seora suddenly covered her mouth. Shin Hyuk quietly recalled a line from the past about punching the seahorse inside the temporal bone using internal energy. If internal energy is forced into the head, it can cause memory loss. Use this method if necessary since you can't perform precise pressure point techniques yet. The bald man collapsed unconscious to the ground. If worrying doesn't help, hit a tiger point once. Shin Hyuk searched. Let's see, the brain tiger point. He pressed the brain tiger point of the bald man lying motionless on the ground. Even if he regained consciousness, he'd be stupid. but don't pity this drug dealer. He glanced at Seora beside him to probe. Well, do you trust me more now? If this is still called a setup, then there's really something wrong. Seora asked in surprise, Senior, how do you know these things? No, since when did you know? Shin Hyuk replied, even if I came in at a junior's request, at least I should know where this place is. His hand gripped his phone so hard it trembled, but his face showed no anger. He explained, while operating in China I learned Antaz was involved with drugs, though really I was just trying to find a reason for Seora to believe me. After all, anyone who read up to Volume 3 of Becoming Hunter would know. To avoid trouble, Shin Hyuk urged, let's stage this so it looks like this guy was the only one involved with drugs and then get out. There's no surveillance, but staying here longer won't help. The two of them prepared the unconscious bald man on the floor with drool at his mouth and a few packets of drugs beside him to fabricate the scene. Shin Hyuk calculated internally, I won't report this place or anything. Convincing Choi Seora is enough. There will be countless replacements for a sales employee, so it won't affect the future. But if outside interference is exposed, Antaz will launch a serious investigation. The two slipped out of the shop quietly and gently closed the door to avoid suspicion. Seora closed her eyes and accepted his request. It's all true. I'll explain that you withdrew. She thought of an excuse. If I say you were bothering me, so I sent you away, there won't be consequences. Shin Hyuk glared at her in annoyance. But if that gets them away from Antaz, he's relieved. The excuse for withdrawing was irritating, but thanks for understanding. Suddenly realizing something was missing, he asked, wait, just you withdrawing? Do you really already know all this and still plan to stay in Antaz? Seora, standing ahead, turned back. Her silhouette looked lonely and helpless. Unlike you, she said, I've been in Antaz for a long time, I have assigned duties and things I know about. If I leave suddenly, it won't be peaceful. Shin Hyuk sympathized. Of course, Antaz is clearly an international criminal organization. I'm a newcomer who knows nothing, but this isn't a place you can come and go like a club. But remembering that afternoon in his subconscious, the voice of the body's original owner always echoed in his head. I'm counting on you. Shin Hyuk thought wearily, I feel restless and can't just leave it. I've got to help somehow. No, this is the right thing. If Choi Seora left Antaz now, who knows how it would affect the future. In any case, until the protagonist discovers her identity, Choi Seora has to remain in Antaz. Shin Hyuk asked, do you have any past assignments that would count as serious crimes? She pressed her forehead, thought, and answered, no. The task I have is recruiting talented friends from among the students. But that work isn't something you finish in a day or two, so I haven't really accomplished much yet. Shin Hyuk exhaled. Then fine, we'll do it this way. He said decisively, from now on you'll be a double agent inside Antaz. Seora repeated in surprise, a double agent? Shin Hyuk explained so that if her identity is exposed or the organization abandons her later, she won't be harshly convicted. He outlined the plan. You'll gradually collect Antaz secrets to provide to the police. You'll operate as a double agent, merely perform Antaz-assigned tasks superficially, pretend to do them without actually committing crimes. She replied that there wasn't any information worth reporting to the police. He sincerely persuaded her. Even marginal information can become useful if collected. If you get into trouble, I'll testify for you. But don't trust me too much. If it gets dangerous, I'll cut it off. No, I shouldn't have said that. Just hearing that, Seora fell silent, feeling something strange inside. She beamed, eyes narrowed, cheeks flushed and utterly adorable. After all, when her world had been left empty, he was the only one who cared so much for her. Her girlish heart stirred. Senior, you must like me a lot, right? But since he wasn't the real Shin Hyuk, he didn't actually like her. He only wanted to honor the body owner's wish. He blinked in confusion. How did the conversation turn into this? Seora teased playfully from behind. Come on. Who helps this much without feelings? Shin Hyuk threw up his hands and stormed off. Fine. Think whatever you want. And take a taxi back to Seoul by yourself. Seora asked in surprise, you mean I go back alone? What about you? He explained, I have somewhere else to go, a different route, so it's inconvenient to take you. Seora smiled brightly, teasing on, you're such a senior. That's not how you flirt. Shin Hyuk scowled and shot her a strange look. This girl is seriously sick. On a snowy mountain, Shin Hyuk trudged through the deep snow with heavy steps. Yu Riang, seeing him approach, scolded, you're late. Looking at his bearing now, he said, your expression has calmed a bit. It seems the outside matter was resolved all right. Shin Hyuk bowed respectfully and replied, thanks to you, master. He said, all right, that may be, but tardiness must be punished. Saying that, An ominous aura seeped from him and his eyes glinted red with authority. Prepare yourself for cultivation today. Knowing the grueling training to come, Shin Hyuk sang. Before accepting punishment, he opened his backpack and said, I visited Chinatown today. Shin Hyuk took an antique bottle of liquor from his bag as an apology. I bought some bamboo leaf green wine to apologize, but then pretended, guess I can't drink during training today. Yu Riang's mouth watered at the good liquor. Instead of punishing Shin Hyuk with harsh training, he changed his mind. Rest today. In the forest blanketed by white snow, green shoots peeked through the drifts. In this frigid air, drinking was perfection, Yu Riang exclaimed. Truly bamboo leaf green is different, he said as he popped a spoonful of tofu into his mouth, and it was Sichuan tofu at that. How did you know I'm from Sichuan? Yu Riang's face filled with satisfaction. In this cold weather, breathing out mist, sipping good wine and eating super spicy Sichuan tofu, what could be better? Shin Hyuk teased. Wasn't someone just yelling about why you were late? Yu Riang cleared his throat and explained. It's not that. It's because you should have arrived long ago and I didn't see you, so I worried. He thought to himself that if the worry had gone on much longer, he'd probably have been beaten to death. Pouring wine, he asked casually, by the way, what happened? That kid is always trying to lazily avoid training. But today he voluntarily came to train even after being told to rest. The sun must be rising in the west. Shin Hyuk was diligently practicing sword work in the bitter cold, surprising his master. He wiped sweat from his face with a cloth and said, Nothing special. Your advice helped me a lot. This is a gift I bought to show my gratitude, so please enjoy it. He realized how useful the master's teaching had been when he burst into the drug shop and handled that man cleanly. And he now believed training under Yu Riang's guidance would help him greatly. Shin Hyuk recalled what he told Seora last night. From now on you'll be Antaz's double agent. And he thought quietly that having decided to help Choi Seora, he didn't know what dangers lay ahead. I must be a bit stronger to prepare for possible dangers, he thought, then squatted down and began to meditate. Since Choi Seora's double agent path doesn't exist in the original story of this life, Shin Hyuk calculated carefully. Although I'm strong enough now to face an A-rank hunter, if I run into a high-ranking Antaz official like Mei Lin, no need to think about it, the outcome would be disastrous. He felt he'd made a decision far beyond his capabilities. He'd forgotten his place. He was just a B-rank swordsmanship instructor at the academy, with no standing to help anyone. At that moment he suddenly smiled, at least in his current condition. Shin Hyuk recalled the plot. In this life, the first boon Lee Ji-sung obtained was the manual containing Cho Yu-riang's internal energy cultivation methods. Lee Ji-sung cultivated the manual's teachings and used various elixirs to activate his dantian. Unlike Lee Ji-sung, who after many trials ultimately could use internal energy, he glanced at Yu-riang. On him that boon had directly opened his dantian. Yu-riang was still eating the Sichuan tofu pot, praising it between bites. The chef made excellent tofu, truly superb. Shin Hyuk closed his eyes to meditate, but his mind buzzed with thoughts. After all, this man was the strongest in the world. With regular tutelage, no matter what happened, he could protect himself. Yu-riang called, Hey, disciple. He answered, Yes, master. His master suddenly demanded, We're out of ramen, the sesame fried kind. I love that. The jakwang type is good too. Buy some and leave it here. Though a bit annoyed, he pressed his lips together, closed his eyes and endured. After all, the man was the strongest in the world. Shin Hyuk resignedly replied, I'll buy it next time I come. Satisfied, Yu-riang slurped the tofu soup and added, Also pick up some anya sul and extra spicy noodles. He gently answered, Yes. He returned to focusing on his training. Yu-riang was holding a packet of noodle sauce, shaking it. The noise kept him from fully concentrating. He frowned in irritation. Yu-riang poured boiling water into the bowl, eyes full of anticipation. The aroma hit his nose and made it even harder to focus. When the noodles were ready, Yu-riang slurped them down with relish, sweat beading on his face despite the cold. Shin Hyuk shouted angrily, Enough! Please stop eating. Mumbling, Yu-riang asked, What, you want a bite? He replied, No, last time I bought a whole case, and if you eat like that there won't be any left for me. Yu-riang awkwardly answered, Well, being alone makes me want to nibble. He fell silent for a moment, sensing something off. He shouted, You brat! How dare you talk about my food? Aren't you the one who opened my heart after hundreds of years? Then he landed a straight punch to his head that made him cry out. But seeing his change in attitude, Yu-riang said happily, The lazy kid finally has will. I'm pleased. He warned, but like spitting to grow faster. Hurry too much and you'll ruin it, Shin Hyuk complained, rubbing his head and shouting. That's not it. It's like you don't care about my training at all. Yu Riang replied, you're doing fine on your own. Hurry won't bring great success. He sat on the ground, disappointed. Really? I've trained a month and see no progress. Yu Riang comforted him. It's because you're talented. Tell me, why do you suddenly want to become stronger? Shin Hyuk explained. Master, honestly. Instead of watching my posture, you keep staring at the water level in your cup. He complained about his master and even dared to demand the manual. If you won't teach properly, do you hide some secret technique or rare medicine? Infuriated, Yu Riang punched him again in the head. The unlucky boy felt the pain shoot through him. Shin Hyuk cried out in agony, feeling as if his soul would fly out. Yu Riang scolded, you brat. Get a little praise and you start getting cocky. He clutched his head and writhed on the snow-covered ground in pain. His master watched his ambition in bafflement. Only a month in and already resorting to tricks? This kid. Does he want to be so strong he rules the Central Plains? Shin Hyuk kept rubbing his head, face flushed and eyes still wet as he stared at his master with resentment. He pressed his lips together to endure it. If he argued back he might take another hit, and then who knew if his soul would still be able to stay in this body. Yu Riang looked displeased at his attitude, raised an eyebrow and lifted a fist to threaten him. Want another punch? Frightened, Shin Hyuk withdrew his hateful glare, bowed his head and relaxed his face somewhat. Yu Riang sighed. You're insolent, aren't you? Hitting someone in this freezing weather really stung. He blew on his hands and reminded him, I've told you martial skill can't succeed if you rush. Not wanting the disciple to misunderstand his integrity, he added, It's absolutely not that I'm distracted by food and neglecting to teach. Shin Hyuk cut in. Ramen. He turned and left, pulling out his master's favorite to taunt him. On second thought, maybe I won't be able to buy ramen anymore. The prices have skyrocketed. Hearing his food threatened, Yu Riang froze. What? You? Are you threatening me? Shin Hyuk pouted. Threatening? I'm just stating the truth. Seeing the man moved when he produced the ramen, he pressed on. Even Anya Sul, I probably won't be able to buy it next time. He feigned a pitiful tone. The ultra-spicy noodles are selling out. It's hard to find them. Yu Riang turned pale at the thought of losing his favorite foods and was left speechless. In the end, the trap worked. Yu Riang said, This brat. Shin Hyuk remained dissatisfied. He thought maybe this would make his master care for him more. Yu Riang stood stunned, hand to his forehead in thought, face shocked and brows knit as if pondering some great matter. He turned and pointed at the still aghast Shin Hyuk and said, Oh my! Fully aware this was Shin Hyuk's scheme to needle him, Yu Riang flushed with anger and clenched his left hand to restrain himself from striking his disciple. He forced sweet words out. I didn't expect such zeal from you. Starting now, I'll teach you thoroughly, okay? Shin Hyuk squeezed his eyes shut, puckered his lips, and agreed as if sealing a deal. Then I'll try to find the things you like. With the agreement made, Yu Riang set the plan in motion. All right, back to training. No complaints no matter how intense it gets. He obediently replied, Yes, master. I humbly accept your instruction. At the school where Shin Hyuk taught the next day at lunchtime, he held his phone in his hand. This morning, Choi Seora had sent a message. On the phone was the chat between him and Seora. She wrote, Senior, everything's been handled. Shin Hyuk replied, Thanks this afternoon, and heard that her leaving Antaz had been resolved safely. He fell silent, thinking to himself he hoped Kong Shin Hyuk wasn't hiding anything else. Just help Choi Seora this once, and then he'll enjoy the rest of his life. Twin sisters On Suk and Eun Soo entered the classroom and saw him smiling at his phone. They asked, Teacher, are you happy about something today? Startled by someone behind him, Shin Hyuk gasped, You scared me? Oh my god. He asked, Eun Soo, aren't you two going to lunch? Eun Soo replied excitedly, Of course, we're having cheese cutlets for lunch today. On Suk added, You can eat with us and then head to the auditorium. Puzzled, Shin Hyuk asked, Head to the auditorium? What are you talking about? Seeing their teacher confused, she explained, Teacher, didn't you hear what the vice principal said this morning during roll call? He said the school is making a YouTube channel and will be doing interviews. Shin Hyuk remembered. He'd been so absorbed in Seora's messages that he'd missed it. They must have mentioned it this morning. Eun Soo added, The vice principal said you're the most handsome teacher and wants to interview you first. He was stunned and protested. No, What kind of standard is that? Eun-soo replied, It's the vice principal's standard. He refused the interview, saying, No way that's happening. But On-suk encouraged him, You never know. If you do well in the interview, you might get a reward. The mention of a prize piqued his interest. It wasn't a bad idea. She had the plan ready to try to snag a prize for you. Eun-soo will film and the tech teacher will edit. On-suk handed you a sheet. Here's the questionnaire. Please review it during lunch. Shin-hyuk skimmed the paper and exclaimed, This is pretty professional. I thought it'd be just for show. Eun-soo added, Before posting, the student council president will review it. So we're counting on you. Seeing these dedicated students prepare so thoroughly moved him a bit. I'm counting on you too. Come on, hurry. The cutlets will get cold. The two girls ran off happily toward the cafeteria, answering, Yes, sir. At that moment, Eun-soo turned back. Oh, teacher. There's one thing I haven't told you. Shin-hyuk asked. What is it? Say it, it's okay. She said proudly. The interview will be conducted by me and the student council president together. On-suk grinned mischievously and warned, We'll stick to the questionnaire at first, but the student council president has a quirky personality. There might be odd questions not on the list. Shin-hyuk didn't think much of it. He was pretty boring himself, so a casual interview would be fine. And he smiled. Weird questions? As long as they're not about romance, I'm fine. On-suk didn't plan to ask about romance. She rubbed her chin and calculated. If it's that, it's okay, but the student council president is very special. If you signal us during the interview, we'll stop. Don't worry. Shin-hyuk laughed cheerfully. All right, I trust you too. Make me look handsome on camera. He mentally recalled the upcoming figure. The student council president. Back when he went to school, that person was a legend. I wonder which kid that is. In the hallway, an unfamiliar female student was walking by. She hugged two large swords to her chest and said excitedly, Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk, the swordsmanship instructor. I've heard he's really strong. She wondered what kind of person he was. This female student was strikingly beautiful, with long, softly curled brown hair and a demure air. She seemed like a particularly notable figure at the school. Students all tended to their personal hygiene in the dormitory area. Most Hunter School students live in the dorms. Although they go home during breaks, they spend the majority of their time at school. So many parents are curious about their children's campus life. There were news reports about Hunter School. Citing security reasons, outings on weekends and family visits are restricted. Orange Storm, Hunter School Security, Hunter School, a closed institution. Is this a prison? Many argued the school was too closed off, so the government policy was to open a YTube channel for Hunter schools. Of course, this wasn't implemented immediately. Our school had been chosen as a pilot. An online channel appeared with the Hunter School emblem and photos of the campus. Shin-hyuk pushed the door open, sighed, and thought that YTube wasn't even mentioned in the novel, so he figured it would quietly disappear. Yet unexpectedly, he'd been selected for the pilot interview. Suddenly a gentle voice rang out, Oh my, Teacher Kang, you're early. Shin-hyuk paused for a moment, then replied, Hello, Ms. Min. Thanks for helping today. Hearing that, Ji-hee politely said, Oh my, I'm just doing the editing. She was Min Ji-hee, the technology teacher in charge. It's my first time assisting with an interview, so I'm a bit nervous. By the way, Ms. Min, you can edit videos too? That's impressive. He gave a thumbs up in praise. Ji-hee smiled and denied it. No, the principal said since I'm the tech teacher I should handle it. I guess tech teachers are the ones people boss around. Shin-hyuk thought to himself that she was avoiding the work. Poor Ms. Min. Ji-hee then laughed and said, I'm not being paid extra, so I'll do a quick edit and go. No matter how many views it gets, I won't get a dime. Realizing something, Shin-hyuk looked at her helplessly. Ah, so that's why YTube wasn't mentioned in the novel. At that moment On-suk and Eun-soo arrived. On-suk held a camera and smiled. Okay, camera's ready. Eun-soo added, Great, just in time. The principal is here too. Seeing Se-jin, Ji-hee waved and called, Over here, principal. Shin-hyuk looked intently at the woman before him, a glint lighting his eyes. Se-jin wore a neat uniform, her waist-length curls let loose. She stood before everyone and confidently said, Hello, everyone. Looks like we're all here. I'm Kim Se-jin, student council president of Hunter School No. 1. Shin-hyuk marveled at Se-jin's height and thought to himself, wow, so tall. Probably around 170 centimeters. Good day, President, he observed. The girl exuded confidence. clearly carrying the air of a student council president. This made him curious. It was strange that such a character hadn't been mentioned in the novel. Suddenly Se-jin strode up to Shin-hyuk and greeted him. Hello, teacher. Are you Kong Shin-hyuk? You're so handsome. I'm really looking forward to your expressions on camera. Please do well in the interview today. Hearing that, both of Shin-hyuk's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. All right, I'll count on you, he thought. This kid has good people skills. She didn't seem as odd as Eun-soo had described. After that, everyone began prepping to film the interview. On Suk and Ji, he took charge of the recording. Eun-soo sat between Se-jin and Shin-hyuk, holding the audio recorder and conducting the interview with both of them. A little while later, the room filled with lively, humorous chatter. The interview proceeded very smoothly. Eun-soo, comfortable with the recorder in hand, chatted non-stop. She teased him about being a handsome teacher, which made him a bit awkward. But when he showed discomfort, she quickly picked up on it and shifted the mood. After a long stretch, Eun-soo's slightly regretful voice finally rang out. Though a bit sad, they exhausted their prepared questions, and it was time to let the teacher go. You don't have afternoon classes today, so we're sorry if we kept you too long. Shin-hyuk was puzzled. Did the closing line mean the interview was over? On the surface, he answered calmly, No need to apologize. I'm a bit sad too, and it's all for the students. Then his expression flipped. He gave a thumbs up and arched an eyebrow as if in on the joke. That sounds a bit false, so I'll submit an overtime pay request to the school. Eun-soo looked skeptical and asked, Really? Hearing that, Shin-hyuk laughed loudly. Just kidding. Just kidding. Ji-hee squinted and smiled. I'll actually file it. The corner of Se-jin's mouth lifted into a soft curve. She calmly turned to Shin-hyuk and asked, Teacher Kong Shin-hyuk? Shin-hyuk, a bit confused, replied, Yes? What is it? Se-jin. She pushed up her glasses and continued. Just now you said you were sad, right? If it ends like this, the audience will feel the same. Se-jin stared at him, her eyes flashing something dangerous, and then, abruptly, asked, How about a match with me? Ji-hee and On-suk reacted with a bit of helplessness. What? Why so sudden? That's really abrupt. Neither Eun-soo nor Shin-hyuk had anticipated her proposal. Both wore embarrassed expressions. He thought inwardly, I was planning a pleasant wrap-up. What the heck is this all of a sudden? Could this be the strange personality Eun-soo warned me about in a council president? Eun-soo timidly turned to Se-jin and said, Hey, president. Don't surprise the teacher like this without warning. Se-jin replied casually. He said he was sad, and I just wanted to give the audience something extra to see. Then she looked at Shin-hyuk. If I surprised you, I'm sorry. I kind of like competitions. You teach swordsmanship, and I'm in the swordsmanship class too, so, Shin-hyuk thought cheerfully. This girl. She is so eager and doesn't seem malicious. On-suk's voice came from behind the camera. All right, let us film the final scene. Suddenly Shin-hyuk said something that stunned everyone. Wait, I'm fine, so go ahead. Eun-soo worriedly asked. Yes? We didn't warn you? Are you okay with this, teacher? Shin-hyuk replied confidently. Everything is fine. But your swords are ready, right? Se-jin answered. Of course. I brought 2 iron practice swords. Eun-soo was a bit puzzled and asked Se-jin, President, when did you bring these? Se-jin calmly answered, Just in case an opportunity came up. Thanks, teacher. A spar with a student? Although Kong Shin-hyuk had solid swordsmanship fundamentals, his master now was an ultramaster. Seeing everyone prepare for the duel between Se-jin and Shin-hyuk, Ji-hee's expression briefly darkened. Actually, I'm also a student. Let's see how well my efforts have paid off. On-suk looked at everyone helplessly, thinking inwardly, Oh my god, we're going to be late. At that moment, On-suk and Ji-hee were eating popcorn while intently watching ahead. Se-jin, in her tidy uniform, was tying her long hair up high. Shin-hyuk looked at the girl before him and thought honestly that he wasn't nervous at all. Based on his previous honorable bout with Master Jung, he knew clearly that the level of many hunters was much lower than he'd expected. He recalled a past training session when he was hurriedly dodging. Then suddenly a hand struck his head with a jarring blow. His master's voice yelled sharply, Don't be careless, I told you. His face fell helplessly. If his master were here, it would probably go like that. Back in the present, Shin-hyuk and Se-jin stood facing each other, each holding a long, sharp iron practice sword. Even though he sparred with students during class, this was a 3rd year and the student council president. He shouldn't be careless. It might be better to treat her as if she were a professional hunter. He beckoned to her with a finger. Come on, you go first. Se-jin received the cue and grew delighted. She said patiently, then I'll go first. No sooner had she finished speaking than Se-jin dashed forward like a flash, quickly closing the distance on Shin-hyuk. Eun-soo couldn't help but exclaim at the display. So fast! Eun-suk nearby hurriedly stopped her. Don't say that. Shin-hyuk's gaze remained locked on Se-jin. Calmly, he analyzed. She's definitely faster than the freshman. Strangely, I expected a horizontal or diagonal slash, but in swordsmanship, slashing is basic, yet she lowered her body to thrust. Does that mean she's confident enough in her accuracy to do that? At that moment, Se-jin gripped her sword and pointed it straight at Shin-hyuk. When Se-jin swung her sword, Shin-hyuk smoothly evaded. Certainly, if it were an ordinary student, they would panic and lose composure here. After the failed attack, Se-jin quickly retracted her sword, dropped her stance, and stepped aside. Then she swung again. The blade sliced in a perfect arc. Shin-hyuk murmured admiringly. Next comes the upward cut. Beautiful. After that, every time Se-jin struck, Shin-hyuk deliberately drew his sword slowly to block the blows. Se-jin looked visibly tired. Sweat drenched her face as she asked helplessly, Teacher, how long do you plan to keep dodging? Shin-hyuk continued to avoid the attacks without saying a word, his eyes still fixed on the girl opposite him. He remembered his master in training, who would cheerfully say while striking relentlessly, I told you it'd be tiring. Dodge, disciple. He thought inwardly that the old man had held grudges and he'd taken many hits, and his body still ached. Perhaps that was why he could dodge this girl's attacks even with his eyes closed. He softly warned, Se-jin, you're focusing your attacks too far forward, shifting your center of gravity too much. Sensing the teacher's slight distraction, she said confidently, I haven't shown everything yet. Suddenly Shin-hyuk sprinted with his sword to her back and calmly warned, cut it out. If you're attacked from another angle, you won't be able to handle it. Shin-hyuk's gaze on Se-jin grew somewhat solemn, as if weighing something. Indeed, he was recalling his old master, who would beat him with a weapon while chattering, You idiot, you've died 5 times already. Put all your strength into your hands and arms and you'll tire out soon. Shin-hyuk thought angrily, no, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. If he found out, should I hold back a bit? No, if I did that, he'd be even more irate. Shin-hyuk paused briefly, still angry. He pointed to his arm and said, You put too much force into your arms and hands. You're going to get tired quickly. If you learn to use your whole body from the shoulders down, your strikes will be much better. Hearing that, Se-jin's cheeks flushed. She looked down at her hands on the sword and gently adjusted her grip. Immediately, Se-jin's sword hand began to loosen and her grip became more relaxed. Shin-hyuk was a little surprised. She loosened up that fast, quick to adapt. He thought to himself that just changing her grip had shifted the whole atmosphere. Of course, the student council president is different. After Se-jin adjusted her stance, Shin-hyuk's voice grew more serious. All right, Se-jin. His left hand tightened around his sword. His tone warned Se-jin, now I'm going to attack too, so be careful. A cold bead of sweat rolled down Se-jin's cheek. She was clearly tense. The hand holding Ji-hee's popcorn trembled noticeably. She quickly shoved the popcorn into her mouth. Everyone's faces turned serious. Shin-hyuk lowered his center of gravity and said without ceremony, Then I'll come at you. Suddenly Se-jin spoke up. Wait a moment, teacher. Shin-hyuk asked helplessly, What's wrong? Are you hurt? Se-jin said timidly, Not that, teacher. May I use mana? Of course, I won't channel it into the weapon. Shin-hyuk was a bit surprised and thought, Amazing, a student using mana. Se-jin hurried to explain, Since the end of second year we go on internships at the portals. I'm learning how to use it now. Hearing that, Shin-hyuk thought to himself that he already knew. Before graduation, students tour F, or E-rank portals, escorted by school teachers or national hunters acting as guardians. He scratched his head and looked at the girl. Though internship mana accumulation isn't usually that much, she's skilled. It seems she noticed a speed difference. I'm curious about her true ability. Thinking that, he relaxed and replied, All right, go ahead and use it. Thank you, teacher, Se-jin said. No sooner had she finished than a dense layer of energy enveloped her. She thought to herself that during the match with Master Jung, she hadn't seen much mana and hadn't controlled it well. This was a good chance to control the power herself and feel the mana. So Se-jin rushed forward, circling behind Shin-hyuk to prepare an attack. She threw her full strength into striking him, her brows knitted. Seeing that, Shin Hyuk instinctively raised his sword to parry. Then a jolt like electricity ran through Shin Hyuk's hand. He thought, my hand's gone numb. Taking hits without using internal skill is a bit much. The strike was so powerful that both were knocked back. Even without channeling mana into their weapons, the girl's physical ability was markedly superior. It was hard to believe this mana came from a student's internship. Mana accumulates in the body when monsters are defeated. It appears like a glowing sphere within each person. In this worldview, mana doesn't accumulate indefinitely. Intake capacity and duration are limited by individual aptitude. Say Jin, for example, had amassed a substantial amount of mana. According to his master, mana is like unrefined internal skill. I converted all the mana in Kang Shin Hyuk's body into internal skill, so its effect surpasses ordinary mana. Shin Hyuk thought, smiling as he looked at the unreal hourglass floating above his hand. Shin Hyuk calmly watched Sei Jin's elegant attacks and reasoned that he should still keep face as a teacher. Winning without using internal skill would look better. After a few blade contacts, he could now clearly read her attack patterns. He softly pointed out Sei Jin's problem. The hunting-style swordsmanship she used was too straightforward and simplistic in its attacks. He took the chance to explain to Sei Jin. Mostly it's because they fight low-intelligence monsters, which is why low-level hunters struggle against high-level monsters with greater intelligence. Seeing the sweat and flushed streaks on her face from exhaustion, Shin Hyuk felt his guess was right. He said, see? Sei Jin tires quickly too. Her attack patterns are all exposed. They even slow down and become predictable. You were going to slash diagonally, weren't you? Hearing him, Sei Jin looked startled, as if her move had been read. She stared at Shin Hyuk nervously, unsure what he would do. At that moment, Shin Hyuk's eyes locked onto the sword in her hand. He saw Sei Jin change the sword's angle and quickly flip her grip. From that, Sei Jin tightened her hold and lunged. Shin Hyuk thought to himself, thrust back. He praised, good, trying a trick now. Suddenly Shin Hyuk extended his foot and blocked Sei Jin's path, throwing her off balance. Immediately, Sei Jin tumbled forward, landing awkwardly. The sword flew from her hand. Shin Hyuk calmly said, but to thrust, the distance is already too close. Sunlight still streamed in through the window, lighting up the whole room. On Suk and Ji he watched the duel intently, their faces showing seriousness. Sei Jin sat up after the fall. Her glasses were askew and her legs were bruised and swollen. She clutched her knee in pain and winced. To her surprise, a sharp sword was pointed close to her face. She widened her eyes and looked up. Seeing Shin Hyuk's calm, Sei Jin quickly conceded, I lose. Observing Sei Jin's expression closely, he analyzed inwardly. An angry look. She doesn't pay attention when talking but seems highly competitive. Then Shin Hyuk praised her. A great skill, fitting for a student council president. As she adjusted her glasses, Shin Hyuk reached out to help her up. Still, he added that her sword technique was too monotonous. Mana does boost physical ability, especially strength, but applying variance in swordplay rather than relying solely on mana would be useful. Sei Jin said gratefully, thank you, teacher. I've learned a lot. Suddenly, everyone saw Ji Hee trembling violently. She kept repeating, this is big. This is big. And On Suk next to her asked, hey, what's wrong? Ji Hee's face went pale with worry. Cold sweat covered her face as she trembled. The channel's going to blow up. Then my on-time clock-out life is over. On the school's spacious, well-kept grounds, a group of students had gathered to do something, 1 week after the interview video was uploaded. Behind Shin Hyuk stood the lecture hall. His expression was very complex as he awkwardly looked ahead, feeling utterly exhausted. In front of Shin Hyuk, a noisy crowd of students jostled, each holding a few sheets of paper and a pen. Teacher, make 10 copies for me. My mom said to get one. One begged. He tried to brush them off. Go on. I don't do cheap stuff. The clamor continued. Just sign anything, please. Because the sparring video with the student council president had become a big hit. Shin Hyuk helplessly took papers and pens from the students and said, I'll only do this during break. Okay? After this, I'm gonna stretch and go for a run. Meanwhile, prepare. Set up your stretching lineup to Lee Jin-soo's standard. He handed the signed paper back to the student in gym clothes and carefully asked, all right, take this. The boy replied cheerfully, thank you. The paper drew gasps from the surrounding students. The student replied, I'm ready. I'm all set. On the paper were soft strokes and a beautiful signature from Shin Hyuk, decorated with hearts and cute smiley faces. The students in front of Shin Hyuk cheered nonstop. Come on, start stretching. Lee Jin-soo standard. Get ready. Nothing had changed except the added fame, which only made things more troublesome. There were no extra stipends or ad revenue shares. Thinking like that to get by, the introduction of Hunter School Number 1, once shrouded in mystery, was now shown in full, unedited footage of students and teachers. I almost forgot. The online world turned out to be an even harsher jungle than I thought. And a new video had just appeared on the school's channel with massive engagement. A guy in a tracksuit quickly commented, "Is that fighting skill for real? It's like a battle between the strongest in the world." Other people offered opposing takes. Why the fuss? This is just a routine spar between a reserve hunter and a school teacher. Skills like this are everywhere. Look closer. The teacher isn't even using mana. The teacher's really skilled. Some who knew say Jean left comments. I heard the student in the video is a fraudster, 2-time champion of martial tournaments. People say if you finish the full training track you basically get an A rank. And she didn't even use mana. At that moment everyone was talking about Shin Hyuk. Kang Shin Hyuk? I've never heard that name. Does anyone have info? Who is Kang Shin Hyuk? I graduated in the first class. He seems newly appointed. Shin Hyuk stared at his phone in a daze, unable to help blurt out, "What the heck is this?" He seemed surprised reading the comments and thought to himself that the student council president was such a promising figure. So why didn't the novel mention her? Clearly after Lee Ji-sung graduated, there was no character named Kim Se-jin. Then a teasing voice rang out, "Teacher Kong, Widub star. How does it feel to become a celebrity?" From the doorway, Yun-suk entered holding 2 cups of coffee. Seeing him, Shin Hyuk greeted, "Good morning, Teacher Park Yun-suk." And Yun-suk replied, "Good morning." Yun-suk set a cup of coffee on his desk and bantered, "Fame's not a bad thing. Why are you so shy, Teacher Kong? You're secretly happy, aren't you?" Shin Hyuk gave an awkward smile and politely answered, "Thank you. I'll drink it. It was fun at first, but it's starting to feel a bit stressful." Yun-suk laughed heartily and teased, "Come on, you're handsome and you act so shy. Take this chance and try entering showbiz so I can brag." Shin Hyuk protested helplessly, "Please stop teasing me. My dream is a quiet life." Yun-suk took a sip of coffee and said mysteriously, "Quiet, huh? That's good. But it looks like today won't be very quiet for you." Shin Hyuk asked, puzzled. "What do you mean?" He answered softly, "On my way here I ran into the vice principal. He told me to call Teacher Kong in before the morning faculty meeting." Shin Hyuk was puzzled. "The vice principal? Why would he call me?" Yun-suk chuckled. "Who knows? Maybe he wants to give you extra allowance. Anyway, just go. He'll be in his private study." After thinking for a moment, Shin Hyuk stood and said, "Extra allowance would be great. Thanks. I'm on my way. If it's a lot, dinner's on me. I'll pay for the soju." On the long, quiet hallway, only Shin Hyuk's steady footsteps echoed. He had a bad feeling about this. His expression grew serious. Normally matters like this are handled in front of other teachers, not by summoning someone to the vice principal's private study. Standing at the vice principal's door, Shin Hyuk hesitated, uneasy from all the recent attention. What worried him most was that the vice principal had asked for him specifically. Hunter number 1 is the strongest at the school. As he raised his hand to knock, a voice from inside called, "Kang Ji-hyuk, come in." Shin Hyuk cracked the door and peeked in timidly. Inside sat a man with white hair sitting upright in an armchair. The only S-rank hunter among the 10 in Korea. Kim Man-dong's deep voice echoed. It was their first meeting since the interview. "Long time no see." The S-rank hunter and teacher of Hunter School Number 1, Kim Man-dong, said. Standing before him, Shin Hyuk felt some pressure. He thought to himself that he hadn't participated in the interview and, to be honest, he was terribly nervous. Good morning, sir." "Have a good morning." Man-dong politely asked, "All right, would you like a cup of tea?" Shin Hyuk declined courteously. "No, thank you. I have to go prepare for class soon." Hearing that, the man said seriously, "Is that so? Then I'll get straight to the point. That package, all of the contents in that delivery bag were sent to you," he said, tilting his gaze toward a corner of the room. Shin Hyuk followed his look and saw a brown bag. The bag was stuffed with thin letters sealed with red stamps. Seeing them, Shin Hyuk wondered inwardly, "What's this? Are they all just letters?" Shin Hyuk scratched his head, picked up a letter, and asked awkwardly, "Vice Principal, are these fan letters?" Suddenly the man said seriously, If you're curious, read one. His low voice continued. It seemed many people had watched Teacher Kang's sparring video with student Kim Se-jin and were very impressed. Other hunter schools were normal, but even active hunters from major guilds had sent many messages. Although the video was uploaded to promote the school, Teacher Kang's contribution was significant. For guilds, facing Teacher Kang in a duel would be more effective than any advertisement. Shin Hyuk opened the letter in his hand. Inside was a neatly printed, formal page. Shin Hyuk's expression while reading the letter was extremely awkward. He thought, this is infuriating. I wasn't even expecting extra pay, and then this. Man Dong added, 932 letters in the delivery bag all contain the same content. They're all formal challenge letters, he said, his face serious, his dark eyes showing concern. A bead of anxious sweat rolled down Shin Hyuk's cheek. Challenge letters? Did I do something wrong? On the computer screen, a video of Shin Hyuk smiling had racked up large views. Like I said, it's not that you did anything wrong, the man continued. It's an attempt to strip you of reputation. The fact you didn't come from a hunter school adds fuel to it. Did my non-hunter school background get exposed? Shin Hyuk spun around, his silhouette oddly mysterious. Teacher Kang, as you know, some of the school's practical instructors don't take to you, he said. Man Dong regarded him seriously. His cold gaze carried a slightly frightening aura. It seemed one of the school's practical instructors had leaked Kang's personal information and the malicious comments exploiting that were going too far. Shin Hyuk's face darkened at Man Dong's next remark. For example, some were claiming the student council president had fixed the match to favor the new teacher. Now even Kim Se-jin's career as a former dueling rival was being suspected of match-fixing. Rude comments began to flood the screen like invisible blades. As a third-rate author, he remembered clearly the pain of malicious comments. Those damned anti-fans. People in this world have no limits. He ground his teeth, anger restrained and useless. No, as a teacher he had to stop this. If the interview had been handled properly, this wouldn't have happened and the YouTube channel wouldn't be in jeopardy. Man Dong sat with his leg crossed regally behind the desk and replied, although the channel's intent is to show parents' daily lives, the students themselves are suffering harm. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk trembled with anger. He furrowed his brow and looked him straight in the eye. What will you do about it? He asked. Shin Hyuk decisively clenched his hand, crumpling the paper, and answered, what will I do? I'll erase every doubt. Man Dong remained calm and watched him. Can you tell me how you'll eliminate them? He asked. It's simple, the vice principal replied. Countless letters were sent, but some stand out as if they hold something special. Among the malicious commenters, surely some sent these challenge letters. I'll select people who are truly famous and highly ranked for one-on-one duels. Man Dong doubted that decision. Is that so? Are you confident you can win? Among the applicants there are quite a few A-rank hunters. Those people aren't in the same class and could be refused. Shin Hyuk answered bluntly and decisively. No. Fine. I'll only pick A-rank fighters to face. Man Dong grew more skeptical as he listened and pressed. So you plan to pick the strong ones to defeat while the mediocre ones will just give up on their own? He pumped his fists together full of energy, his face burning with eagerness as if he wanted to do it right now. His wording was a bit crude but accurate. In reality, I can't take on everyone. Good, very good. By the way, Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. Man Dong laced his fingers and leaned forward slightly, smiling slyly. Then how about fighting me in a match? He froze, stunned, thinking he must have misheard. This old man has to be crazy. I must have heard wrong. Shin Hyuk stood rooted to the spot, speechless. Thoughts in his head kept insisting he had misheard. No way this was true. This old man is insane. Did you say that, Teacher Kang? The two of them fell into an empty, tense silence. His face went pale. No. If he's crazy then at least be properly crazy. An S-rank hunter offering to fight a B-rank hunter? I get it, you might think I'm insane. Embarrassed at having his thoughts guessed so bluntly, he turned his face away. I watched your honorary match with Teacher Jung last time and I was shocked. Honestly, I thought you'd lose. Man Dong looked at him seriously. That gaze showed the respect he felt for him. Besides, it seemed Kang hadn't shown his full strength yet. From his attitude, he appeared confident he could subdue A-rank hunters. Shin Hyuk bit his lip in fear and didn't speak, thinking no, even if they're high, they're only a rank. S-rank and above are a completely different matter. You know that yourself. The image of a man screaming in pain replayed with each word. In truth, There are only about 1,000 A-rank hunters in Korea, so they aren't opponents to be underestimated. Teacher Jung had only just registered to test for A-rank. He's not a true A-rank hunter yet. Shin Hyuk's training to grow stronger had been grueling. His sword had cut through many opponents to make him better. Now, trained by his master, he's even stronger. Considering the difference in capability between hunters and martial artists, he's confident he can handle A-rank fighters. Stronger-looking figures did appear, but only a small group. An S-rank, in Korea there are exactly 10 of them. Worldwide it's still under 100. One woman among them possessed extraordinary power. Whenever she fought, her red power would overwhelm others. S-rank mages are even considered strategic weapons, and hunters with other abilities are seen as one-man armies of superhumans. Man Dong himself was no weakling. His body was thick with bulging muscles and a blue power radiated through him. He was the battle god Kim Man Dong, among the top of the S-rank hunters. In the Becoming a Hunter series, there's even an episode where Lee Ji-sung, confident in his strength, challenged this old man. He'd also once defeated opponents so utterly they dared not move, not just crushed but smashed to pieces. Shin Hyuk and Ji-sung trained together to gain superior strength, but their methods were completely different. One spent his days consuming medicinal herbs, while the other trained diligently. Of course, unlike the protagonist who only practiced internal techniques, I learned combat directly from my master, and my master said I'd be far better than someone who only ate herbs like daily food. But S-rank, no matter how you think about it, there's no way to beat them. Lost in thought, a call snapped him back to reality. His eyes jerked. Teacher Kong, I'm sorry, I was startled and... Before he could finish, Man Dong held out his hand invitingly. Think about it. Wouldn't fighting me once be far better than fighting several low-tier A-rank fools? He continued to lay out his persuasion. After the sparring match, I'll declare that Teacher Kong truly has strength. Then there won't be any more challenge letters. Wouldn't that solve everything at once? Surprised by those benefits, Shin Hyuk blurted, Really? Still? Shin Hyuk's eyes were full of doubt about whether to trust him. All right, but if you put on a subpar performance, I won't cover for you. I don't demand you must win. Just hit successfully once. Facing someone with power far beyond his and an intimidating aura, he really had to think it through. One landed blow, saying just once, but that condition was absurd. Kim Man Dong's body could even repel a radiant sword strike. He winked and folded his arms to press the point. You don't want to? More cowardly than I thought, Teacher Kong. Then how about this? If you succeed in landing the attack. Hearing the next condition, Shin Hyuk couldn't help but be surprised, his face shedding the earlier hesitation. I'll exempt you from the 3-week training course that new teachers must attend during the break. Training exemption. Those words struck Shin Hyuk's weak spot and convinced him more and more. Isn't that tempting? Although the training is mainly for teachers to mingle, for you, coming from a non-hunter school, those 3 weeks feel like sitting on a bed of nails. When he heard the final term, he felt swept up in the benefits and couldn't pull away. Of course you'll still be paid during the exemption, 3 weeks of paid leave. Shin Hyuk, still a bit doubtful, asked back. But the training is organized by the Hunter Bureau? Can it really be skipped? There's an elite teacher program that selects only 2 people each term. Those sweet words formed something hard to resist. He craved it like a starving dog. If he became an elite teacher, he'd get exemptions and perks. So, are you tempted now? Very tempted. 3 weeks of luxury rest sounds heavenly. Man Dong grinned smugly, satisfied he'd secured his wish. To let many people witness it and avoid chaotic timing. Next week is the presidential election, so let's hold the match a month from now. A calendar hung on the wall with dates clearly marked, as if to confirm the duel could not be cancelled. 1 month from now, precisely the day before graduation day. Yes, if you back out then it'll be awkward. His gaze was steady and not the least bit fearful, words of a man. Man Dong looked at him seriously as to seal the deal. Worth 1,000 gold. Once spoken, it must be kept. Then Shin Hyuk pulled the door and left that stifling room. Class is starting. Excuse me, he said as he departed. Outside the room, he immediately began planning how he could possibly win this one-sided fight. 1 month. Within a month, he had to find a way to land a decisive hit on Kim Man Dong. He pictured Man Dong's earlier temptations like a bone offered to him, and he was the obedient dog craving it. Kim Man Dong's terms sounded sweet at first, but that bone wasn't fed to him. It was smashed over his head painfully. Still, with a little thought, he could see how reckless the challenge truly was. He imagined himself swinging his sword at Man Dong while the man remained unscathed and composed. In martial terms, Kim Man Dong would have to be at least superlative, like a diamond-bodied powerhouse. Causing meaningful damage to someone who's barely climbed out of top-tier first rank on the way to the peak would be like plucking a star from the sky. He sighed in helplessness. After all, he'd agreed to the proposal. In one view, this was a malicious offer, yet sometimes you have to step up. The crowded corridor revealed a woman with long curly brown hair in a matching dress walking by. No matter how much I aim to live a peaceful, comfortable life, I can't lie back and sleep soundly if I'm causing trouble for others. A bulletin board suddenly appeared before him. The side story chapter had opened. From now on, the tale of the vice principal slayer, Kang Shin-hyuk, would be recorded. Shin-hyuk clenched his fist with determination, a confident smile on his face. The vice principal slayer. The name sounded something else, but fine. If this becomes a side story episode, it's not entirely impossible. The scene shifted to a snow-covered forest where Yu Riang appeared majestic with long white hair. Master will surely know what to do. No, you crazy brat. He knelt sincerely on the cold snow, begging, "Please, master, don't be like that. Just teach me." The master turned his back and replied curtly, "No matter how hard one tries, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be." Yu Riang turned and asked him while Shin-hyuk still knelt pleading on the ground, "What is it? Aurora Chaos? Radiant Sword?" "Yes," he answered. "I've heard it's a skill comparable to Sword Chi in martial arts." Although he refused, he still wanted to know what the boy intended. To make even a scratch on the diamond body powerhouse, you'd have to produce a sword steel. What do you call it? Some kind of sword. Ah, the Radiant Sword. Yes, that. Yu Riang closed his eyes and waved his hand to dismiss him. Reaching that realm takes relentless effort. How could you possibly defeat an invincible diamond at the peak? In your current state, at best you'll only nick a few chest hairs. Shin-hyuk looked up at him intently, eyes full of hope. Even using the same technique, you'd at most land one effective hit. No, that's impossible. He persisted. "Master, what technique did you mean?" Seeing his stubbornness, the master snapped. "Those dirty tricks you like. Mountain ginseng or some elixir. If you had about 3 roots of 100-year mountain ginseng, maybe, just maybe, you could use some kind of radiant sword steel, yes." Yu Riang slammed a fist down on his head to crush his hopes. "That's right, kid. That's sword steel." Rubbing his head to ease the pain, he still tried to speak on. "It wouldn't match what the Supreme Cutter used, but with some effort you might swing the sword once." The corner of the youth's mouth curved slightly into a smile. "Once." Shin-hyuk looked up and, keeping his earlier resolve, held up one finger to show his wish. "That's enough. One successful strike. That's all I need." He turned and ran off joyfully, full of excitement, but didn't forget to look back and salute. "Thank you, master. I'll take my leave for today." "Where's that brat off to?" He left Yu Riang's worried face staring ahead. "Master said you need 3 roots of mountain ginseng. That stuff is expensive. So where the hell is that idiot going to get them?" His back receded as he ran toward the green teleportation circle ahead. In the outside world, money makes everything possible. Conveniently, next week is the presidential election. Just before stepping through the green gate, he turned and smiled to reassure the master. "I'll go buy some mountain ginseng." Seora held her phone up and sighed, betraying the disappointment she felt thinking about the senior who'd vanished like a breeze. "What the hell?" With a face mask on, she frowned and exhaled heavily. "Since that senior quit Antaz, he hasn't contacted me." Her voice dropped, half to herself and half accusation. "I heard he's famous on YTube now. Does he have a girlfriend or something?" A phone ring cut through the quiet, startling her as if pulled from her thoughts. She saw the caller ID, Shin-hyuk, and a fleeting, unreadable glint crossed her eyes. "Call when called and they'll come," she muttered. Then her lips softened into a faint smile. "Of course, he promised it was only me." She picked up and sat up, but her tone was colder, distant. "Hello?" Shin-hyuk asked gently. "Seora, what are you doing?" He used her name intimately, but she replied with indifference. "Nothing. I'm reading at home." "What's up?" Without beating around the bush, he asked for what he needed. The request struck her like a blow. "Can you lend me some money?" "Not much, about 100 million won." At that, she promptly hung up. His voice, still soft, called her name like a penitent seeking final forgiveness. "Seora? Choi Seora." She activated the black screen mode like an emergency shutdown. With a decisive, detached movement, she pressed the power-off option. Shin-hyuk sat pondering, imagining the fish and the miraculous ginseng under the dim lamp. His mind spun with thoughts of cultivation paths. Of course, he couldn't obtain legendary elixirs like the 10,000-year flower core or the 1,000-year snow ginseng. Yet those mythical herbs kept circling his thoughts. He knew his limits, repeatedly reminded through Lee Ji-sung that mountain ginseng did exist. His train of thought drifted into a familiar classification as he listed them. Wild mountain ginseng, regional mountain ginseng strains, cultivated mountain ginseng. He murmured that among them, the true elixir was the wild mountain ginseng. Thinking of their auction prices, astronomical figures that most ordinary people only sigh at and scroll past, the real issue was the insane cost of wild mountain ginseng. He felt helpless at the skyrocketing prices. Even roots under 100 years old cost tens of millions of won, and those over a century could exceed 100 million won. A quiet chuckle tugged at his lip as he remembered the tycoon who just held his head after being trounced by Man Dong. Lee Ji-sung, a member of that wealthy family, even used it to make kimchi, he mocked. Yet despite eating ginseng like rice, he still got beaten by Kim Man-dong. He recalled Yu Riang's words while channeling energy. The master said it was because the man merely ate the ginseng without properly absorbing its qi. He realized that if he ate a single root and had a martial master help him absorb it, faced with those rising price ratios, the problem was money. With total assets of 300 million won, 3 mountain ginseng roots would bankrupt him. Amid the jumble of thoughts and the need to increase his funds, what came to mind was something the vice principal had said. Mandong's calm, decisive voice rang clearly in his head. To let many people witness it, avoid chaotic timing. Next week is the presidential election, so let's hold the match a month later. His eyes widened as each word replayed like he'd heard it yesterday. The presidential election. A silence. Then his mouth curved as if he'd found a gem in the ashes. A sly, satisfied gleam in his eyes. No matter what anyone said, wasn't the point of an election the voting-related stocks? Looking back over the path he'd taken, he suddenly realized he'd blinded himself to the clearest opportunity. Trouble from the practical instructor, leaving Antaz, becoming a YouTube star, the terrifying expression that made passers-by recoil. He hadn't considered it because he'd been trying to sort everything out to live quietly. Shin Hyuk listed each piece of information in his head like puzzle pieces. Relationships, secrets from the novel he already knew, the president's manual, Kim In, the head of the Hunter Bureau, the Atta's Genesis smuggling, Apocalypse trade methods. Entering the mental bank lobby, he thought he'd leveraged the novel's content smartly. He scolded himself for slacking. Why had he set the stock idea aside? Idiot. He went to the front desk. The woman behind it smiled warmly. Dear customer Kong Shin Hyuk, your loan has been approved. Congratulations. Shin Hyuk thanked her politely. Yes, thank you very much. Shin Hyuk recalled his previous life. He had been a third-rate freelance writer, and the bank's threshold had been out of reach. The shadow of Min Chan's triumphant grin had always haunted him. But now he was Kong Shin Hyuk, a hunter school teacher who could borrow a hefty sum. He foresaw the future further. Miraculous Kong Shin Hyuk knew that Kim Jun-suk, he declared a truth that would come to pass. Kim In-hak's actor would lose the presidential election and rival Kim Cheol-hwan would win. Leaving the bank, he strode out confidently, grinning smugly. All right, take the full loan. Calmly, he set a new plan. Focus on stocks tied to Kim Cheol-hwan buy-in. A few days after the stock handshake on a windless noon, the dormitory doorbell rang like a herald of something strange approaching. The deliverman panted, out of breath from carrying something heavy. The door opened. The deliverman, still gasping, managed to announce calmly, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, I'm here to deliver 42 pizzas. He added the good news. And the drinks are all free, my treat. Shin Hyuk spoke as if this happened every day. Yes, I'm Kong Shin Hyuk. Please bring them inside. The students swarmed at the sight, eyes wide in amazement, shouting, Teacher, teacher, what is this? Kong Shin Hyuk shrugged, a dazzling aura radiating around him. He answered nonchalantly, What is it? It's pizza, of course, each of you take one. On WeTube stats, Kong Shin Hyuk's estimated net worth, 1,486,531,251. A festive cheer spread through the dorm like a small celebration. Students screamed with joy while the adults were stunned by the figures. One student yelled, rapturous, Mom, when I grow up I'll be Kong Shin Hyuk. With Shin Hyuk's gentle smiling face, another student warned seriously, Don't call him that casually. Someone stammered, calling him a savior. He's divine. A commanding voice rang out. The stock brought a 500% return, but behind that raucous pizza party was a brutal political game, and Shin Hyuk was the only one who bet correctly. He analyzed seriously. Initially, Kim Jun-suk, the actor linked to Kim In-hak and Seora's rival, held a commanding lead. Then Kim Jun-suk suddenly flipped. Just before the election, a corruption scandal erupted, sending support for his opponent Kim Cheol-hwan soaring. Shin Hyuk smiled in satisfaction, but he didn't forget to warn the next generation. His all-in borrowing strategy, using every loan and the novel's information, had miraculously paid off. He advised, don't follow this example. Seeing the students greedily chewing pizza, he gently warned, you kids, don't eat so much you'll choke. I'll even buy some digestive medicine. The brown-haired kid, mid-chew and puzzled, opened his mouth to ask, is there good news, teacher? Shin Hyuk watched the students still crazily gnawing pizza and replied nonchalantly, it's just that the teacher made a little profit from stocks. Then, as a thought flashed through his mind, he added, there's one more piece of news. He announced it coolly, but the students who were focused on eating all froze mid-bite, everyone so surprised they spat food out. Teacher, on the day before graduation the teacher will spar with the vice principal. Shin Hyuk helplessly watched the students simultaneously choke, pizza tumbling everywhere. No one could believe what they just heard. One student shouted, clutching his stomach, I'm choking. Someone give me digestive pills. Another yelled, teacher is a god. Damn it, the short-haired kid, after taking a gulp of cola, started to cough and asked in a cold, serious voice, are you serious, teacher? You're going to duel that muscle-bound Kim Man-dong? Shin Hyuk immediately corrected him. Hey kid, don't casually call the vice principal by name. Shin Hyuk turned his back in the room, an aura like cold sword energy radiating. Of course it won't be fair. I will yield to the vice principal, he said calmly, but each word landed like a nail in the listeners' heads. As long as I land one decisive strike, it'll count as my victory. The brown-haired kid gaped, his face pale, worriedly asked again, a decisive strike? Would an attack from a teacher even affect the vice principal? Another student clenched his hands, tears streaming, and blurted out, no, that's wrong, teacher's going to die. Shin Hyuk sighed and forced a smile to reassure the students. Eat as much as you can. His voice dropped as he delivered the sad news. This might be the last pizza I buy for you. In his mind, he reasoned that the general election was over and Vice Principal Kim Man-dong would soon announce news of the spar with him to the outside. He closed his eyes as if about to drive a sword he couldn't withdraw. The reason I told the kids the rumor was to drive a nail in place. Shin Hyuk opened his eyes, his gaze sharp to the point of choking. One decisive strike equals victory. He lowered his head, his voice grave as a vow. So the vice principal can't claim otherwise. I must make the concept of a decisive strike unmistakably clear. He pictured financial indicators jumping, successful stock investments, the existence of the super spirit confirmed. Now only cultivation remained. A faint smile crossed his hardened face. Every favorable trend was turning in his direction. He tilted his head slightly in a silent challenge. Just you wait, Kim Man-dong. In the snow-blanketed forest, he asked Yu Riang, ready, master? Have you prepared everything? He stood straight and reported like a soldier, yes, master. 3 cases of sesame noodles, 5 cases of onyelsul, 2 boxes of chocolate, and 4 cases of coca. He handed over a sheet of paper, beaming, also, I bought all the supermarket's best-selling instant foods. Yu Riang laughed and patted his shoulder. Well done. Your sincerity has reached me. His expression turned stern as he asked, have those other items been prepared as well? He nodded firmly and confidently reported the spoils, of course, master. You said even spirit medicines must be found by fate. He opened the wooden box to reveal 3 large ginseng roots exuding a rich scent and a golden glow that cut through the white snow. 300-year-old mountain ginseng of the heavenly strain. I have prepared them, he said. Shin Hyuk glanced and his mind went to calculations. Heavenly strain mountain ginseng? Remaining assets 1,186,531,251. Minus 300 million won. Yu Riang exclaimed in surprise, you actually found them. He recalled the flavor from long ago, his eyes narrowing. I used to eat 300-year-old ginseng. He assessed their firmness. These seem a bit inferior, he marveled, but both roots are definitely over 100 years old. He lowered his gaze and, quietly, reminded him that before the master had warned not to rely on spirit medicines or trickery. Yu Riang snapped, what are you saying? He startled, then quickly laughed it off, no, master. It's a relief to confirm they're genuine. The master folded his arms and ordered them to stop babbling and eat, then train. Shin Hyuk bowed his head, voice full of resolve. Thank you, master. Inside the box, neatly placed within a forest of pristine snow, lay a layer of soft, fresh green moss or herbs, carefully arranged. In the biting snow wind, His hands lightly pressed against the boy's body, and shimmering blue rays immediately spread like surging streams of spiritual energy, seeping into every meridian. Feeling the stifling air and the strong heat rising from the spirit medicine, the teenager frowned and muttered, "It's too hot." A warm, dense, pure blue energy enveloped him, making sweat bead on his brow. Having only ever eaten ginseng and samjitang, he thought in amazement that he finally understood why a single ginseng root could cost 100 million won. The qi was terrifyingly powerful. Calmly transmitting energy, the master worked to regulate his breathing. "Don't resist the flow I'm sending. Accept it." His voice rang like stern advice. "You've practiced the mind method already, so it shouldn't be difficult." The invading blue flame made him frown and grit his teeth, unconvinced. "Not difficult, sir?" Shin Hyuk felt as if he had fallen into a dark, water-filled space. Bewildered, he pictured pouring buckets of water. He analyzed that if increasing internal power when circulating qi before taking a spirit medicine was like a few drops, this felt like endlessly scooping water with a ladle. He closed his eyes and felt himself sinking into the water. After a few cycles, the sense of scooping vanished and he imagined it was like bathing in a vast river. Back in reality, the master remained solemnly focused on channeling mana. Tilting his head to look at his disciple, his tone was gentle but sharp. "Disciple, I have something to ask you." He tensed to endure but answered politely, "Yes, master, what is it?" Yu Riang paused, his keen gaze probing the boy's back. "The ginseng you brought is genuine and its effect is strong. Must have been worth a fortune." He asked bluntly, "How did you accumulate such immense wealth to afford it?" He nodded innocently, "Yes, master, I did earn a large sum." The master's tone grew serious. "Then give up the duels and the teaching job. Isn't that enough?" Curious, the master pressed, "Tell me why you endure hardship to become stronger." The blue energy surged more intensely, making him tense, but he replied sincerely, "Recently I have responsibilities I must fulfill." His gaze softened as he recalled the Seijin incident and poured out his feelings. "I had to rescue a junior who was associating with bad people," he continued, "and I had to restore the reputation of a student smeared by rumors because of me." The master stared at the figure before him wrapped in blue energy as the disciple spoke earnestly. "If I give it all up like you say, my body would be more at ease," he sighed, "but I couldn't live comfortably like that." Hearing this, Yu Riang smiled with satisfaction and pride. "Indeed, I judged you rightly." Shin Hyuk looked at his master, curious. "Yes, what do you mean?" The master closed his eyes, shook his head, and smiled faintly. "You don't need to know." Yu Riang's eyes flared an eerie red. His face darkened and his low voice rolled like thunder in the night. "But the ginseng's effect is far better than I expected." Shin Hyuk looked up, confused, sweat beading at his temple, eyes wide as his body still absorbed the strange energy from the old man. Yu Riang tilted his head slightly, his gaze flashing as if deciding something unexpected. "Normally this would end here, but since the medicine's effect remains, I'll give you a gift." He warned softly, "It may hurt a bit from now on, but try to endure it." Startled and alarmed, Shin Hyuk turned his head, lips trembling in doubt as he blurted out, confused and worried, "What? Endure?" A swirling wind of energy rose around them. Before he could understand what was happening, his whole body was swept into a terrifying invisible force. His eyes widened, pupils constricted, and he cried out in panic, "What the?" With a resolute look and grave expression, Yu Riang poured all his strength into transmitting mana to Shin Hyuk. The boy was hurled forward amid blinding blue lightning as the violent energy churned like it would tear apart space, causing excruciating pain. Shin Hyuk could only scream helplessly in agony and terror, his face contorted by the speed of motion and the overwhelming surge of emotion. He screamed in agony through the void, utterly helpless. At that moment a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, tearing the space apart with blinding blue light. The entire surrounding forest was blown away by the terrible pressure as a roar echoed while his body was swallowed by the surge of energy. While bracing himself, Shin Hyuk couldn't hide his frustration and confusion, grinding his teeth and cursing inwardly. "This crazy old man, did I say something wrong, master? What is this even about?" Yu Riang's voice rang out sternly, suppressing all protest as if the pain meant nothing compared to what was coming. "I told you to endure it. Stop crying and focus." Waves of pain surged until his head felt like it would explode, every word echoing in his mind. "What the hell are you doing?" He wanted to give up, but the pain robbed him of speech. He pictured it brutally, like having all his wisdom teeth pulled without anesthesia. Recalling the grave look when they met, Shin Hyuk suddenly felt something strange inside him. His master's chi, entering his body, was heading toward a different acupoint, not the original one. He vaguely realized there seemed to be a wall inside him that his master was trying to pierce. Shin Hyuk was stunned and horrified as he witnessed Yu Riang swing a hammer down on a metal forge with terrifying force. The gigantic hammer struck as if to crush space itself. He couldn't understand what his master was doing. Why drill into acupoints not in the mind method? A dense wave of energy, electric light flashing like thunder, enveloped Yu Riang's hand as he transmitted internal power to Shin Hyuk. Shin Hyuk ground his teeth and clenched his jaw, straining to endure, wondering how long his master's chi had been pouring into him. A terrifying sensation as if his soul were being torn burst over him, like some creature being cut out of his chest, an animal being ripped apart accompanied by cracking sounds. Yu Riang suddenly exclaimed, as if he just passed a barrier he wasn't sure he could clear. How can a young kid's body hold so much impure chi? Finally, we've broken through. You're enduring very well. After training, he staggered, breath ragged and body spent, with just enough strength to whisper, I don't know what that was, but I'm not doing it a second time. Master, is it over? Yu Riang's face fell silent in thought. His eyes were cold, the corner of his mouth curling in scheming calculation. Yu Riang immediately transmitted mana again, catching him off guard. He screamed out, not there. Somewhere beside it. The intense pain knocked Shin Hyuk unconscious for a long while. A faint scent brushed past his nose. The fragrance snapped him awake. Annoyed at being tormented, he snapped back angrily. I'll sue you. Yu Riang nonchalantly slurped the hot noodles, coolly remarking, it's really good, sesame noodles are the best. He offered a bite as an apology. Looks like you recovered, want a forkful? Shin Hyuk flew into a rage, eyes wide and fist raised as he shouted, No, master. What did you do to my body? His voice trembled with anger and fear. You gave me no explanation and suddenly told me to endure. What did I do wrong? Shin Hyuk blurted out, collapsing. Yu Riang glared as if incredulous that someone he'd helped would dare speak insolently. Collapsing? Oh my god, I'm furious. This kid. After all my effort to help? How dare you say that? What do you mean? Still angry, Yu Riang raised his fist and aimed a blow at his disciple's insolent face. Quick as a reflex, Shin Hyuk dodged, grinning smugly and taunting, so you avoided it. Huh? At that moment he was dazed as if just awakened, unable to believe the reflex he'd just displayed. Dodged? Me? Shin Hyuk, astonished, shook his head slightly and pointed to the spot that had just moved. Yu Riang's voice rang with pride. See, you dodged. Looks like my effort wasn't wasted. Still stunned and unsure if he had simply been lucky to avoid the strike, Shin Hyuk begged, Master. No, what is it? Master, can you do it again? Seeing Shin Hyuk act self-conscious, Yu Riang frowned, his face irritated and annoyed. Suddenly playful, Yu Riang tested his reflexes, launching a flurry of kicks at the boy. This kid gets a few spirit medicines and already thinks he's on my level? This dodge disciple. The boy could only helplessly cover his head and stammer. No, it's not like that. I'm sorry. The noodle bowl had been cleaned out. Pummeled relentlessly, he could only clutch his head and shout in despair. Master, please explain. What did you do to me? Yu Riang sighed, his tone calm but proud as if he'd just performed major surgery with his internal skill. I told you the ginseng still had a lot of potency. Letting that go to waste would be a shame. So I added some of my internal energy to open your Ren and Du channels. His eyes widened as a concept he'd only read about in martial novels became real. The Rendu channels. He vaguely remembered reading that they are fast-flowing meridian streams running straight through the body's center. He murmured as he pieced theory into practice. Previously, when circulating the Great Heavenly Cycle, the meridians used were the complex 12 principal meridians. Proudly, he realized he could now instantly circulate through both the Ren and Du channels. The memory of the fight snapped him to attention. The lightning-fast punch finally made sense. Shin Hyuk scratched his head, awkwardly watching Yu Riang's back. No wonder Master's strike felt so fast. Now I understand that something opened up earlier. Wait, in most martial novels, opening this makes you insanely strong. He immediately asked, eyes shining, Master, does this mean I've become a super top-tier expert now? Yu Riang turned his head slightly, cold-eyed, and said, Don't get carried away. He shouted in panic, What do you mean don't get carried away? Yu Riang pointed at him with a look of exasperation as if he'd heard the day's stupidest thing. Your conscience. You just crawled out of the low ranks and already want to be super top tier? There's first rank, peak, and super peak. How dare you skip the peak and jump 2 tiers? Despite the scolding, he nonchalantly dodged Yu Riang's strike, brimming with confidence after his body's dramatic change. After all he'd been through. Before he could finish, Yu Riang interrupted, annoyed. Dodge both of them. In the end he still took a hit, a lump swelling on his head, yet he remained composed. Yu Riang snapped back. Kid, I'm the one who worked hard. You worked hard? He scolded angrily. You ate a bit of 100-year ginseng and already think you can leap levels. Pouting, he stood and raised his hands in protest, shouting Yu Riang's earlier praise back at him. You said the medicine was potent. Yu Riang, calm but peeved, turned away and explained evenly. It's only because it was good that I could reluctantly open your Ren and Du channels. To jump 2 tiers you'd need a 10,000-year snow ginseng or a sea dragon heart. He clenched his teeth, face reddening in anger as reality and martial novel fantasy blurred in his mind, forcing his reason to reel him back. Am I really thinking this world is a martial novel? Where would that stuff even come from? Yu Riang reassured him. Reaching the peak realm is already a fast achievement, so don't be too disappointed. Lowering his voice, the teenager looked at his master earnestly, hoping for more power right then. Master, can I use sword chi now? He calmly explained, that depends on you. You did say 1 strike to take out the deputy head would win, right? Shin Hyuk pictured a box opening to reveal lush green herbs. He came to fetch ginseng for exactly that reason. It might be a stretch, but 1 successful attempt would be enough, master. But looking at the situation, Yu Riang grew skeptical. 1 strike alone wasn't all that impressive. As the only martial artist in the world, Shin Hyuk's eyes flashed with determination and he bluntly objected. Don't say that, master. You don't know how strong an S-rank hunter can be. Yu Riang shook his head with a wry smile, turning away with a distant look as if speaking of gear boys. Not some hunter. If it's super top tier, when I roamed the Jianghu there were plenty at that level. Shin Hyuk nodded. Yes, I suppose that's true. He spoke displeased. You don't believe me? Back then, most of the truly powerful figures and elder masters of the major sects were at the super peak realm. He bowed his head and sighed. No, that level wasn't common. You should know your place. With a confident look, Shin Hyuk declared loudly, even if I lose, I only need to land 1 hit. He urged, come on, let's start training. Hearing this, the master sneered with implied derision. My disciple, it's because you act like this that you accomplish nothing. His tone grew heavier. He was no longer giving instruction but questioning his disciple's character, jolting Shin Hyuk into thought. Don't you feel anything training under the premise that you'll lose? The master's words struck him. A mediocre super peak claiming he'd accept defeat after a single hit. Yu Riang curled his lip in contempt. If it were me, I'd be furious and never be satisfied with just 1 hit. He stared at the ground, hollow inside. Each of his master's words mirrored the emotion he was trying to hide. I didn't ask you to beat me, he frowned, reconsidering. I just wanted 1 successful attack. Thinking it over, he admitted it was infuriating. Shin Hyuk clenched his fists. His master's remark wasn't about him lacking pride or a competitive spirit. Recalling Yu Riang's stern face, he remembered the proposal. A single successful attack would be recognized as coming from the deputy head. Shin Hyuk took a deep breath and tightened his denying hand. This isn't about winning or losing. I've accepted my limits as the standard the deputy head set. He lifted his head, eyes bright with resolve, hands trembling as he tightened them in anger. Master, your disciple has been thinking wrong, he declared firmly. The deputy head said 1 hit would count, but I should at least hit him 5 times. Yu Riang smirked mockingly as if he'd heard the funniest thing. Only 5 hits? 50 points, then, kid. He raised his brow in disbelief and repeated, No, master. 50 points? What do you mean? Yu Riang coughed reflexively, then ordered with authority, Follow me. I'll help you. Someone who reached the peak gets 100 points. He jumped up at once and watched Yu Riang's proud back as he walked away, nearly shouting in regret that he hadn't known sooner. 100 points? No, if that exists, you should have told me earlier. Yu Riang stopped and the corner of his mouth lifted. His voice took on an unusually serious tone. It's not my martial art, so I was very cautious about revealing it. At that, he tilted his head in confusion. Not your technique, master? What do you mean? Yu Riang's back seemed distant as he gazed off. His voice grew deep, recounting a long-past heyday. When I roamed the Jianghu, I met many people, but only 2 I could call friends. He said coldly, What I'm about to teach you now is a move one of them used. Hearing it came from a friend warmed Shin Hyuk. In his imagination, his master had always been a lone peak. Friends sharing techniques? Could friends really share martial arts? Yu Riang shook his head and snapped lightly. Nonsense. Except for disciples, you don't pass techniques to others. He recalled the fierce face-off between him and his rival and added, I simply fought him many times, so I naturally learned the secret of that move. He shivered slightly hearing the rule explained. In the martial world, stealing another's technique is a grave crime. But now, with almost no one using martial arts anymore, what difference does it make? The story made him more curious than ever. The image of a mighty figure launching a decisive strike at Yu Riang made him wonder, was that friend as strong as my master? Yu Riang smiled confidently, half proud, half nostalgic. Not stronger than me, but a formidable opponent. Once a peak-level expert above him bewildered me with this move. Shin Hyuk felt hot blood surge through him, nearly shouting in eagerness. Hurry and teach me, master. Yu Riang nodded slightly, his voice laced with expectation and a hint of vengeance. All right, use this to crush that deputy head's arrogance. A week later, a quiet hush settled over the small cafe on the street where everything seemed unchanged. A voice from inside, carrying curiosity and gentle reproach, called out, When you turned off your phone, you didn't say anything. So why are you contacting me today? Seora, holding a glass, beamed with excitement and laughed, trying to soothe Shin Hyuk's anger. She said she hadn't known her senior would make a killing on stocks, and added that today's meeting was about the drug from the other day. He frowned and questioned, the drug you mean is the Genesis I saw in Incheon, right? Seora's tone turned serious as she quickly answered, Yes, we've also received information that the drug was being sold in China. She went on to share another surprising detail. It seems they even tried to sell it in Japan and got caught. Recalling a few crates full of drugs, she said that although it wasn't our operation, she had to pass along all available information to her senior. And by the way, Seora's voice faltered as if hesitating over a sensitive subject. Then she asked directly, Is it true you'll spar with the deputy head? She held up her phone screen for Shin Hyuk to see, leaving him stunned. This is already spreading among the faculty? Pizza really works wonders, she hurried to clarify, sounding flustered as if to avoid misunderstanding. No, that's not it. An announcement was posted on the educational information system. Seeing the notice on her phone, his eyes widened and he blurted out in panic and despair. What? The announcement spelled everything out like a final shot, leaving Shin Hyuk no way out. It concerned the selection of outstanding teachers for semester 1. He pictured Mandong drafting the wording. For outstanding practical teachers chosen by the deputy head, results would be decided after a spar with the deputy head. Advantages would be awarded based on rank. To register for a spar, go directly to the deputy head's office. The announcement's last line sounded like a death knell for anyone who had already signed up. Registration and sparring would take place from today until the day before graduation. Seora, surprised that Shin Hyuk had no clue, asked, Who else signed up? When she named the familiar person, he was so shocked he spat out his drink. The worst delinquent in the grade, Lee Ji-sung. Seora stood there stunned and soaked from head to toe. Shin Hyuk still couldn't regain his composure after the news. Bewildered, he thought to himself, Lee Ji-sung, the protagonist. Caught off guard, Seora snapped angrily, Senior, did Lee Ji-sung do anything to you? Such a strange reaction. Only then did Shin Hyuk realize the situation. His face went pale as he stammered. No, I just choked on my drink. To ease the tension, he changed the subject. Speaking of which, is something going on with the department head? How did it turn out? Seora stopped pressing, but the topic made her scowl. How could it be otherwise? The kid's father is the director of Hua Xin Electronics and his grandfather is the chairman of Hua Xin Group. Just imagining Ji-sung's smug face disgusted her. Seora continued angrily. Maybe he used his influence behind the scenes so the victimized students were swept aside and I'm left to look like the fool. How bad is his attitude towards studying? If he were a normal kid, I'd want to deal with him right now. Contrasting her fury, he felt a little afraid and quietly ran through milestones in his head. Ji-sung had become the school's notorious delinquent. Right now, before the protagonist enters the body in the novel, this was exactly the period when Lee Ji-sung truly was a delinquent. After a moment's thought, he understood why Seora hated him so much. In the original story, Choi Seora also despised the protagonist. Seeing her so angry, Shin Hyuk gently urged her to calm down, saying he's still young and will probably get better with time. But Seora grew even more upset and retorted loudly, Senior, people don't change. He wanted to argue but didn't want to reveal too much, so he thought to himself, change? Zeora, he'll change completely. Although the thing that will inhabit Lee Ji-sung's body 2 years later is selfish and domineering, it succeeds in repairing the disgrace Lee Ji-sung caused in the past. Shin Hyuk tried hard to change her view of him. The future is unknown, so be kind to him? Who knows? Zeora exploded further, petulantly saying she didn't like it. If that guy gets into the same senior class later, the senior will understand how she feels. Realizing he couldn't persuade her, Shin Hyuk gave up. With nothing left to say, he felt like a harmless extra. Hearing the name Lee Ji-sung, the protagonist, he finally truly felt like he'd been pulled into the novel. Zeora seemed to truly loathe Ji-sung. Even while eating, she kept grumbling about him. Hurry up and get to break, so I don't have to look at that guy. By the way, senior, break's coming up. Do you have any plans? Seeing she finally switched topics, he cheerfully shared, there's a new teacher training course, but I'm not too sure about it. When Shin Hyuk mentioned the course, Zeora asked with concern, will you be okay for that training? If you go, it'll be full of people from Hunter School. He knew that too and pondered, if things go smoothly, I might not have to attend, but it's not certain. Noticing Shin Hyuk seemed to intend to skip it, Zeora questioned, what do you mean? The rookie orientation is mandatory. He replied calmly, I heard if you become an outstanding teacher you're exempt. That's what the deputy head suggested. After hearing that, she fell silent, as if she suddenly realized something. Suddenly Zeora sprang to her feet and shouted, no way. So that's the purpose of the sparring matches, you crazy old man. Shin Hyuk quickly waved his hand to reassure her. No, it's not just for that reason. Zeora went pale with worry for his upcoming match and angrily scolded Shin Hyuk for his foolishness. That's Kim Mandong, known as the strongest of the top 10. Can someone ordinary like you even land a damaging blow? Hurt by her harsh words, he said in pain, why is she talking so harshly? Shin Hyuk found Zeora was blowing things out of proportion and couldn't help wondering. Treating a break like it's a matter of life and death is overboard. What's the deal? You're already deciding before the fight even happens? His remark astonished her so much she fell silent, unable to believe her ears. Suddenly Zeora stepped right up to Shin Hyuk's face, eyes scanning him from head to toe, making him blush with embarrassment as he stammered, what's wrong? She lowered her voice and asked suspiciously, you really do seem a little different. If this were before, you wouldn't have accepted such an offer. Zeora moved even closer, scrutinizing for anything unusual, while Shin Hyuk just felt awkward and thought to himself, getting too close. This is too much. After a moment of guessing, Zeora suddenly asked, can people really change? Caught off guard, Shin Hyuk said nothing, secretly thinking with alarm, sorry, I'm possessed too. No matter how much you twist a rooster's neck, dawn will still come. Time flew and it was already the day before graduation. At last the day arrived. The auditorium buzzed with non-stop cheers and everyone had been looking forward to it. The twin sisters were there too, and everyone was excited for the match. Zeora was also present to cheer for Shin Hyuk. However, the crowd's whispering couldn't be avoided. After beating teacher Jung last time, now he thinks he's better than everyone? Who does he think he is, acting so arrogant? You can tell he's not even a Hunter School graduate just by looking. They kept hurling contempt at Shin Hyuk, saying he didn't know his place yet still competed for the outstanding teacher title. Some even hinted he might have an unfair advantage. Jin-soo, standing behind, heard everything and felt indignant for his master. Come on, the deputy head is no joke. He could win with one hand tied. Still, facing the deputy head won't end nicely. I feel bad for him. But all Jin-soo did was curse inwardly and keep massaging his teacher to rally him. I heard every word, you people, he thought. Though not meant for him, his keen senses picked up everything. Shin Hyuk had heard enough and told him to leave. Hey, okay. Jin-soo, you should go up too. Hearing his teacher, Jin-soo begged to stay. I just want to stand closer to watch, please, sir. Please. Shin Hyuk said nothing more and simply watched the shouting crowd. The deputy head's announcement was only on the administrative system for teachers to see. Students not knowing time and place was normal. He suspected some practical instructors who disliked him had deliberately leaked the info. He thought to himself, tired of how the school's teachers treated him. They wanted him humiliated in front of many people, especially the students. Noticing so much chatter about him, Shin Hyuk turned to a student and asked, Jin-soo, does my reputation really stink that much? Jin-soo immediately leaned in to tell him, don't say it out loud. The other teachers talk bad about you a lot, saying you're putting on a show to become an outstanding teacher. He added, trying to comfort Shin Hyuk. Of course we know you're not like that. Seeing Jin Su so eager to back him up, Shin Hyuk could only give a wry smile and reply, "Kid, that's enough." But not everyone hated Shin Hyuk. Suddenly a group stood up holding banners and cheered for him. "Go Kong Shin Hyuk! Let's party tonight. Milk color. Kong Shin Hyuk." Their cheers moved Shin Hyuk deeply. Though small in number, he was grateful. "Go, teacher Kong Shin Hyuk," he thought. Having even a few supporters was good. Suddenly someone shouted and caught his attention. "There! It's the deputy head!" At last Shin Hyuk's opponent appeared, and the auditorium erupted, screaming support for him. "Kim Man-dong! Kim Man-dong! The strongest hunter! Kim Man-dong!" Man-dong, thrilled, spread his arms to receive their welcome. Seeing the spectacle made Shin Hyuk envious. He arrived with such grandeur, and that smug, savoring attitude drove Shin Hyuk crazy. Not wanting to keep the audience waiting, he started warming up, put on his fighting gloves and called out, "Didn't expect so many of you. Are you ready, teacher Kong Shin Hyuk?" The system also displayed, Deputy Head Number 1 of Hunter School, S-Rank Hunter Kim Man-dong. Seeing him act clueless, Shin Hyuk muttered angrily under his breath, "Clueless my foot. Old man, you've advertised everywhere already." Still, outwardly he answered politely, "I've done my best." Man-dong continued in a condescending tone, "If you don't want to lose face, you should give it your all from the start. I'll yield the first attack, so when it begins, you go first." He said nothing but inwardly rejoiced that his calculation had been right, perfect. He really yielded the first attack. High-ranking hunters yielding the first attack was common practice, but since it wasn't clearly specified he had worried. Thanks to that, all preparations for a decisive blow were complete. With both ready, the referee stepped forward to announce the rules. "I'll repeat the rules once more, then we'll begin." The hall fell silent to hear the referee. With the advantage applied, teacher Kong Shin Hyuk needed only a single successful effective strike against the deputy head to win. After stating that, he turned to ask Man-dong, "Deputy head, do you agree to these conditions?" He answered in a low voice, "Of course." Next the referee asked Shin Hyuk, "Teacher Kong, do you agree?" He nodded and added a reminder to the referee, "Yes, but please step outside once the match starts. It could get a bit dangerous." Hearing that, the referee bristled, about to refuse. "What? No, teacher Kong is A rank." Then Man-dong cut in, agreeing to Shin Hyuk's condition. "I'll follow teacher Kang's request." The referee, hearing this, didn't object, understood. With nothing else to add, the referee announced loudly, "Then the sparring match to select the outstanding teacher for semester 1 will begin." Both bowed. The referee shouted the command, "To your positions." Once everything was set, he raised his hand to declare, "On my mark." As his arm dropped and the whistle blew, the referee loudly opened the match. "Sword fight, begin." The atmosphere tightened. Everyone focused on their every move as Shin Hyuk gripped his sword tightly. Suddenly memories flooded back to the day his master gave him this sword. "Disciple, take this." "Master, what is this?" His master smiled brightly and explained, "Of the two I mentioned, one is a pure swordsman. This blade is quite sharp. If you learn sword techniques, your weapon must match." This only steeled Shin Hyuk's resolve. His eyes locked on his opponent as he slowly drew his sword, repeatedly reminding himself that he had only one chance. The very first strike when Kim Man-dong allowed the attack. The moment the blade slid from its sheath, it erupted in a mysterious blue flame that shimmered eerily. The fire not only radiated searing heat but carried an imposing aura. The audience watching the spectacle could hardly contain their excitement. The twin sisters gasped in surprise. "It's an auroral blade. Teacher Kong isn't just B rank, is he?" Whispers broke out non-stop. Only an A rank could wield an auroral blade. Shin Hyuk said nothing, thinking to himself that students were amazed by the sword aura, while teachers wouldn't outwardly react. Man-dong was slightly surprised too, but quickly composed himself and asked, "An auroral blade? That's not all, is it, teacher Kong?" Shin Hyuk answered confidently, "Of course, deputy head." Without another word, Shin Hyuk dropped into a low stance, ready to strike. The murderous intent radiating from him was so heavy the air grew stifling, and the flames along his sword quickly spread over his whole body, making his opponent's hairs stand on end. Man-dong stared in astonishment at the terrifying power he was projecting. Others no longer dared to underestimate him and cried out in alarm, "Hey, isn't that an auroral blade?" "What, an auroral blade? That's a skill only S-rank hunters can use. Maybe it just looks like one. The crowd seemed unable to take their eyes off Shin Hyuk's display. Wherever he swung, the flames followed, carving cuts that were as beautiful as they were powerful. Oddly like the auroral sword he'd seen on Witube. He ignored the chatter, fixed his gaze on Mandong, and remembered his master's warning that the blade was useless in real combat. Yet the deputy head's arrogance had finally given him an opening. He didn't act immediately as most would. Instead, he stood there pouring all his strength into the sword. Normally, the first strike is conceded to probe with a light attack, not to be built up to full force like this. Witnessing this dreadful buildup of power made Mandong uneasy. He silently tried to figure out Shin Hyuk's plan. An auroral blade? The charge time is long. It doesn't seem fully mastered yet. Seeing him still not attack, Mandong warned, "Teacher Kong, it looks like you can strike now." Despite his urging, Shin Hyuk did not move, steadfastly following his plan. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Deputy Head, but this isn't over yet." He raised his sword high. The blue flame exploded in a furious blaze, engulfing the blade in brilliant light as waves of heat rippled outward and lit up the whole arena. He was determined to execute this technique. To secure victory, he unleashed the supreme martial art his master had taught him. He had been stunned the first time he heard its name. The Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. The power was so overwhelming it blasted everything around. Even Jin-Soo was terrified of the technique. Damn. With his energy fully charged, Shin Hyuk prepared to strike and announced solemnly to Mandong, "I'm attacking now, Deputy Head." Meteoric ravaging demon steel. A horrifying gust slammed through, fierce enough to seem intent on sweeping everything away. The wind forced Mandong to immediately take a defensive stance to avoid being blown clear off. As Shin Hyuk thought, he swung his sword for the decisive blow. The blade became a whirlwind, ravaging everything in its path. Without hesitation, that raging blue flame surged straight at the deputy head with unrelenting destructive force, as the move's name implied. Indeed, one of his master's two closest friends and the original wielder of this art was the legendary Great Demon, the Heavenly Demon. Rewinding to earlier, when Shin Hyuk's master first revealed a secret to him, it was earth-shattering enough that Shin Hyuk had cried out in surprise. "What?" He had trailed behind Yu Riang, still unable to believe what he'd heard. "Your master is friends with the Heavenly Demon?" Yu Riang calmly replied. "So there are also fake Heavenly Demons? Huh. But how could he know him?" Shin Hyuk was still too stunned to speak. He looked at his master with utter admiration. "Your best friend is the Heavenly Demon?" The simple reason he was so astonished was that anyone who'd read a few martial arts novels would know the name. The Heavenly Demon, a master of the demonic cult, also called the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, a massive power on par with the orthodox schools, dividing the Jianghu into righteous and evil. Even while his own story was still being serialized, the Heavenly Demon was a hugely popular topic. A brooding appearance, overwhelming martial arts, an irresistibly captivating character with everything readers loved. Lately, the Heavenly Demon has been crossing into fantasy worlds to hunt dragons, or being reborn in the present as a crime boss, or even opening a bakery after reincarnation. If you haven't read the novels, you've probably still heard the name. After recounting the legend he'd heard to his master for a moment, Shin Hyuk mumbled on. He didn't remember clearly, but thought he'd seen something while researching old tales. Hearing him, Yu Riang couldn't help laughing. "He is pretty famous in the Jianghu, but he's never beaten me once." Still, Shin Hyuk had doubts, thinking to himself that if the Heavenly Demon could fight a dragon, he'd have to be very powerful. But a close friend being the Heavenly Demon? Curious, he asked further, "Master, you said you had two close friends, right? Who's the other one?" Yu Riang stopped and sketched a quick picture for him. A man named Zhang, something like 3 winds, always babbling about Taiji and drunk as a skunk. Looking like a rambling Taoist priest who founded some sect called Mo-Dang or Marshall Dang or something, you know? After that description, Shin Hyuk went blank, at a loss for words. His head spun like a mess. He couldn't believe Yu Riang's circle of friends was that outrageous. What? Zhang 3 Winds, a top master in the martial world, known as the founding ancestor of the Marshall Dang school? Back to the battle at hand. Shin Hyuk was pouring energy into the sword, and it absorbed it well, layer upon layer of condensed force building on the blade. This was a fierce, shredding martial move born from the cracks caused by that stacking, countless shards of condensed energy exploding like meteors. Meteoric devastation demon steel. With that technique, a single swing unleashed countless brilliant blue flames like furious beasts, roaring straight toward the deputy head with destructive power. The pressure was so tremendous that those outside could only gape, unable to believe their eyes. Not only that, the sturdy protective cage began to crack, fissures spreading like a spiderweb. The teachers assigned to defense were all tense, sweating as they poured every ounce of strength into holding the last barrier from collapsing. Ms. Yu, there's only one layer left. Please focus. Yes. Ms. Yu strained to the limit against Shin Hyuk's terrifying power, gritting her teeth and thinking, good heavens, the 3 prepared barriers against the Proctor. 2 have already broken. Proctor Jung Hyuk Sik isn't weak. Have I been underestimating someone like him all this time? Even the referee who doubted him earlier was now scared, inwardly thinking that if he'd still been in the ring, he would have been killed. He, like everyone else, had to look at him differently now. The referee thought, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, I don't know how you did it, but anyone looking in would see the power rankings are completely wrong. Finally, the technique ended and the dust began to settle. Shin Hyuk tightened his grip on the sword. Man Dong's large, solid figure grew clearer. Yet even that destructive force hadn't been enough to defeat him. That counted as a hit, right? Shin Hyuk thought helplessly, well, except for that monster. Though it didn't immediately take Man Dong down, the ferocious attack had left him battered. No part of him unscathed, his white robe torn, blood seeping from wounds. Deputy Head Kim Man Dong was now in a very awkward state, but there was no choice. Shin Hyuk held the hilt tight and resolved to fight to the end for his honor. This was the right path, wasn't it, Master? Student scores a 110. This can't go unnoticed. Seeing him finally engage, Man Dong wasted no time. He warmed up and readied his strike. Then I'm coming at you, Teacher Kong. The murderous aura radiating from him sent a chill down Shin Hyuk's spine, making him worry for his fate. Man Dong lifted his foot in what looked like an ordinary motion. But the moment he slammed down, the arena shook violently and in the blink of an eye shattered into fragments, followed by a choking cloud of dust. Seeing Man Dong's true power, Shin Hyuk turned pale, regretting his decision. What? He actually collapsed the entire arena? But it was all a trick to deceive Shin Hyuk. While the dust thickened, Man Dong vanished like a ghost. Shin Hyuk looked around warily. Where's the deputy head? Unbeknownst to him, Man Dong was standing motionless right behind him. Feeling the murderous intent, Shin Hyuk spun around in alarm. But it was too late. Man Dong seized the chance and delivered a killing blow to his head. Shin Hyuk could do nothing except scream, "Damn it!" Man Dong's eyes flashed with cold killing intent, without a shred of hesitation or mercy. Shin Hyuk was struck so hard his head hit the steel-hard floor. The impact jolted his whole body. Blood spilled from his mouth and stained the floor red. At that moment, Shin Hyuk's face went deathly pale. He staggered back a few steps, his throat tightening so he couldn't make a sound. He thought he actually collapsed the arena. He gripped his sword and looked around. Behind him, Man Dong had collapsed, his eyes blazing red. In a panic, he thought, where's the deputy head? Suddenly, a loud noise made him whirl around, eyes on high alert, hair flying in the wind. Damn! A panicked voice shouted. Man Dong seemed berserk, veins bulging on his face as he gritted his teeth and unleashed a full-force punch at his opponent. He glanced up. Those red, murderous eyes looked as if they wanted to devour everyone there alive. Shin Hyuk was knocked away. Blood sprayed from his mouth. His body went numb and he couldn't fight back, his eyelids slowly drooping. The scene cut to another place. The youth slowly opened his eyes to a strange sight. A warm pink ceiling above him, an unfamiliar room. A hazy light filtered through his heavy eyelids. A dizzying vertigo hit him like waking from a nightmare, his breath ragged and chest heaving. This is the infirmary? He slowly opened his eyes wide, lay on the bed and rubbed his head, staring off into the distance, thinking he'd probably met the Grim Reaper again. He must have really fainted. He propped his hand to his face, eyes closed, his expression dark as he lay motionless on the bed. Suddenly Shin Hyuk's eyes snapped open, sparkling like 1,000 stars. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. How joyful. He remembered the moment the man had charged in furious, face darkened, eyes full of killing intent as the opponent hurled forward. The principal had burst in from a shadowed corner and smashed the arena to pieces. He'd taken a brutal blow. His eyes widened, the whites exposed like he'd been shocked, his face twisted by the punch. He thought of his master's mad dog tactic, to disgrace and sever. Sacrifice flesh for bone, sever the bone. Rather than block the old man's terrifying punch with his sword, he used his left hand to brace it. His face showed panic. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Even though he channeled his inner energy in, his bones still shattered with excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth against the agony and slashed across the deputy head's left arm with his sword. It felt like striking metal, not flesh, but just before the punch sent him crashing to the ground he had seen it clearly. A small but distinct cut marred the deputy head's shoulder, small, under an inch yet visible. Lying on the bed clutching his stomach, he laughed in a crooked smile, eyes crinkling. Surely the deputy head won't stubbornly claim that wound was useless. I'll definitely go demand exemption from training. A woman slowly drew back the curtain and caught his attention. Teacher Kong, you're awake? In front of him was the medical officer, Kim Seon-hwa. She looked at the patient with some relief, her eyes curved and cheeks flushed with pleasure. You were unconscious for about 4 hours. Luckily you're awake now. Hearing that, he thought to himself, a medical teacher? I don't recall this character in the original. He slowly propped himself up on the bed, looking dazed and slightly guilty as he said, Thank you for staying because of me. He sat up gradually and raised his hand, but it wouldn't move as he willed. His hand felt limp and bruised, and he stared at it in bewilderment. Seon-hwa gently pushed him back down, smiling as she waved one hand and explained, The bones are completely shattered. Even with the treatment it will take about 2 more hours for feeling to return, so just rest a bit longer. He looked at her, puzzled. This is the kind of recovery I'd read about in books. I thought it was Wanung, but it has its inconveniences. She held up one finger cheerfully and said, The deputy head specifically asked me to watch over Teacher Kong until you woke up. I'm in the dorm anyway, so don't worry. He forced a smile and tried to lift the corners of his eyes. I see. That old man, no, deputy head. I'm fine. You can go back to the dorm now. She stepped to the foot of the bed and, her tone slightly dark, said, I don't want to. He blinked, startled, and managed, Huh, leaning against the bed. She replied soberly. My father told me to go home at curfew, but I waited on purpose. Then she brightened, eyes shining as she said happily, I'm a little interested in Teacher Kong. He froze like a statue, his gaze drifting, eyes wide as question marks formed above his head. He slowly calmed and asked quietly, Me? Teacher, what did you just say? She looked at him blankly, cocked her head and asked back, Interested? He waved his hand nervously, a bead of sweat on his face. No, just now you mentioned your father. Did I mishear? I just slipped up. Pretend you didn't hear, she said. No one at school knows about it. Hearing that, his face drained of color. He gaped, then clenched, eyes white, and muttered an apology for calling the man an old geezer. She bent over to study his composed expression and said, I was already a bit interested before today's match, but you're really cool. I never expected Teacher Kong could fight my father like that. He closed his eyes and replied calmly, But I fainted, so the deputy head must have one. The woman beside him answered slowly, Yes, that's the ruling. She smiled with visible interest, brow slightly furrowed, eyes bright as she looked at him, cheeks flushed. Still, I don't think Teacher Kong actually lost. The attack you showed at first was truly amazing. I bet many people feel the same. Seeing her like that, he thought helplessly that she was much simpler than he'd expected, very different from her father. Seon-hwa stepped forward with a bag full of letters. Look, these are things the students left while Teacher Kong was recovering. He picked up a letter and stared at it in confusion. Shin Hyuk involuntarily asked, Letters? He slowly read the notes. Teacher, even in defeat you fought so well. Teacher Kong, when you recover let's go grab a drink. As he held the letters he couldn't help smiling. This one's probably from Eun Seo, and this must be from Teacher Park. Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk, you're so handsome. I trusted you. Read a boy's note. The student frowned and said, Jin Su's attitude for the second semester will be a 0. One letter suddenly caught his attention. He opened his eyes wide and stared at it. Shin Hyuk slowly reached out and pulled that letter from the stack. The letter contained just 4 simple words. Thank you, teacher. It made him smile. All right, that's enough. Seon-hwa stood before him, clapping and smiling. So, you don't feel completely defeated anymore, do you? Lying on the bed with a proud look, he replied, That's right. Besides, I hope they'll excuse me from the training course. She looked puzzled and asked, Exempt from training? He lay there and answered slowly, Actually, I accept because I heard that if you become an outstanding teacher with the rank of colonel, you get exempted from the new teacher training course. Hearing his answer, she smiled with interest and chuckled. You have your quirks, don't you? Why don't you give it a try? Calling it training aside, it's actually kind of fun. He reached out and looked down at his hand, eyes full of feeling. I came from a non-hunter school, so I figured nothing good would come of going. Even getting my first posting, I had to fight for honor for similar reasons. She patted her chest and said, Teacher Kong, not all the practical instructors here hate you. I only work in the infirmary, but I've been curious about you, Teacher Kong. Look forward to next semester, she said. No fool will turn their back on someone talented like you just because you didn't come from a hunter school. He scratched his head sheepishly and forced a smile. Now you're doing psychotherapy on me too. Let's be closer from now on. I'll save your number, she said. Yes, I'll transfer the friendship fee monthly, he joked, slightly uneasy that she was the deputy head's daughter, but relieved to have a good friend. At the sprawling school, its dominant color black-blue and its grounds glossy and vast, a large playing field lay in front while a big mountain with broad, green trees rose behind. Thanks to the fantasy world's miraculous healing, I recovered my memory in a day and could safely attend the graduation ceremony the next day. Teacher Man Dong stood before the lectern with a stern expression. The outstanding teacher for semester 1 was Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk of the swordsmanship class. Fortunately, the old man kept his promise and I earned the title of outstanding teacher. Some staff felt it unfair. One raised a hand and said, Deputy Head, I don't understand why Teacher Kong, who didn't even win, became outstanding teacher. Of course, a few teachers objected. Hearing that, the deputy head replied calmly, Teacher Choi, do you want a duel now? Faced with that question, the teacher had no further objections. He scratched his head and forced a smile, and the deputy head dismissed it by saying only Teacher Kong had signed up to fight, so there was no choice. Also, come to think of it, something strange had happened. As Shin Hyuk walked down the hallway, a voice called out, getting his attention, Teacher Kong, congratulations. 3 teachers approached to greet him, smiling and waving. Shin Hyuk cheerfully returned the gesture. Thank you. A few practical instructors struck up small talk. Of course, it was just a light morning greeting. He stood before them, awkwardly scratching his head. Too bad I didn't get to greet you this term. Please help me next term, he thought. It was amazing. He hadn't expected such a sudden change. In the classroom, the loudspeaker droned on with the graduation ceremony, making students grimace and pull at their hair. So, students, finally, I just want to add one thing. Summer break. As I stepped into class, the principal's speech continued and the graduation wrapped up. The twins on Suk and Eun-soo looked up and asked in unison, Teacher, we're getting together with friends to go to the beach over break. Will you come? Min-hee's uncle has a vacation house there. Please come with us, teacher. Shin Hyuk reached out and declined calmly. I'm busy. On Suk. You guys just have fun without me. He thought to himself. It's summer break, and I still have to put up with you? I have my own life, you know. Lee Jin-soo pouted prettily beside him in a syrupy voice. Teacher, come with us. The boy next to him covered his mouth to stop himself from retching and muttered. Lee Jin-soo is disgusting. Stop it. Seeing their behavior, someone clapped loudly and said, No. Teacher's busy during break. The graduation's over. Go home. Disperse. The students below chorused. Have a great vacation, teacher. After the sweet summer break earned from the battle with the deputy head, his phone began buzzing. One message after another arrived. On the phone screen was a message from Kim Seon-hwa. Teacher Kong, I've gathered enough members. Tap to reply. He picked up the phone and smiled, thinking to himself, all right, let's do something big and exciting together. He decided to start a side gig. Investing in election-themed stocks and scraping together every last coin had been fairly successful. Even so, it was why I still considered taking on extra work during this lousy break. Actually, it's because my account is basically a bottomless pit. Right now, I feel like a frog dropped into boiling water, panicking. Damn it, the repayment for the investment loans was much larger than I thought. Master's food, reinvestments, interest, taxes, loan repayments, and other expenses. The bulk of the remaining money was reinvested into Lee Ji-sung's company, so there's almost nothing left. Holding the phone, I felt utterly exhausted. Long-term investing meant avoiding debt was the right move, but now I have to hustle with side work to grow capital for the next round. Kim Seon-hwa, Teacher Kong, I've gathered enough members. Yes, which day is good? But how do we raise the money? Through that teleportation gate. Last night, after the match with Kim Man-dong, while I was in the infirmary, I heard other teachers' summer plans from Kim Seon-hwa. Seon-hwa had said most practical instructors pick up extra work by using that teleportation gate. Practical teachers' salaries aren't tiny, but income from the gate is in a different league. You're a hunter too, Teacher Kong, so you probably know, she added. The teenager could only smile awkwardly and reply, "Actually, I don't know much about it. I came from a non-hunter school, so I'm basically just a porter." The girl beside him was genuinely surprised. "Oh my god. How can someone that strong be treated like a porter? If it were our party, we'd have been scrambling to recruit you." Shin Hyuk smiled, satisfied, and answered slowly, "Just hearing that is thanks enough for me." But the space around them quickly fell silent. He pictured a scenario he really didn't want to happen. "Teacher, could it be?" The girl opposite beamed with excitement. "Yes. Both to warm up our friendship and to tour the teleportation gate. What do you think, teacher?" The teenager could only reply awkwardly, by the way, what's the pay like?" Hearing that, the others were delighted. "The teleportation gate. Let's go." He looked down at the classroom from above with some reluctance. The bet with Kim Man-dong was basically won, and if he made a big haul from the gate and stocked up on snacks, Master would definitely be pleased. Then again, getting to experience the teleportation gate I read about in novels was thrilling. I wondered what kind of teammates we'd get. These things hinge on good party composition. Considering Kim's profession, we'd likely have a reliable front line. Having a tanker to soak damage and buy time for the mages is essential. It would also be great to have a carefree bald guy. But to his surprise, the person who appeared next was a pretty girl. "Hi everyone. I'm Hong Yi-seol. Nice to meet you." Shin Hyuk smiled a bit sheepishly and greeted her. "Bald guy? No, nice to meet you." Manhwa, grinning excitedly, began to introduce her. "Yi-seol's a longtime friend and my father's top disciple. A trustworthy teammate who's worked with me for years." Hearing that, Yi-seol felt a bit awkward and asked, "Manhwa, isn't it supposed to be a secret that the deputy head is your father?" She simply responded with a bright smile. "It's fine. This is teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. He performed spectacularly in the match with my father recently." Yi-seol, skeptical and a little incredulous, asked, "He managed to attack your master successfully? Let's walk and talk more about it." "Teacher Kang, where are your things? I'll load them onto the cart for you." He smiled cheerfully and pointed to the sword in his hand. "I don't have separate luggage. This is all I need." The others seemed a bit surprised by that. Then she glanced doubtfully at her close friend. Is he really okay? No armor, only a sword? But she hadn't expected him to keep that excited smile the whole time. "He's fine, he'll be fine." "No, but isn't that a bit much?" The conversation over there actually made the teenager feel a little embarrassed. "I heard everything," he thought, and he really didn't expect it. He'd assumed a bulky, rough man would show up. Instead, there turned up a monster even rougher. Currently a hunter, later to become the high school's wrestling instructor, an A-rank hunter Hong Yi-seol. She is Kim Man-dong's disciple, a capable fighter who beat Lee Ji-sung throughout the term. The final scene where she lost to Lee Ji-sung and fell for him left a deep impression. Their car sped along the long road. "Okay, I'll explain today's plan. Our destinations are the 4-person C-rank teleportation gate and the 4-person D-rank teleportation gate. Those two." Yi-seol, seated across from him, spoke gently. "Teacher Kong and Manhwa are both B-rank. I'm a rank. So we could enter a 4-person B-rank gate. But for safety during the break, we won't enter gates above C-rank." He heard that and calculated carefully. From highest S-rank down to lowest D-rank, teleportation gates are divided into 5 tiers. From what I researched, even a 1-rank difference can mean a huge difference in profit. Sitting in the back, he couldn't help speaking up. "Seol, I thought we'd go straight to a B-rank gate today." "Absolutely not," she replied. "A 4-person gate isn't called that for nothing." The girl looked back with a scornful expression and continued. "Besides, with your gear you definitely can't. We'll go to a C or D-rank gate. Save the B-rank for later, when there's a 3-person gate." He had no choice but to sigh. It would be hard to get the profits he hoped for. Manhwa in front smiled brightly. "What a pity. With Teacher Kang's strength you should be fine. It's better to listen to Yi-seol here." The girl still couldn't believe her master agreed to someone like that. Kang Shin Hyuk. So arrogant. Her master must have held back in the fight, asking for profit from a B-rank gate with no equipment. People like that always have accidents in teleportation gates. To teach him about safety, I should give him a lesson, she decided, speaking up from the front to probe him. "Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, profit seems important to you. So what about this idea?" What she said next was a bit harsh. "Of the gates we plan to run, you'll clear the 4-person D-rank gate by yourself. If you finish it solo, you'll have exclusive rights to the profit, and once your ability is proven I'll consider a B-rank gate. What do you think?" He couldn't have cared less about those words. Smiling broadly, he replied, "Really? If you do that, I'll be very grateful." She was left speechless. She didn't hesitate for a second. Although D rank is 2 tiers below B rank and seems easier, it's not a 4-person dungeon to be taken lightly. "Let's see him struggle and hit the wall," she added. They quickly reached the gate and presented the required documents. "A rank Hunter Hong E Seol, here's my ID," she said. After identity was confirmed, the attendant nodded and said, "Please enter when you're ready. The accompanying B rank hunter will enter first. We'll follow after." Shin Hyuk looked straight ahead, his mind filled with speculation. This was the D rank teleportation gate. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. For some reason he felt as if a legendary swordsman would be inside eating instant noodles when he stepped through. The girl next to him carefully reminded him, "The time limit is 1 hour. If it's not completed within that time, Sienhua and I will go in." Shin Hyuk nodded cheerfully and replied, "Yes, I'm very confident, so leave it to me." He even calculated each step carefully. "Good. This is a perfect chance for someone with no monster fighting experience like me. This Hong E Seol is much more approachable than how she appeared in the novels." E Seol over there couldn't understand what the heck was going on. Why was he grinning like that? What a rookie boy. Sienhua, worried, asked, "Teacher Kong, even though it's D rank, 4-person dungeons are pretty tough. Are you okay going in alone?" But he cheerfully replied, "I'll be fine. See you in an hour." The first teleportation gate that Lee Ji-sung went through when he time-traveled from being an ordinary student. During training, Lee Ji-sung also practiced swordsmanship far beyond ordinary levels and easily cleared the D-rank gate. Even the martial art I began training for an honorable duel with Master Zhang somehow reached its peak without me noticing. I thought I was training just to protect myself, but for some reason it feels like I'm drifting farther away from a peaceful life. In a way, as Kong Shin Hyuk, the Academy's swordsmanship instructor, I'm gradually adapting to this world. I quickly stepped into the area beyond that gate. I was genuinely surprised by the sight before me. I'd heard the teleportation gates could contain boiling lava or desert-like areas and other spectacular scenery, but it turned out mountainous terrain was the most common. I walked slowly forward, scanning the surroundings. The blue border around the teleportation gate marks the safe zone. Right? That means below this line it's not unusual to be attacked anywhere. Then I sat down on the ground and thought it through carefully. With mountain terrain, there probably won't be monsters using complex magic or undead, those unnatural revenants. In novels, this kind of terrain usually has lots of animal-type and mineral-type monsters. A strong aura quickly emanated from my body. I'll search for the nearest ones first. This power spreads far and wide. If it's hard to pinpoint enemies, sense out in all 4 directions. I closed my eyes and thought, those with keen senses can locate you, but short of posting a notice or asking around, there's no better way to find people. The power from within me poured through the dungeon. Under the cliffs, in the woods, there were signs at 11 o'clock, about 3 of them. After identifying the targets clearly, I grabbed my sword again and sprang up. With my master, I'm usually the one chased, but today I'm the one seeking, so it feels oddly thrilling. With a bright grin, I dashed downward. "Come on, let's go." The teenager moved easily through this hilly terrain with his strength, the 4-person D-rank teleportation gate. The monsters over there seemed to have noticed someone approaching. They let out several bloodthirsty growls. This was my first time experiencing the ruined world of hunters. My steps forward felt incredibly powerful. I glanced up and assessed carefully. Adult-sized, fast. Standing in their stronghold, I felt no fear. They're good climbers and their cries are extremely annoying. Giant gorillas, right? This first hunt has begun. Across the way, a giant gorilla reared up, its massive body letting out terrifying roars. I looked up and couldn't help sighing. Compared to monsters in higher rank gates, these are weaker, but their moss stone drop rate is significantly lower relative to their numbers, so hunters don't favor them. In novels, their hides sell for a good price, but compared to the effort of catching those agile beasts, it's hardly worth it. One of them suddenly lunged down from above at breakneck speed, but seeing that didn't frighten me at all. Instead, I happily analyzed the situation. Of course, that kind of struggle only applies to ordinary hunters. I darted forward and unleashed a powerful slash that completely felled the enemy. Red blood sprayed everywhere. The teenager looked at his keen blade with a faint, satisfied smile. Each one is worth a moss stone priced at 300,000 won. How much is all this worth? His face grew crazier than ever. Summer break is awesome. Amazing. The nearby monsters, seeing this scene, seemed to realize something was off. Even though they were roaring, they had to pause for a moment. Giant gorillas are fairly intelligent. If they determine an opponent can't be beaten, They'll climb trees and flee immediately. Their hides are thick enough to be used as armor material, and combined with their speed, pursuing them isn't easy. Ordinary D-rank hunters would surely struggle against this combination. But today, at this 4-person D-rank gate, it was truly a picture of hell unfolding. He looked at them and swung powerful slashes. Their hides sell for good money. If you skin them cleanly, the price would be high. I don't know the exact rate, but monopolizing a gate like this would be pretty lucrative. He stared ahead and sighed. Honestly, slicing monsters directly is kinda gross. Much grosser than what I read in novels. Good thing I previewed the Academy's audiovisual materials. The moment their blood suddenly spilled into his mouth, a strong catalyst seemed to trigger. The teenager couldn't help but stop and retch, clearly disgusted. The monsters in front of him finally realized something about the situation was wrong. They turned and saw the silhouette of a man seizing a sharp sword and charging straight at them. Screams echoed incessantly in their ears. Shin Hyuk ran full out from start to finish. They couldn't help feeling more terrified than ever and quickly turned to flee. As he ran, he began vomiting everywhere. The metallic smell of blood is really strong. It's gonna take time to get used to. I didn't expect it to smell so bad and look so ugly. I need to adapt quickly if I'm gonna enter the next gate. Then he vomited repeatedly in a messy way, calling out, "Wait for me, Hong Yi-seol. I'll be right back." Meanwhile, outside the gate, they seemed to realize something was wrong too. One of the two men turned and looked back with a suspicious glare. Then he warned the man beside him, "Hey, Corporal Gill, the teleportation gate looks a bit strange. Did you notice anything odd? It was blue before lunch, but now it looks almost purplish." "Hey, don't be ridiculous. Purple means it's an A-rank gate." Upon seeing that, the other man swore under his breath. Damn it, anger rising. He fired questions at them and the conversation instantly turned sour. "Hey, why didn't you say anything sooner? How long has it been like this? I just noticed. There was a hunter who went inside earlier. What should we do?" Okay. First report this to the squad leader." "What about the hunter who already went in? Aren't we supposed to check the safe zone first?" He checked his phone carefully. Seeing this, he cursed under his breath. "That kid. How could he go in? If the safe zone is gone, he'll die unfairly." He had no choice but to pull out his phone and contact higher authorities. "We're not hunters. This is the best course. If this really is an A-rank gate, at least 4 hunters of the same rank need to respond." The man beside him, startled by that, shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" The commotion quickly affected the 2 girls outside. Both panicked. "We have to find Teacher Kong right away." "Calm down. Kim Seon-hwa, first report this to the Hunter Management Bureau." Seon-hwa, frantic, said, "Even though it's rare, the gate suddenly turned a rank. Not even Teacher Kong can handle an A-rank gate alone." "Yi-seol, you know that. How did this happen?" The girl beside her quickly tried to reassure her friend. "First, calm down. You know the main cause of gate fluctuations. Sometimes the teleportation gate's level changes. First, there's the case where monsters inside the teleportation gate continuously eat each other and evolve. In that situation, except for special circumstances, the difficulty level won't spike suddenly. And second, there's the case of evolution by devouring the hunters who entered the gate." Yi-seol was carefully considering all possible scenarios right now, and especially in the second case the difficulty would rise significantly. Whether she liked it or not, Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk was probably. Seon-hwa stood there gripping her staff tightly and said seriously, "Don't look at me like that. It's definitely because the monsters ate each other and evolved." But the girl in front replied impatiently, "Teacher Kang's been gone for over an hour. I'm just being realistic." Guilt flooded in. This was my fault. I shouldn't have let him go in alone. For all we talk about safety, I was too indifferent to this emergency. She then seemed to have no other option and continued, "If we have to go, Seo-hwa, wait in the safe zone for supers. I'll go find Teacher Kong. I'm faster." Seon-hwa found that hard to believe. Yi-seol, the girl before her sighed resignedly. "If it were my master, he'd do the same. If he stubbornly refuses inside, I'll knock him out and carry him out. Promise me you'll turn back immediately if things get too bad." But the guard behind them, seeing how she looked, spoke up with a warning. "Hey, hunters, you've seen the gate's state. Are you really going in?" Yi-seol calmly put on her protective gear and said, "We need to at least confirm whether he's still alive. Please let us in." They truly had no other choice. Anyway, going in now was too dangerous. Yet the young man quickly interjected to stop them. "Let them go." He looked straight at the haughty girl over there and said slowly, "That's Hong Yi-seol. a disciple of Kim Man-dong. She can handle something. Worst case, Teacher Kong probably ran into the gate boss. An A-rank gate boss requires at least 4 A-rank hunters to take down. Maybe a giant venomous spider, a giant serpent, or an ancient orc. If things are really unlucky, an ogre, the nightmare of the deep forest, might appear. Xianhua stared at the distant gate with overwhelming anxiety. Teacher Kong, please just hunt near the entrance. But contrary to everyone's worry outside, inside the gate he cheerfully cut down monsters like they were toys, following the monster traces deep in. Looking up at the sky, he couldn't help exclaiming, "I've killed about 50 already and there's still no sign of completion. Could this gate have its own boss?" A gate disappears after 12 hours once all monsters are dealt with. The sky turning yellow is usually the completion sign. I thought there might be a unique boss because I sensed an enormous aura, but no matter how I think about it, it's strange. This is a D-rank gate. Even he didn't expect another gigantic monster to appear here. At the sight of the orc looming before him, an indescribable doubt rose up. Why is an individual like this appearing in an A-rank gate? A system notification quickly chimed in his ear. The monster is called the Nightmare of the Deep Forest. An ogre. Its presence truly inspires fear. When 3 A-rank hunters fight an ogre, 1 will definitely die. With 4, 1 will be severely wounded. Therefore, this is an entity that requires at least 5 people or more to handle. I know that, in novels, the protagonist also struggled against an ogre after being assigned the wrong gate. Of course, the novel's ogre had 2 heads, something that only appears in S-rank gates. If I fought it with 5 A-rank hunters, I might win, but the overwhelming feel is completely different from fighting people. Ogres are definitely dangerous. The system in his ear chimed again. The monster was now raising its fist to strike down. An ogre's strong bones and elastic tendons give it exceptional mobility, and its hide is so tough that sword strikes only leave scratches. A powerful punch was thrown in an instant. Facing this move, he was truly a bit stunned. Ogres are monsters with a very different grade of mana stone, so be warned. Standing before that mighty fist, all he could do was try to dodge. Test it again after you've fully mastered Aura Blade, that is, Sword Chi. Shin Hyuk looked straight at the hole that blow had just made and cursed inwardly a few times. Damn, 1 punch and the ground turns to that? 10 hits and it'd be a hot spring. Then again, it kept trying to stop him. What grade of mana stone would behave like this? According to Kong Shin Hyuk's memory, the value of an ogre mana stone is 10 million won per stone. That price shocked him into disbelief. His voice trembled with an indescribable greed. 10. Even his hands gripping the sword began shaking uncontrollably. 10 million, holy hell. In an instant he unleashed his most powerful technique straight at the monster over there, the celestial demon sword style. And Seol, meanwhile, was running and leaping through the deep woods, calling out loudly, "You Song!" A terrifying smile spread across Shin Hyuk's face as he attacked, bloodlust stirring with delight. Seol rushed forward at top speed. She had no idea how far she'd run from the safe zone. Once she entered the forest, Hong Seol went all out, her face set in serious appraisal as she scanned around and immediately spotted giant monkey corpses scattered about. Countless streaks of blood were visible in the air. The tracks weren't in one place but formed a path. The girl below looked on, calculating. This meant a chase had occurred between hunters and monsters. She seemed to brush something strange on the ground and couldn't help exclaiming, "This is vomit." She continued to reason calmly. Was Teacher Kong Shin Hyuk fighting so hard he was vomiting? We really shouldn't have let him go in alone. We should have gone together from the start. But she quickly realized something felt off. No, there were too many strange points if that were the case. The first corpse she saw was the same, and all the bodies found so far were identical. Most had their heads severed, and the cuts were perfectly clean. Giant monkeys are the fastest at their level. Their flesh and bones are very tough, and they hunt in packs, so even she couldn't easily take one down in a single strike. She thought more carefully. No dirty sword, even a famed blade, could make such clean cuts. Did he use a plasma sword? How is this person only B-rank? She began to conjecture. Wait. If so, these aren't torn apart wounds but signs of pursuit. The more Seol thought, the more bewildered she became. Why the vomiting? At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly came from behind. A giant monster with razor-sharp teeth finally revealed itself from the rear. She stood there completely stunned, unable to believe it. Seeing the monkey's cut, Hong Seol felt a momentary relief. That hope lasted only a moment. Hearing a roar from the other side of the forest, Hong Seol was certain Kong Shin Hyuk was dead. The girl could not believe what she just heard. The roar was, because she knew exactly what made that sound. An A-rank monster. The worst beast called the nightmare of the green woods. An ogre. Ordinary hunters would freeze and panic just hearing that crash. Even if they snapped out of it and ran, the outcome would be the same. The ogre's speed, crushing trees with its massive strides, was so fast it could easily catch a giant monkey sprinting at full speed. No need to think twice. The death of Teacher Kong was confirmed, and it must have detected my presence. I have to get out of here quickly. A sound from behind rang out again, leaving the young woman utterly incredulous. A thud. She grew hypervigilant. Ogres often growl for no reason even when not fighting. But if that roar was a sign, then a battle was beginning. She then bolted off in a panic to one side. Teacher Kong might still be alive. The nightmare of the green woods, something 5 A-rank hunters would have to band together to defeat. If Kong Shin-hyuk were still alive, even with me joining, the outcome wouldn't change. As she ran, she couldn't help swearing. I'm insane. Why run toward that place? If she ran back to the teleport gate now, she could have returned to safety. Although there was a small chance the ogre had picked up a scent and was coming. If Kim Seon-hwa was waiting in the safe zone to help, she might have survived. Even if something went wrong, could I return and face Seon-hwa after ignoring the chance of saving Teacher Kong? But when she saw the brilliant light ahead, she knew something was wrong. Oh man, no matter how much reason talked about safety, today she was a mess of contradictions. She quickly shouted, searching for the missing person, Teacher Kong. I'm Hong E-seol. If you hear me, respond. Her panic-stricken face ran through the forest calling, Teacher! Her eyes widened as she stared ahead in disbelief. Kong, because she saw a stream of brilliant light appear ahead. Her stunned face couldn't believe what she was seeing. That was an aurora. It was like a dreamscape. Kong Shin-hyuk stood there with a mad smile, beginning to swing his sword. It was a breathtaking sight. A powerful slash launched forward to strike. The boss over there was quickly felled with a scream that tore the air. She stared at the scene in utter shock. The ogre's outer hide, which normally regenerates strongly like a troll's and favors extreme defense, was being torn apart like a wet tissue. Even if Seon-hwa said otherwise and she refused to believe it, it couldn't be wrong. That was definitely Aura Blade. She looked over, sighed, and waved in greeting. I hurried as fast as I could because I didn't want you to wait, but there's another leader level 1. What the hell is this guy? How can he be so calm? The girl before him couldn't believe the sight. Teacher, how did you do that? The youth smiled and replied cheerfully, How? Oh, you mean that ogre? Before he finished, the girl quickly interrupted. No, forget the ogre. That streak of light is that Aura Blade. He sheathed his sword and answered calmly. Close, but not perfect. The ogre showed up unexpectedly, so I had to use it. Now I understand why E-seol wanted to go to the lower level area. E-seol couldn't believe it. This gate here has already turned into an A-rank. The youth beamed and pointed off to one side. Hey, if it's an ogre, besides the mana stones, the byproducts fetch high prices too. Wonder how much we'd get bringing them back. But when she looked toward that group of monsters, her face quickly drained of color. She immediately bent over and vomited, unable to hold herself together. Ugh. 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 The girl who had seen it sighed. Turns out she had a weak stomach. Shin-hyuk could no longer stand steadily. The scene before him spun and made him dizzy. He'd been vomiting so long the world had gone yellow. E-seol was genuinely flustered, unsure how to explain. Yes, it's yellow, a sign of completion. Let's go out and call the cleanup team. Hey, that man over there still can't stand. E-seol, wait for me a moment before we go out, please. After forcing herself to calm down, she finally caught her breath and asked, if possible, could E-seol accept credit for killing this ogre? The other person, hearing this, couldn't understand at all. What are you saying? Why give me the credit for the work you struggled to accomplish? He quickly clarified in detail. I don't like being noticed. Even if I'm a newborn with no gear, if a B-ranker like me took down an ogre, it would cause a huge fuss. E-seol looked at him utterly baffled. This person knew exactly what he had been dealing with and in what condition. Yet not only didn't he run away, he faced the ogre alone. She couldn't help but give a faint smile. Then she spoke softly and slowly. The careless one wasn't Teacher Kong. It was me. I'm sorry for misjudging you based on my first impression. There must be a reason you don't like attention, right? I don't know whether news of this will spread outside, but just consider me the one who defeated the ogre. Her delicate hands reached forward with genuine sincerity, asking for the teacher's guidance for the rest of this summer vacation. He looked at her, seeming a bit bewildered as well. She then returned his smile eagerly, though the excitement smelled a bit. Aftertaste from that bout of vomiting made everyone want to keep their distance. I look forward to your guidance, too. Of course, Seol was no exception. The moment she saw the scene, her face clearly showed disgust. She quickly withdrew her hands, looking embarrassed. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly awkward. Let's settle up, she said. Yes, A-rank gate complete. The scene shifted rapidly back to the teleportation gate. Xianhua had stood there waiting from the beginning to the end. The little girl's face carried worry, but also a hint of trust. At that moment her eyes widened, staring straight ahead in amazement, because she had finally seen the silhouettes she had been waiting for all this time. That beautiful face couldn't help but burst into tears. Strangely so, Kim Xianhua not only hugged him tightly when she saw him, but Hong Seol kept bowing and apologizing. Suddenly she realized something. The teenager's body was emitting a terrible stench. After hearing the explanation, I understood. The gate had changed, so they thought I was dead. When he heard the whole story, he finally let out a breath, a little doubtful inside, and he wondered if he would have thought the same in their place. Seeing they had rushed back to him even after hearing about the ogre, he couldn't help but speak slowly, apologizing for making everyone worry and thanking them for coming. Fortunately, the master was unharmed. The two girls in front of him ignored those words and answered calmly, Master Kong, do you have any unit connections? How do we handle the corpse? Hearing that, he brightened immediately. Seol, please ask your contacts to help me. It's been a long time since I went hunting. He quickly stepped out of that gate. He walked slowly out of the blood-stained area and into the fresh air, feeling genuinely relieved by the clean, fight-inside-rich scent. Strangely, it was different from the air inside the gate. Before he could say more, he saw a crowd gathered there. He stared ahead in bewilderment, unable to believe it. What is this? Why is everyone like this? A man walked up to him and called out, Are you Hunter Kong Shin Hyuk? Rank B? Yes, that's me. What's going on? The man, upon hearing that, saluted formally. We received a report that a D-rank gate transformed into an A-rank gate. We were dispatched by the Hunter Management Bureau and came from a nearby unit. They said 2 other hunters had gone in to assist. Why did only you come out? Are you the sole survivor? Shin Hyuk kept his expression blank, but sighed inwardly. No wonder everyone gathered like this. They must have thought we'd all been wiped out in the transformed gate. He quickly reported back. Everyone is safe. The teleport gate is secured. The man across from him was stunned. An A-rank gate completed? Seeing the man's panic, he smiled and replied, Yes. Do you think I'd lie to you, soldiers? Just as he finished speaking, the giant face of that monster appeared behind him. The man instinctively shouted, It's an ogre. Everyone, prepare to open fire. But suddenly a familiar voice came from behind the monster. Everyone, calm down. The group raised their weapons toward the front. But after hearing those words, their faces went blank, confused. Seol appeared there, struggling to carry the monster away. This me, Hunter Hong Seol, rank A. All 3 team members are safe. Their next exchange was odd. Master Kong, we can't pull it out. We'll have to cut it, right? Let me bring it in. I'll go cut it up. Those nearby couldn't fathom it. An ogre, there were 3, not 4. How could they have defeated an ogre? The junior soldiers watching were stunned. Corporal Kim, what is that creature? It's huge. Weren't you trained for this? It's an ogre. I never thought I'd see an ogre corpse in my life. It's enormous. Isn't an ogre supposed to be something only 5 A-rank hunters can take down? I've heard the same. Kim Mandong's student really is on another level. That suspicious conversation kept ringing in his ears. I saw him come out first, so I assumed he got it. That bookish look. Look at that blank face. Learn to read people. Even by looking at the ogre's corpse you could tell. He's a swordsman, so how could a sword make wounds like that? Still, it wasn't completely useless. Shin Hyuk there couldn't help but exhale in mild relief. Luckily they saw the wounds and believed Hong Seol handled it. After all, I did slash it, though if the Kyanma sword technique hadn't worked it would have been pretty difficult. He glanced carefully toward those negotiating. The company calling. It's a place Seol knows well, right? I wonder how much they'll pay. The coarse man who saw the monster was a bit astonished. Hey, Seol, how on earth did you do it? It's the first time I've seen a giant ape in such good condition. and you're clearly Kim Man-dong's disciple. It's also the first time I've seen an ogre in such a ragged state. Lee was a little flustered and could only smile and ask cautiously, "How did it happen like this? How much can you pay, sir?" She quickly offered a huge price. "The giant ape is in good condition and the quantity's decent, so I'll pay 1,600. That number left the teenager behind utterly stunned. 1,600? Not bad. What about the ogre? The ogre bones are fine, but the hide's too damaged. This one, hard to use much of it, so 1,300. What about the moss-stone price?" The girl, embarrassed, turned to the man behind her. "The price is a bit disappointing. Master Kong, what do you think?" What she hadn't expected most was that the man was actually shedding tears. Master Kong, he was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was hearing. 1,300? 1,300? No way. He gaped in astonishment, unbelieving. Adding the moss-stone price, how much is the total? 4,000, 4,000. He immediately leapt up high with overwhelming excitement. 40 million won. The man over there sighed at his reaction. What a strange friend. Iseol caught it and she's that happy? Iseol didn't know how to react. "I have a reason, so please transfer the money into that person's account." Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk was going crazy at this sudden windfall. He'd once made millions slowly investing in stocks, but this was an explosion, one corpse and it's already 4,000. If not for Lee Ji-sung, I'd have quit teaching to be a hunter. Payment was completed in a flash, plus a tax exemption benefit for hunter school teachers. The two who missed their schedules due to the gate change each received 10% of the earnings. The two girls immediately replied to the message. "Master Kong, you really don't have to do that." "Yes, I didn't do anything." The teenager smiled brightly and answered sincerely. "I was worried when I heard what happened outside the teleport gate. I'm sorry for making you worry, and I'm giving this as thanks for coming all the way to the gate. Please accept it." No matter how they tried to refuse, he kept saying such pleasant things. "We'd be embarrassed to accept. We won't just meet today. Are we ending the group today? No, the summer break is long. We'll keep going." In the end, he sealed it with a radiant smile and that glowing, handsome face, making it hard to refuse. "So please don't worry about it. I look forward to your help in the future." That smile completely stunned Iseol when it fell into her line of sight. Her face flushed red as she stared ahead, unable to react. Then finally a voice came to her ear. Iseol. The little girl, hearing her name, finally snapped to and replied, "Iseol? Hong Iseol?" Sienwa sat there, puzzled, and asked, "Are you okay? Ever since Master Kong left you've been acting strange. You barely speak at home and don't seem to want to eat." Iseol slowly scooped a spoonful of rice into her mouth and sighed. "It's nothing. Today I only helped transport the corpse and drove. And thanks to Master Kong I earned 400 without doing anything. Honestly, I'm still embarrassed and debating whether to give it back," she said. Hearing this suspicion, her close friend quickly realized something was off. 400 isn't much for an A-rank hunter. "Are you really spacing out all day over that?" Iseol fell silent and didn't want to reply. She remembered the scene she had seen earlier in the dungeon. The terrifying aura blade that could crush an ogre in a single strike. A technique no hunter had ever displayed. Suddenly Iseol spoke up. "Sienwa, for me, after reaching A-rank my progress has slowed. Maybe Master Kong could be the key to making me stronger." Man-dong nearby heard that and agreed that makes sense. He was wearing a pale pink apron and looked a bit reluctant as he continued. "Master, I heard you went hunting with Sienwa today. I heard about the gate changing." He set the pot down on the table and analyzed softly. "Even as my disciple you still don't have enough strength to take down an ogre alone. If someone could, Master Kong would most likely be that capable attacker." Iseol, thoughtful, replied slowly, "That's true, he's a B-rank hunter. Unless you see it with your own eyes you won't believe it. It seems Master Kong doesn't want his power exposed." Recalling something, she asked, "By the way, Master, you mentioned there was an open position at the school last time, right?" The person beside her smiled and answered, "The opening is for spear instruction." Iseol continued, "Just teach the kids. It's nothing, a little practice will do." But the old man quickly exposed the truth. "When I asked you to do it before you had no reaction. That's disappointing." The girl protested at those words. "Master, it's fine." "Why say that? Besides, my guild contract is about to expire anyway. Then she smiled and made her decision. Starting next semester, I'll be the spear instructor. Please help me, master. At the same time, I went to find my master to report the victory. The teen, looking cheerful, told the man in front of him, I cut off that monster's left arm. Before I passed out, I saw it clearly. It was wounded for real. But when he saw the other man's complete lack of reaction, he asked irritably, Master, did you hear what I said? The other simply replied calmly, I'm listening. I'm eating. Seeing that, the boy genuinely felt a little embarrassed. It seemed the man was really smiling. A bashful old man. Yu Riang over there grinned, using a secret technique on an ordinary foe. That monster didn't want to lose. Huh. Hearing that, he smiled and asked back, so how was it? Do I deserve a 110-point disciple rating? Only 90 points. Why's that? Because you're too arrogant. Shin Hyuk quickly bowed again. Anyway, thanks to Master, I got through the danger safely, and I used it effectively when we killed the monster earlier. The old man sighed at that. Kid, if you're grateful, buy me a plate of braised pork jelly to eat. Hearing this, the boy smiled happily. I wouldn't let it go to waste, Master. The teen slowly took something out of his backpack. I was going to give this to someone before fighting the monster, but it's a gift I prepared for you, Master. Please accept it. He quickly handed over some colorful-looking disc albums. What's this book? These are textbooks for learning the languages used in the outside world. Master, you once said you wanted to know how the outside world beyond the snow region has changed, right? The elderly man took the item, a faint smile of clear satisfaction on his lips. Kid, how did you think of this? But what is this book? Why is it so unusually big and heavy? He picked it up, smiling excitedly as he began to show him. Just open it like this. No, wait. What the heck is happening? He then tapped the selection for a Tokyo performance by a famous girl group. On screen, the performer, beautiful under sparkling lights, turned and winked at them, utterly alluring. The old man, seeing that, couldn't believe it and shouted, There's someone in this book. Hey, hey! At that, the boy could only stammer an explanation. Please calm down, Master. This is how I record images of people. He seemed about to do something, but the boy quickly cut him off. No, however you interpret it, I don't understand it either. The music streaming in his ear kept playing melodically, making him feel oddly unsettled. The teen beside him, seeing his master dazed, continued, This is the most famous idol group right now, you could call them dancers. Seeing the master's rapture without getting a response, Shin Hyuk smiled faintly, apparently pleased with what he'd done. Yu Riang had endured a long stretch of loneliness. Even if one says they've grown used to living alone, no one truly gets used to it. The past time must have been a brutal battle with loneliness. Look at the outside, so many changes, he heard and couldn't help sighing. Yes, technology and culture. Before he could finish, the old man interjected, pathetic. Even famous dancers don't have a decent outfit, this world's rotten. The boy, at a loss for words at the old man's thinking, protested softly, No, it's like this. Shin Hyuk could only awkwardly explain, No, Master, that's not. It's like this, but the other sighed and smiled happily. Old age does this to you. Look at this marvelous book and my sesame shiso noodle bowl and I understand. Disciple, the outside world has really developed brilliantly, he said, and the boy replied mildly, except for the chaos caused by the rampant teleport gates. By the way, I'm going to be pretty busy tomorrow, so today I'll teach you how to use the laptop and then go out. Hearing that, the other objected, training requires rest afterwards, you're nothing like me. He shrugged calmly and answered, Master says good training is real combat. This disciple will go out and wipe out monsters thoroughly and then return. And so the lesson began. Look at this is called the mouse pointer. If you move the white thing here, the teen continued his instructions with complete seriousness. The old master's gaze toward his disciple seemed a touch probing. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. The next morning the two girls quickly showed up and waited there. Right here. Seeing their figures, he ran over smiling. Good morning, you two beauties. Have you had breakfast? Yes, I ate with Sienwa already. How about you, Master? Shin Hyuk smiled softly in reply. I already ate too. You two must have met early. Iseol answered quietly. I slept at her place last night. Today let's take my car. The luxurious white car sped down the main road. From the back seat Shin Hyuk asked again. I've never seen what's in the back seat. What is that? That's an assembled spear. I'm planning to try using it today. Hearing that, he looked surprised. A spear? What do you mean? No one said Hong Yi-seol knew how to use a spear when she became a hunter. Her specialty is unarmed combat, so why suddenly a spear? You looked at her skeptically, prompting her to explain. The spear instructor position at our school is open this time. Seol said she'd apply for that post, and the statement hit you like a powerful bomb. You couldn't help but start thinking, spear technique? Doesn't that refer to the position left vacant by Teacher Jung after he lost to me? But that's not an unarmed combat instructor position. It's spear instruction? What's going on? Only then did you realize something crucial. The original setup seems to have been changed. You were honestly baffled. Had you done something wrong? You never advised her to use a spear. Still, carrying that doubt, you slowly asked, "Hey, Yi-seol, why did you decide that all of a sudden?" She glanced back and answered slowly, "It's just, I think life at the school wouldn't be so bad. You get summer breaks and you still earn a salary." Hearing that, you wanted to smack her. What the hell are you saying? How much do you even get for going through a teleport gate once? Are you insane from comfort? Still, you had to stop it. It's not some minor NPC but Hong Yi-seol. Changing her setup would be a major accident. You pressed again, skeptical. Spear techniques sound hard to use. If it's not your specialty, isn't it difficult? But the girl just smiled and replied, "Hunters who use spears often have a slight advantage in exams. Real spear instruction at school isn't too hard, so it should be fine." Xianhua, sitting beside her, said cheerfully, "The teacher recruitment exam isn't easy. Don't underestimate it." She answered happily, "Besides, being an A-rank hunter counts as a plus. What's the problem? And it's only temporary for this semester," she added. You perked up at that. "Temporary? A temporary instructor?" You asked again, "So you mean a temporary teacher?" She nodded with a smile. "I just plan to teach for one trial semester. If teaching suits me, I'll take the exam again and switch back to unarmed combat instruction." Shin Hyuk heard that and felt genuinely flustered. What a shock. Xianhua smiled and continued, "The teleport gate assigned today leads to undead monsters. By the time we get there, it'll probably be lunchtime. Let's eat first." The teen in the back grinned and asked, "Fine. What about the menu? I brought a lunchbox. I prepared my own." Shin Hyuk, hearing that, was a bit embarrassed. "If you were bringing lunch, you should have told me so I could bring one too. There probably aren't convenience stores there. I haven't prepared anything." The girl in front smiled and replied, "I prepared a portion for Master Kong as well. Would he like anything else?" Hearing that, Shin Hyuk's face flushed in surprise. Someone prepared a lunch for him too? He hadn't expected a bento made by someone else. Back when he was in school, even on field trips, he didn't have a lunchbox. Just a few thousand won his parents left on the table, and he felt grateful for that. Shin Hyuk replied awkwardly, "I thought you only prepared for the two of you." Xianhua smiled and said, "It's not like we're excluding you. We just prepared our own portions." "Do we look that cold?" she said, laughing. Shin Hyuk was nearly speechless. "No, it's just, I've never experienced something like this before. It's really touching." They sped down the long road, spotted a park on the map. "There's a grassy spot in the car. Let's eat there." "Sure, I'm fine anywhere." A spread of delicious food was laid out. The teen picked up a rice ball and popped it into his mouth with pure delight. But just after they started eating, they learned that the girl had accidentally put an entire jar of salt into the meal while preparing it. That rice ball quickly became a culinary hell for them. By then, the whole group had arrived in front of a giant gate. The two of them fought as if to purge the disaster of the rice I just swallowed. Xianhua was even more relentless. She cheerfully channeled supportive power through her staff. The monsters over there were powerless to stop them when they saw them. The two charged straight in, using their strength to smash everything in the dungeon. And afterward, I decided I'd buy food instead of preparing it myself. That day, my team, Kim Xianhua and Hong Yi-seol, kept providing non-stop support for days. We were there to destroy several well-known domestic B-rank teleport gates. And so, having coordinated smoothly in many ways except for meals, Yi-seol happened to get a phone call. Who could be calling at this hour? She picked up the phone and answered seriously. "Uncle? What's the matter?" It sounded like something urgent, like a week-long situation. I have time, but it was an A-rank teleport gate. An emergency. If needed, Manhwa can help with rear support. Also, I need to check other schedules, but seeing the people before her, she already seemed to know the answer. It looked like it was a go. Shin Hyuk's handsome face over there was beaming with excitement and satisfaction. I was about to face a second major turning point in my life. Iseol quickly replied into the phone. Okay, uncle, when you've arranged the schedule, I'll get back to you. The teen behind her was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Iseol, what's going on? I think I heard something about an A-rank gate. Then I smiled and said cheerfully, if you need my help, feel free to ask. The caller answered softly, with Master Kong there it's reassuring. But this time distance and timing are both difficult. Shin Hyuk, hearing that, was a bit skeptical. Distance and timing? Is it that serious? Manhwa quickly explained. Actually, Iseol's uncle is the guildmaster of the Hae-Rang Guild way out on Jeju Island. Did something happen to his guild? Iseol looked genuinely flustered and stammered an answer. I heard many people were injured at an A-rank gate, so they're severely short-staffed right now. He asked if we could come help for a week. Flight, lodging, and transportation costs will all be fully covered. Shin Hyuk beamed and said, even without support, I'd be willing to help. Kim will come too, right? The girl beside him replied cheerfully, of course. Leave the magic and cooking to me. Let's just eat out for now. Shin Hyuk smiled and replied, thanks so much. I'll treat you to something great when we arrive. The girl answered softly, Iseol, just cook for me. Manhwa chimed in excitedly, I'll treat everyone. The conversation shifted back to the main topic. Master Kong, can we depart early the day after tomorrow? The three of them happily went home to prepare. All right, rest up today and we leave tomorrow. Oh right, the students said they're gonna Jeju too. I stood there thinking to myself, it's not exactly a trip, but it won't be full-time monster hunting either. If schedules line up, meeting those swordsmen wouldn't be so bad. That night, I quickly packed all the necessary luggage, t-shirts done, socks done, underwear done. I sat in front of my suitcase and carefully checked everything. Phone charger, moisturizer, all set. Probably don't need to bring a bath towel. Then I looked over at the distant sword. Wait, bringing that on the plane probably won't be allowed. In Kong Shin Hyuk's memory, he'd never taken a weapon onto a plane. Just then the phone on the table suddenly rang with its familiar chime. Seeing the caller ID, you couldn't help but exclaim, perfect timing. I need to ask her a few things. The voice on the other end replied quickly. Oh, you rarely pick up so fast. Huh? You answered softly. Are you taking the day off from the gate today? Hey, Cora. Can I bring a sword on the plane? The other side shot back immediately. Are you crazy? The girl, lounging comfortably on the bed, answered calmly. If you depart with a hunter license, they check your luggage in. I was about to call you about that. What's up? Cora replied in a low voice, your hunter license. Did you forget? It's almost time to renew. From what I checked, your license seems nearly expired, so you should hurry and renew it. If it expires, you won't be able to teach. Hearing that, you grabbed the small notebook in your hand and asked blankly, really? It's less than a month left? How did you know? Cora sighed tiredly. Actually, I got a routine message from Antaz a few days ago. During the conversation they mentioned you, so I found out. The teen here sounded surprised at that. They mentioned you? But wasn't everything between you and Antaz already over? The other side answered quickly, you've done a lot of notable things, the W-Tube incident and that duel with the vice principal the other day. Shin Hyuk, hearing that, looked a bit puzzled. But the W-Tube video was taken down long ago for student protection, right? And the duel, there's probably no footage of that. The girl on the other end, flopped on the bed, replied softly, do you think I can hide it with my palm over the sky? Have you wondered why the hunter agency suddenly went quiet after picking you up? Even without videos, students posted dozens of write-ups online. Although most people doubted the B-rank hunter used an aura blade and assumed students were exaggerating that Kim Man-dong let him off, so it never became a hot topic. Shin Hyuk really couldn't understand. Then why would Antaz bring me up? At least it means they recognize my abilities somewhat. They're short on manpower lately and have started eyeing me again. The girl smiled and continued, they even suggested I try approaching you, pretend to chat, then lure you back. You laughed and said, isn't that basically telling you to use a honey trap? Her voice took on a coaxing tone as she replied, not really. They were just probing, so I made up a suitable excuse and politely declined. Besides, I doubt they dare mention you again after that. Shin Hyuk, hearing that, seemed a bit flustered. What excuse did you use? That made him even more anxious. What do you mean? The girl hesitated as if embarrassed, and Shin Hyuk couldn't help but urge her on. It's fine. Just tell me. Surely you didn't bring a whip and force me to spank you, right? Or sneak into my socks at midnight just to sniff my feet. She added, those kinds of absurd reasons that make anyone's head spin. But don't worry. After they hear it, they'll shut right up and ask no more. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk mentally lamented the reputation he'd built over the years, then said, thanks. So that's settled. Time flew, and the next morning they traveled to their destination by domestic flight. The place was bustling. People coming and going, the terminal packed. The teen dragged his suitcase, the wheels clattering in a pleasantly rhythmic noise. The three of them quickly appeared there. It was crowded. Must be the holiday season. Hang on a few days, the injured hunters will be back to work soon, and then we'll get a break too. Shin Hyuk stood to the side and said, we're heading to the Hae-Rang Guild first, right? The girl next to him answered quickly, I told my cousin to pick us up. He said he'll wait at gate 4. At that moment a voice nearby rang out to get their attention. Sis, over here, over here. A beautiful girl with sun-kissed skin and short, edgy black hair waved over this way and called out, Sister Sianhwa, did you come to help too? She's a C-rank hunter, Hong Yi-sul, a member of the Hae-Rang Guild. The two girls rushed into a warm embrace, greeting each other like old friends. It's been so long since I saw you. Have you been well? Yes, sister. I missed you so much. Shin Hyuk stood to the side, unable to help but think that the girl seemed even more clingy to Kim Sian-hwa than to Hong Yi-sul. Next came the introductions. Let me introduce a bit. This is Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, currently an instructor at the Hunter Academy. He stood there smiling and waved. Hello, Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. The girl looked at him and greeted. Hello, teacher. I'm Hong Yi-sul. You're really a teacher? Hearing that made him a little embarrassed. What? Oh, right. The girl beamed, clearly delighted by the new friends. Oh my God. Teacher, you're so handsome. I thought you were an idol. He stood there inwardly exclaiming, wow, truly dazzling. Now the group prepared to leave the busy airport. We'll talk more on the way. Please follow me. The car sped through streets that felt strangely familiar, and on the way to headquarters they learned more about the current situation. A week earlier, in an A-rank 10-man party gate where the Guild's main force had been deployed, 3 fully grown monsters suddenly appeared. Although they ultimately defeated them, it cost a life. The Vice Guild Master and many remaining members were heavily injured. Some were so traumatized they declared they would retire. Shin Hyuk sat in the back and nodded slightly. It was understandable. This world has magic that can heal almost any wound if you survive. But healing the mind is another matter entirely. The situation would be tougher than I thought. Things might get much busier soon. They quickly arrived at a lavish headquarters on a main street. We've arrived. I'll drop everyone off at the lodgings, so leave your bags in the car. He looked up at the huge building and exclaimed, this whole building belongs to the Hae-Rang Guild? Yi-sul smiled and replied, no, we only use floors 7 through 10. At that moment a flashy man appeared in front of them, calling out, my dear child, you're here. How have you been, nephew? In an instant a tall, broad-shouldered man with suntanned skin and blonde hair strode forward, his presence vivid. Smiling, he replied, if I were well I wouldn't be asking for a pension, right? This man was Hong Jong-sik, the head of the Hae-Rang Guild. He also looked to the girl beside him and greeted, long time no see, Sianhwa, how's Mandong? The girl bowed quickly and said, yes. My father asked me to apologize for not being able to come in person. The man smiled warmly. Even a message means a lot to me. Then he turned a radiant smile to Shin Hyuk. And the handsome gentleman here must be Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. Pleased to meet you all. Let us go inside and talk. Shin Hyuk couldn't help thinking that the youthful personality really did seem hereditary. They were soon invited into a luxurious meeting room. Steam rose from cups of coffee on the table. You've probably already heard a brief rundown from Yi-sul on the way here, right? To put it simply, the main gates you're assigned to clear this time are 7-man B-rank gates. Normally rank boosts personnel for each gate to prioritize safety. But manpower is severely lacking now, so the team you were assigned to has only 5 people. Isiol held her coffee cup and smiled. It's fine, sir. 5 people will do. The conversation shifted again. What does Teacher Kong think? Honestly, I think 5 people might be too many, he said hesitantly, and the man across the table looked surprised at what he just heard. Shin Hyuk murmured to the person beside him, based on our recent runs, I think 3 people would be enough. A 7-person B-rank gate doesn't really require extra reinforcements. And the more people there are, the less the share of the pay, right? Those words immediately made the man over there a bit uncomfortable. Then he scratched his head a few times and continued calmly, Teacher Kong being this confident is good. By the way, which guild was he from before he started teaching? You heard this and replied calmly, I used to be with the Chase Guild. The other replied coldly, that's also a reputable guild. B-rank, right? Yes, I'm a B-rank hunter. Then the man's gaze turned straight to him again. I see. Teacher Kong, our rang B-rank hunters are very well organized. If a gate requires at least 7 people, there's certainly a reason for it. Besides, this time my daughter, my nephew, and my nephew's friend are participating. Yet you suggest not increasing personnel and even want to reduce the team. That doesn't sit well with me. Isiol looked a bit awkward at the reaction. We know his true strength, but you forgot that in your eyes it might not be the same. Oh no, he's hot-headed by nature. This might have to be stopped, the man warned slowly, radiating menace. I greeted you happily because my kin brought you, but this comes off a little insolent. Going on a mission with a beauty at a resort makes you arrogant. Does it? The man's face twisted into something terrifying. Come with me. I'll fix that head-in-the-clouds attitude of yours. Facing this, Shin Hyuk was genuinely at a loss for how to react. Isiol on the side looked embarrassed at the scene. Uncle, they came from far away to help. What are you doing? The man sighed softly, seeming a bit exasperated. Isiol, stay right where you are. This concerns the safety of the additional members assigned to our team. If you're bringing people in, they should be suitably capable. What is this, bringing someone who's just witty with words? He said, sounding disappointed. At that moment you quickly drew a sword covered in a pale blue light of immense power. The man across immediately recognized the great power. That's an aura sword. No, wait, is that an aura blade? The power that, when first unleashed in the duel with Kim Man-dong, had been uncontrollable. The blade enhanced by chi, an aura blade. But after several days of continuously clearing B-rank gates, I gradually got used to controlling it. Real combat really is the best training. Master was never wrong. Jong Sik was genuinely puzzled by what he was seeing. Teacher Kong, didn't you tell me you're B-rank? How can you use this aura? Yet you kept a friendly smile. I only accidentally grasped it during training. It's not fully refined. The man turned as if to leave. You can't be serious. Forgive me, teacher, if my earlier words were somewhat imprudent. The 3 of us have worked together for a long time, so my concern came only from worry for everyone's safety. He understood the gravity of the current situation. With gates appearing non-stop and forces suffering heavy losses, every hunter was precious. If someone is capable enough to reduce the team's manpower, that's a welcome thing to me. Sienhua smiled and suggested cheerfully, sir, just try trusting Teacher Kong. Recently he even fought and beat my 3 nephews, that is, my 3 boys. Shin Hyuk was truly blown up by the flattery. Miss Kim, I can't really claim that as a victory. The vice principal yielded on purpose. The girl kept smiling brightly. If you fought by the rules, the victor is still the teacher. Those words finally made Jong Sik take notice. He recalled rumors that a teacher had recently dueled with Man-dong. He asked suspiciously, probing, could the person who managed to strike Kim Man-dong really be? Yes, it was Teacher Kong, the little niece beside him said, at a loss for words at the scene. I reacted like you at first, uncle, but looking back I should have told you earlier. Jong Sik still couldn't believe it. Unbelievable. Such ability and he's only B-rank? Could there be some special reason? Shin Hyuk smiled awkwardly. There's no special reason. It's just that I don't meet the requirements to register for promotion. One of the conditions to advance to A rank is completing 100 B rank gate clears domestically. Unfortunately, foreign activity doesn't count, he continued, so I'm a bit short of the qualifying total. This year I only renewed my license. The promotion will have to wait until next year. The man before them smiled and replied, there's a saying, the sharp rock meets the hammer. Don't let any more misunderstandings arise. If you meet the criteria, you must participate in the A rank evaluation. Prominent figures often draw criticism. Isil smiled toward him. Thank you for understanding, Uncle, but I'm still worried. Even with superior strength, real combat inside a gate is another matter, he warned. That he hasn't met promotion requirements only shows his field experience hasn't yet matched his current power. I'll assign 2 hunters strong in support and familiar with the terrain to go with you. I won't concede any further on this. Understood, thank you, guild leader. Shin Hyuk glanced at him and thought, as expected of a guild leader, he not only saw what's missing but proactively filled the gap with suitable manpower. Although the 3 of us were said to coordinate well, in practice it was simple. When Kim Seonhwa boosted magic, Hong Isil wielded the spear, and as the fighter I just cut through. At this point the swordsman who doubles as a guild member, Hong Isil, would also join. I wonder who the other 2 the guild leader sent will be. The day arrived quickly. B-rank hunter Han Kwang-ho and B-rank hunter Lee Ji-hai appeared with cheerful smiles. Hello. Looking forward to working with you. Yi-sul greeted them with a bright smile. They're the 2 best teammates chosen to support you. Kwang-ho is an aggressive fire mage, and Ji-hai is an extremely accurate archer. They both smiled at him. Leave the terrain for the gates in Hei Ranks area to me. I have some talent for sensing magic so I can quickly detect danger. Because the current formation favored close quarters direct assault, they added long-range firepower, organized thinking indeed. The uncle may look simple, but he's tactically thorough. Then let's move in together. Today we'll just do basic coordination to get acquainted. Yes, we're ready. The group actually entered the dark cave. The space was cold and somewhat eerie. The 6 of them proceeded slowly deeper inside. As seen, the cave's terrain was uneven. Visibility was limited with many blind spots, and the monsters here were oversized red rats. Difficult to exterminate, which had delayed the work until now. I see. Then today we'll do a light 2-hour recon, the man at the rear said with a cheerful smile. 2 hours is easy. Kwang-ho was genuinely surprised. At first he thought reducing team size meant arrogance, but it turned out to be someone perfectly normal. Ji-hai walked beside them, smiling. We've been past the safe zone for a while. Everyone should start being careful. The monsters here can ambush from anywhere. Like this, she smiled brightly and drew an arrow, aiming a powerful shot. But before she could act, a silhouette darted across faster than anyone else. He gripped his sword and in an instant easily dispatched that monster over there. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment at his speed and reflexes. She couldn't believe it. The monster's massive body collapsed to the ground once more. They all glanced over here. So these are the oversized red rats? They don't look quite like I imagine. Isil asked curiously, what did you imagine they would look like? I thought they'd be like normal rats. After all, they're called big rats. They kept smiling cheerfully. Teacher Kong, it's a good thing you didn't become a writer. Otherwise it would have been a disaster. Do you mean my imagination is odd? But this whole thing really shocked them. What was that just now? I didn't see any mana used. Yet they realized the oversized red rat was even faster than my B-rank detection skill. With that movement speed and the tricky terrain, it was definitely no easy target. Seonhwa smiled and asked, so how do you sense this gate? Are there too many monsters? Shin Hyuk replied cheerfully, it's a gate meant for a 10-person team. The traces I detect are fairly dense. That answer left the others a bit unsettled. Teacher Kong, could it be that you also have a detection skill? Let's just assume so. Don't worry, I'll handle protection and support. The 2 who had just joined the team found such a reliable figure somewhat vague. It was strange. Being protected felt novel, but now they understood why the member count had been reduced. After 2 hours they were already exhausted. They couldn't help but pant. So tired, chasing like this is wearing me out. Ji-hai panted, sounding strained. Kwang-ho, how deep are they planning to go? Even her teammates couldn't stay calm. Who knows, they said 2 hours, but it turns out that's the time to clear the gate. Shin Hyuk still kept a cheerful smile. His body smeared with blood, but visibly exhilarated. And his teammates had also done their jobs well. It's the first time I pity the rats, someone said. The B-rank, 10-person dungeon was cleared, and with just 2 leaders they easily wiped everything out. Ji-hai asked skeptically, didn't Yi-sul say that person was B-rank? Yes, but honestly I'm not sure who brought him to our organization. The guy in the back looked surprised at the name. Kang Shin-hyuk. Wait, did you say Kang Shin-hyuk? Yes. Do you know him? The name sent the teenager into deep thought. Actually, I once issued a challenge to him. Thank God he didn't die. They finally exhaled. With a gate of that scale, the reward should be at least 6,000, right? But we contributed nothing and went home empty-handed. Well, he was the one who discovered the monsters here. We didn't even reach him in time to help. Thinking that thought plunged the two into a deep funk. Although Yi Seol and Seonhwa helped, mostly they just stood and watched. But Shin-hyuk heard this and smiled broadly, saying, just split it evenly. This completely stunned the two of them. Ji-hai was flustered and confused. Teacher Kong, but we really didn't do anything. Isn't today supposed to be special? I might have performed a bit to reassure everyone, so don't worry too much. Besides, without you guys I wouldn't have met the minimum requirement to enter the gate. You trusted and followed a stranger like me. At least I should show appreciation, the teen said with a bright smile. His aura radiated so strongly that the two of them were deeply moved. Then Kwang Ho couldn't contain himself and dashed forward. Shin-hyuk, hey, what's that? Don't get so close. Thus a new team was formed to take on a special mission on Jeju Island. The car outside was still parked neatly there. The cell phone in the backpack remained resting on the seat. At that moment a familiar announcement suddenly appeared. Teacher, we're leaving for Jeju the day after tomorrow. You really don't plan to come with us? You've been okay lately, right? Do you still remember what you said at graduation? Teacher, we're going to Jeju. Come with us. After that, the phone returned once more to a state of silence. But in the blink of an eye, a string of notifications started popping up. We're your two little students, Jin-soo and me, teacher. Please come to Jeju with us. They finally stepped out of the large gate. The whole group chatted with bright, excited smiles. They'd been on tense duty for 3 straight days. Kwang Ho, walking behind, exhaled happily. Today's the next teleport gate, right, teacher? With Shin-hyuk and Yi Seol helping, things get handled extremely fast. Not to mention Seonhwa's support magic. Everyone's full of energy, like they don't know fatigue. The girl over there smiled toward them. Teacher Kong, aren't you supposed to have an appointment today? Shin-hyuk, at the back, smiled cheerfully. Right. My students said they've come all the way here to meet me. I planned to drop by. The teenager's face was now stained red with blood. You should wash up first before saying that. The girls beside him saw this scene and laughed pleasantly. Shin-hyuk had his own thoughts. Everyone seemed quite composed. After only 3 days, they'd already coordinated well. Rumor had it injured hunters would return soon, so things should ease up in about a week. Kwang Ho smiled and chatted. Shin-hyuk, when you meet your students, are you driving? This close. I was thinking of taking a taxi for convenience, but the other man casually tossed him a car key. Take my car, it's more convenient. Besides, I'm planning to drink a few beers and think about it later. Thanks, Kwang Ho. The Kia sped along the highway through the night. He sat there smiling, thinking following Kwang Ho made sense. Waiting for the kids to be out having fun. They'll be surprised when he shows up. On the other end, Jin-soo answered his beloved teacher's call with a bright smile. Oh my God. Teacher, was my plea answered? You're on your way? Do you want us to pick anything up for you? The students were overjoyed, forgetting everything. What? The teacher's really in Jeju? No way, it's really him? Actually, he's been stationed here a while. Are you all together? The 2 girls nearby, hearing the conversation, started emitting a threateningly intense vibe. Not the whole group, only Eun-seo is in the dorm. We're out in the city. Eun-seo's a bit sick. She took medicine and is resting at home. We'll be back at the room in about an hour. Can you stop by then? Sure. But what do you want to eat? The girls went wild with excitement. Teacher, Min-hee craves beef so much. A voice in his ear sounded worried. Jin-soo, is Min-hee okay? The teenager on the other end shouted a few times. Jin-soo wants beef too. Make it beef, he said, quickly hanging up with a tired sigh. Beef really was an addictive craving. After that, the road ahead gradually clogged. Let's stop by a market for soda and snacks first. Wait, are we really in Jeju? Why are the roads so winding? Did an accident happen up ahead? Traffic was jammed so badly they couldn't move. He glanced briefly at the men directing traffic outside. If they were checking blood alcohol, they'd be police, but these guys were soldiers. He quickly stepped forward and asked quietly, "Excuse me, what's going on up ahead?" The other side gave him a standard reply. "A monster escaped when we attacked a nearby teleport gate. The hunters sent couldn't control it, so the safe zone around it has been lifted. This area is under lockdown right now. It's very dangerous ahead. When the car in front turns around, you should turn back too." Shin Hyuk heard this and felt genuinely puzzled. What the hell is going on? What kind of guild is stupid enough to let something this bad happen at a teleport gate? Oh right, he suddenly remembered something. Wasn't everyone supposed to be out and only Eun Seo staying in the dorm? He quickly asked the man in front, "Excuse me, how far does the lockdown extend? I was told this whole area is sealed off. Are you a local resident?" "Not exactly," the man replied, "but my friend is staying at a pension in that area. She's got a cold, took medicine, and is sleeping. If she can't get out, it's really dangerous. Why don't you try calling your friend in case something happens?" The phone was quickly connected to the other end. The gentle voice of the young woman came through the line, confirming his uneasy premonition. Premonitions like this rarely lie. "Hello?" he asked again, more anxious. "Eun Seo, where are you?" "Teacher here. Sorry for calling so suddenly. Is everything okay? Are you in Jeju right now?" A worried voice answered on the other end. "No, what I mean is which area of Jeju are you in? Are you really in the dorm?" Eun Seo was now panting from fatigue. "How did you know? I'm sick with a cold, so I'm just lying in my room." You hurriedly, looking worried, gave a few quick instructions. "Eun Seo, listen to me very carefully now. A monster just came through a teleport gate near you. Everyone else has probably been evacuated." Those words seemed to surprise the girl a little. "A monster?" "Yes, and that area usually has few people passing through, so you must not leave the room under any circumstances." The soldier next to him quickly added a few warnings. "That monster is a shadow reaper. Turn off all the lights and keep absolutely silent. You really didn't expect this to happen, and of all things, it's that one." Shin Hyuk ground his teeth, utterly unable to stay calm. If an ogre is an A rank, the Shadow Reaper is a B rank. Can cloak itself, has strong defenses, and is an extremely difficult opponent. He warned her carefully once more. "Did you hear me, Eun Seo? If it detects you, it's very dangerous. Wait for me to get there and don't do anything." The girl on the other end spoke up curiously. "Yes, sir. Is that monster really a huge creature carrying a scythe and wearing a black cloak, sir?" He began to question, clearly unable to stay calm. "Are you sure I didn't nod off during class?" The girl, sounding panicked, answered quickly, "No, sir. The monster is right in front of me." The voice on the other end cried out in alarm. "What? I think sooner or later it'll recognize me anyway in this situation." "What did you just say, Eun Seo?" At that moment, they were all trembling, clutching their bodies and trying to stay silent. It seemed she wasn't the only one there. Before she could panic, she saw a bunch of kids there too, who couldn't stay calm and glanced toward the back. The monster's gaze was truly terrifying. Its sharp stare and the murderous aura it exuded filled people with fear. When Shin Hyuk heard this, his whole body felt as if it had plunged into an ice pit. And the kids over there really could not stay calm anymore. The monster gripped its massive scythe and swung it down with force. But before it could act again, a rock smashed straight into its face. The girl, panicked, shouted for help just as the monster looked in their direction. "Sir." The kids beside her couldn't believe what was happening. "You have to get here quickly, sir. I'm feverish, so I can't run fast for long," the girl told it, seemingly with no other choice. "Where's Shin Hyuk?" Someone on the other end screamed in panic. Eun Seo, what's going on? Has that girl encountered the monster?" He looked pale and turned to the person beside him, announcing a few things. "I'm a hunter. I'm currently teaching, but temporarily assigned to the Harang Guild. Can you let me into that area to help? If you're a hunter, of course you can go in. But look, traffic up ahead is chaotic right now. You have to wait until the vehicles in front clear out." He suddenly pointed in one direction. That action made everyone present a little surprised. At that moment, the crowd turned their heads to look toward the distant edge of the forest. Elsewhere in the city, they were now cheerfully celebrating under warm lights, raising glasses in a toast. Kwang Ho sat there happily cheering. "This is the drink. a beer to unwind after a sweaty Friday night. I didn't expect Ji-hai to agree to have one. The other person smiled and lifted their glass cheerfully. I don't usually drink beer, but tonight I have to. 3 days of scrambling with the support team has left my throat dry. This is excellent. At this rate, I'll pay off the car and become rich, he said, making the woman before him slightly surprised. You bought a car on installments too? That's right. I was reckless to buy it on a 36-month plan, but he never expected his beloved car to be used in the most unbelievable way. Right now it's plowing through every log and charging straight into the big forest. Thanks to Shin Hyuk making good money, I have to try my best too. Because of Kwang Ho, he should have met his students by now. That car sped through the big forest with no obstacles at all. Shin Hyuk, sitting inside, shouted a few times, full of sympathy. Sorry, my companion. In the end, there was no choice but to charge through the old forest, regardless of the ruts it left behind. The teenager on the other side still had no idea what was happening to his beloved car, and the monster chasing Eun Seo was already nearly upon her. A short memory flashed through the little girl's mind again. Anyway, after you go on field training, remember what the teacher said. Safety is the top priority. Rule number 1 is safety, so what's rule number 2? Of course, it's safety, understood? Don't play the hero and rush in recklessly, risking harm without thinking. That only makes you a variable. Anything can happen at the space gate. Eun Seo, sitting below, asked seriously, Teacher, no matter how careful we are, there are unavoidable situations. If a monster suddenly appears that's beyond our ability to handle, what should we do? He quickly gave his answer. Then you follow this teacher's posture. One hand holds tight, the other grasps the head, then twist once and you're done. Quick, really quick. Twist harder and the break comes faster, so it hurts less. The girl below clenched her fists in anger, wondering why she was being asked such a thing. Shin Hyuk now smiled cheerfully. Just kidding. The first thing is to assess the situation around you, then run. If you're running, why would you need to observe the situation? Still, you need to know which direction is safe. Know the positions of other hunting teams or safe zones to improve your chances of survival, so always remember where hunter camps or shelters are. Alright, enough talk. Today we'll go out for another run. Get ready, everyone. Does the teacher make you run like this every day? Only then did she realize how useful all the running drills she'd practiced at school really were. When the monster swung down, the little girl easily leaned aside and dodged. I almost died just now. I finally understand why the teacher had us running all term. The Shadow Reaper is a B-rank monster and one of the most dangerous kinds. I was incredibly lucky. For a first-year student at a hunter school to escape that monster, it's truly a miracle. She couldn't help thinking about the 2 sisters she had just saved. How foolish. Who told her to be an arrogant hero back then? The little girl, sweating in distress, recalled being asked once why she wanted to become a hunter. Maybe because hunters make a lot of money and look cool. Could that be the only reason someone with a little ability would come here? Couldn't be. I simply followed my older sister. She said she wanted to enter a hunter school like this. At that time, the little girl seriously looked at the person beside her and asked, Sister, why do you want to be a hunter? The other person, hearing that, replied blankly, I only followed you, huh? After that, question marks appeared over both their heads, and neither could remain calm. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Eun Seo, did you really forget? When we were tiny. Tiny? What are you talking about? She said that when she was little she watched a documentary about people who lost their families to monsters, and then told her she wanted to become a hunter to help those people so they wouldn't become victims. In fact, she now remembered nothing, completely blank about what happened then, and her sister had decided to become a hunter to protect and support her. Maybe if I'd left the kids, then I could have survived on my own, but I could never face my sister if I had done that. Run this way, that's the shelter, she shouted urgently to the others. I'll lead this monster away, so you run into the building, lock the doors and hide. I'll call hunters to come help, she yelled, steeling herself because she had no other choice. But when she turned back, she couldn't believe what she saw, because there was nothing at all behind her. How could there be nothing? They'd clearly been chasing her. This was a monster that even B-rank hunters had to team up to take down. The Shadow Reaper. The reason for teaming up was its unpredictable illusion abilities. It hides in the dark and waits for an opening. Only then did the little girl realize she'd been fooled. and the massive monster's silhouette had appeared behind her. Seo shouted again, "It's dangerous." Then she realized she couldn't move at all under the overwhelming presence it radiated. Out of the vast forest came the silhouette of that powerful vehicle charging forward. The monster, suddenly lit by the glare, looked surprised and turned its gaze. The once luxurious car was now struggling indescribably. Someone inside shouted, Seo, did I ever teach you to close your eyes when facing a monster?" Shin Hyuk finally arrived here like a hero to protect his young student. That massive vehicle charged violently straight at the monster. Seo was genuinely terrified by the sight. "Teacher?" Time had to rewind 3 minutes to when that car was still roaring through the big forest. He closed his eyes tightly and felt the power emanating from all around. He clearly sensed a flow of energy from Min-he's resort. There were 2 weak currents, probably the kids, and 1 polluted energy stream, which meant the monster was there. Seo was drawing the monster's attention to protect the children. Thinking back to the original story, Seo's appearance usually meant nothing too serious. But you can't be careless, like Viet Choi Seo leaving Antaz or Hong Yi-seol deciding to audition for Hunter School. Any action in this world can cause a butterfly effect and change everything. Focus. Kang Shin Hyuk. Filter out the noise to find the clearest signature. He used that concentrated peak power with practiced skill, and every nook of the forest unfolded before his eyes. The young man finally detected 2 figures being chased inside the vast woods. They were definitely there. The little girl seemed to be doing her best to flee from the monster. He slammed the accelerator and barreled forward. The speedometer on the wave spun wildly as Shin Hyuk yelled, unable to stay calm, Seo, did I ever tell you to close your eyes when facing a monster?" For the first time, he lunged forward with that kind of frantic intensity. The monster stood there bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. Before it could react, it saw that massive vehicle plow straight into it. Seo couldn't keep calm either. The madman's eyes were wild as he stared, truly astonished. For the first time, it saw the body of a man with power far beyond its understanding. "You bastard, don't point your weapon at my student. You hear me?" A powerful light enveloped him, and in an instant the crazed man looked ready to blow everything away. A powerful beam of light burst up from the deep seabed, sending droplets rippling and spraying throughout the space. The teenager wielding his power seemed utterly fearless. Seo, watching from above, couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Teacher," the water's surface finally returned to its original calm. After a long moment, tiny bubbles drifted up from below. At last he surfaced from that abyssal depth. Completely intact, he slowly hauled himself onto the ground. That was close to a catastrophe. Luckily there weren't many people here. If it had been more crowded, we'd have been too late. He looked over, smiled, and waved. "Seo, are you hurt anywhere?" Unexpectedly, she crashed toward him, sobbing uncontrollably. Tears rolled down her beautiful face, full of sorrow. He had no time to react, just stood there bewildered. "Kid, you risked yourself to lure the monster away for the kids. Were you that scared? You idiot. Don't cry." The girl's voice trembled in a way that was hard to explain. "But, teacher," at the mention of the car, his expression darkened slowly. And that teammate's car, the one on a 36-month installment plan, was now sunk deep beneath the sea. Shin Hyuk could only offer a faint, consoling smile. "It's okay. What's a lost car compared to that? As long as you're safe, that's enough." Kwang Ho had passed out after getting thoroughly drunk with his companion. He had no idea his beloved car was buried on the seafloor. "Now I can sleep peacefully in Jeju." Not long after, police sirens wailed. The 2 of them were quickly treated by an ambulance for their scrapes, and follow-up measures were carried out rapidly after the monster was neutralized. Thanks to the kids calling the police in time, shortly after rescue calls rang out and vehicles began arriving one after another. Police cars, military trucks, even ambulances. At a glance someone might think a fair was being held. By their uniforms, it looked like hunter units on a search mission had been dispatched here as well. Shin Hyuk sat to one side and asked softly, "You didn't call your parents?" The girl smiled awkwardly. "I'm afraid if I call, they'll make me go back right away." Shin Hyuk sneaked a glance at the girl beside him. He then tossed the cloth from his head to the little girl. "Doing good is worth doing, helping others is precious. But do you know, if you die, what's the point of those things?" Eun Seo took the small cloth and smiled brightly. Didn't you come to save me, teacher? Shin Hyuk cast a glance with his handsome face and argued back. What if I had been a bit slower? What would you have done? You're all talk. The little girl's gaze toward him seemed to shift a bit. A gentle voice sounded at her side. Teacher, one more thing. Please don't go showing off that pretty face of yours for no reason. He felt a little flustered at the sudden change. Why bring up looks all of a sudden? It's just that face is really handsome. Honestly, it's a shame, you little brat. She turned her head and beamed. See you at the dorm, teacher. Thank you so much today. Walk straight and watch where you're going, you little kid. At that moment a voice rang out nearby. Hunter Kong Shin Hyuk. Have you been waiting long? We just pulled up the corpse of that Shadow Reaper. You're extraordinary. Sorry, which guild do you belong to? He heard the question and replied cheerfully, I don't belong to any guild. I'm a teacher at a hunter training school. The man in front of him raised his hand in a formal military salute. If you hadn't handled that monster, we'd probably have had to stay on alert here for days. Thank you so much. My goodness, I didn't expect to be this grateful. Hearing that, the man before him looked a bit embarrassed. Understandably so, but apologetically asked, Sorry to bother you at a time like this, but could you come back to our headquarters to help file the incident report? It won't take long. All right, I'll go with you. Then a thought flashed through my mind. I'm done for, because being brought to the police station meant countless bigwigs would be waiting for you. Pleasure to meet you. On behalf of the United Headquarters, I offer sincere thanks. Hello, I'm Kong Shin Hyuk. Another man smiled and continued. Hello, I'm the city's provincial director. You did a wonderful job. No problem at all, Shin Hyuk replied. A different man appeared and bowed respectfully. I'm truly sorry and very grateful to you for everything. This man was the guild master whose negligence had let the monster loose. Hearing all the thanks, Shin Hyuk couldn't stay calm. Gathered like this and listening would be overwhelming. He just introduced himself and reported the situation when someone new walked in and he'd have to explain everything again. Now let's discuss compensation, someone said. His face brightened as he looked straight ahead and answered, Absolutely, yes. The guild that let the monster escape agreed to cover the corpse's value and the reward. Kwang Ho's car, buried with the beast, would be fully replaced, a top-of-the-line model. The provincial director said he'd consider awarding some kind of bravery title. I welcomed the reward money, but honestly I wasn't very interested in those titles. Then he looked at Shin Hyuk with bright, serious eyes and said, That's not it. You did well and should be rewarded. But if you accept those titles, you'll definitely attract the attention of those people. He smiled and offered his own suggestion. Then give it to my student. She was the one who risked herself to lure the monster away. That makes sense. Let me propose that. The officer behind him smiled. Let me drive you there politely. Where would you like to go? Shin Hyuk thought a moment and replied, Well, I wonder if any butcher shops are still open. A butcher shop? Seeing his hesitation, he could only give an embarrassed smile. My students said they were craving beef, he explained, as premium slabs of beef were brought out, astonishing the kids. The rich, enticing aroma spread through the air, making mouths water. They happily devoured the pile of beef. Raw beef really was the best. Watching them, he smiled faintly and felt joy inside. The kids probably hadn't had dinner, and it was nearly a late-night meal anyway. They seemed worried about Eun Seo. Luckily, everything turned out fine. Someone nearby smiled, We have plenty of rooms. Please stay the night here. You don't have to, he protested. It won't be any trouble, they replied. The man, who seemed to be Min-hee's father, smiled warmly. It's no trouble. Thanks to you, everything is calm today. Really, please stay. I agree. After all, you promised to go to the beach with us tomorrow. Hearing that, he had no choice but to accept. Then please stay, the kids cheered. Great. Tonight we'll play games with you, teacher. They then had a playful argument about cooking the meat properly, teasing the wild man. The next morning, the blazing sun rose over the golden sandy beach. The clear blue sea was truly beautiful and refreshing. The kids appeared and played joyfully on the wide beach. Shin Hyuk on the shore thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere. It really felt like a vacation. He wondered if Teacher Kim and the others were having a good time too. Those kids were tough, they'd stayed up all night and were still energetic. Maybe I'll have them do a little extra running this semester, he thought. Jin Soo, who'd been attacked in the water, suddenly lifted his head and stared straight ahead. Then he spoke softly to the girls beside him. The students playing in the water suddenly turned and stared at the pier with sly eyes. "Teacher, aren't you bored sitting here all alone?" "No, I'm fine, this is relaxing." They slowly closed in with menacing faces. "Teacher, don't sit by yourself. Come play with us. The sword team won't say much, right?" Behind them, Eun-ho was already hidden, as if planning something. Of course, he didn't miss any small gesture from the kids. Grabbed the teacher. The kids, following their prearranged plan, sprang into action. But no matter what they tried, they couldn't make contact with the teenager. Without blinking, Shin Hyuk rose and counterattacked with practiced skill. Jin-soo behind them couldn't understand. "Eun-seo, Min-hee, what are you doing? Hurry and grab the teacher." "What? My body won't move all of a sudden. Wait, what are you doing?" He, of course, knew exactly what they were up to and teased them. "Trying to toss your teacher in the water? You're too inexperienced, kids, you're not moving at all." "Teacher, do hunters even learn this stuff?" "Shut up," someone replied. "Go with the teacher to buy drinks, and Eun-seo, watch those kids from the shade. Okay?" "What? Teacher, you're totally favoring Eun-seo. Eun-ho, try being a bit like your sister and see if you're better behaved." "All right, teacher. I'll go and be right back, so stay put." Jin-soo, walking beside him, asked curiously, "Teacher, are you leaving the kids locked like this all day?" "Don't worry, 10 minutes and they'll be able to move again." The guy next to him smiled happily at that. Finally free, our efforts for the teacher since the pizza paid off. But someone else quickly overturned that plan. "Make it 30 minutes for me," trying to boss the leader around. "Huh? Please spare me, teacher," the teenager whined. "Fine, add 10 more minutes." By then, those on the other side were already trembling from being teased so much. Eun-seo, amused, started teasing. "She really can't move at all. Teacher, how did you do that?" "Eun-seo?" Min-hee was shaking from laughter, surprised at how sly Eun-seo could be. "She's the most dangerous, quiet but does everything. Wait until it wears off and I'll deal with you," Eun-seo said with a proud smile. "It's useless. Teacher's biased toward me anyway." Suddenly a voice behind them rang out, drawing their attention. "Oh ho, hey, what are 3 beautiful girls doing gathered here?" Min-hee also turned to look. A tanned man with striking blonde hair, wearing several gleaming rings, was slowly approaching. A muscular man with a cocky grin appeared. Yet his face showed signs of age, wrinkles creasing everywhere. "How old are you girls? Want to hang out with us?" That question about their age truly flustered the girls beside him. The beach, with its blue water and golden sand, was truly beautiful. Those nearby were watching the strange conversation. "We told you we don't like it. Why do you keep following us? What's wrong with us? We're just a group trying to have fun." Eun-ho, unable to act, looked straight at them trembling. "Besides, we have more friends with us. There are only 3 of you here, don't make it a bigger deal." The man nearby grinned and pointed at them. "Come join us. 20 or 21. Tonight I'm buying drinks and we're partying." Min-hee, cold-faced, replied, "We're not old enough, we don't drink alcohol." "What? Are you assuming we're still in high school?" The girl, baring her teeth in disgust, said, "That's right. So go bother someone else." "It's fine, kid. Everyone at a party like this drinks a few beers." She really couldn't stay calm any longer. "Are you guys out of your minds?" In an instant she could move, and in fury she easily snapped the man's wrist. Using force on a girl. The man screamed in pain. "My hand. Damn, is she from the Hunter Academy?" The woman hissed angrily, then sighed. "How's that feel now? I told you to stay away and you keep crowding in," one nearby man shouted in anger. "You're finished." Before they could do anything, Min-hee's gaze turned deadly. In a flash, she unleashed a powerful punch that blew him away. He was hit so hard his nose bled and several teeth broke from his jaw. With a crazed look in her eyes, she lunged at the others. "Wait, hold on a second." But before the men could explain, Min-hee struck again. "I didn't even get to start anything. If a hunter fights civilians and gets arrested by the police, then the hunter will always be at a disadvantage. The Hunter Academy is the same. Because their physical abilities exceed ordinary athletes, they're still constrained by the law." Thinking of this, she exhaled helplessly, while the man beside her, still curious, murmured, What the hell has that girl been thinking this whole time? Imagining smashing you bastards' faces? The blonde heard that and grinned slyly. So cute. Are you done playing? Come hang out with me, baby. Min-hee swallowed her anger. If it weren't for academy rules, she'd have turned them into minced meat. Suddenly someone nearby called out, "Young Min-hee, what are you doing?" She saw who'd appeared and shouted happily, "Why are you two just getting here now?" Shin-hyuk, hearing this, looked a bit puzzled. "Just arrived? I was on my way, won't be more than 10 minutes. The man there smiled broadly and teased, "So you really did come with a few people." He walked straight up with a provocative smile. "By the look of him, he's probably not a student, right? Like some older uncle or something," someone said, suspicious of the rude tone. "Let's just assume that. And who are you guys?" Eun-ho piped up to complain, "Teacher, these guys are forcing us to drink beer." "So what? We're young anyway. Just come hang out," they said. Watching them act like that was unbelievable. Even in a fictional world, you wouldn't expect this kind of person to still exist. Shin-hyuk sighed in exasperation. "The kids already said no, so cut the sleazy act, will you?" The guy snapped and turned angrily. "Hey you, what did you just say? How dare you talk like that? You showing off in front of girls, or what? You might get your ass kicked and cry." "Got it?" Shin-hyuk remained calm as he approached. "Looking at these guys, they might exercise a bit, but even if they're hunters, I'm not afraid." In an instant, he gripped the man's hand firmly and decisively. He then easily subdued him with little effort. The man immediately suffered bone-deep pain. "My hand!" As the shout rang out, the remaining accomplice quickly lunged forward. "You bastard!" Yet he casually held the popsicle in his hand, reciting Article 10, Clause 3 of the Hunter Academy's regulations. The opponent's hand was quickly seized, like every teacher at the school would do. "You must put students' safety first," he said, all while maintaining that same nonchalant demeanor. "Don't tell me you're a hunter too." An accomplice snapped as he angrily pulled out his phone. "Call the police, quick, this hunter just assaulted civilians." Shin-hyuk didn't care and calmly replied, "Go ahead and call. If you don't, I will." In an instant, the man was hit at an acupuncture point and rendered immobile. He couldn't move at all. That bastard and the others could only panic and scramble to flee. Of course he wouldn't let them escape so easily. Were these guys planning to run off? The island police car arrived very quickly on the scene. These men had forced minors to drink and even assaulted the hunter Kong Shin-hyuk. Now they were trembling and completely unable to move. The police officer sighed softly. "I'm just doing my duty. You guys must be exhausted these days." He smiled politely toward Shin-hyuk. "No worries, actually, I'm a bit embarrassed for causing such a fuss." They were then escorted away reluctantly, stammering that they only invited the kids to hang out, and later tried to falsely claim he assaulted them, but it was useless. Before leaving, they exchanged a few courteous words. "Kong Shin-hyuk, take a few days to rest while we investigate. Drop by when you're free." "Yes, thank you. Take care." Jin-soo watched their backs and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. Teacher, you even know a cop?" He smiled and replied cheerfully, "I met him handling that dark air case the other day." "Really? Teacher, you're the best. Let's keep hanging out." They all smiled and said, "Teacher, don't just stand there. Come join us. We're heading off now." "Fine, let's go." Min-hee at his side smiled. "Eun-seo, why are you just standing there? Aren't you coming?" "Oh, I'm coming right now." The girl, slightly flustered, nervously twirled a lock of her platinum hair. "Teacher." Before she could finish, someone nearby called out, "Hey over there." A girl approached and struck up a conversation. Her voice sounded a bit awkward. "Me? Is there something you need?" "Actually, I've been watching this whole time." The pretty girl smiled toward them. "You're so cool. Totally my type. Can I have your number?" Although Shin-hyuk was handsome, this was the first time someone had spoken to him so directly, and he was genuinely flustered. And the girl's beauty was something else. People nearby could hardly believe it. Her glow even made a crab scuttling on the sand pause. It stared with wide eyes, completely bewildered. He once again pointed toward himself in surprise. How convenient. Being noticed ahead of time made this so easy. The girl seemed a little shy and whispered, "Or maybe you don't like me." He had no idea how to respond to this. He was panicked and didn't know what to say when someone suddenly slipped an arm through his and held on. Eun-seo felt herself trembling to the point of tears. With determined eyes and a flushed face, she quickly said, He's already in a relationship. Those words left everyone involved in the conversation completely stunned. Even Kang Shin-hyuk himself couldn't make sense of it and turned his eyes to look. The little girl, clearly losing her composure, started pulling him away. Come on, let's go, your friend is waiting. Wait. This kid. You dare ruin this party? The girl over there seemed unable to believe what she was seeing. Before leaving, Eun-seo turned back and teased them a few more words. Shin-hyuk couldn't help but sigh, letting go. Let go, teacher, you're heavy. No way, I'm not letting go. You'll freeze up and stammer around her again. Yeah, that's true. A soft breeze ruffled the beautiful girl's long hair. The other's gaze seemed to hold a hint of ulterior intent. The Hunter Academy's #1 swordsmanship instructor, Kang Shin-hyuk. What a pity. He's exactly my type. She quickly connected a call. Jong Hyun-sik? This is Nam Ji-min. I uncovered a bigger weakness than expected. His room was overflowing with trash and empty beer bottles. The two of them seemed to be exchanging information. Right? The other replied slowly, voice seething with fury. His eyes remained wild from start to finish. His hair in disarray unlike a normal person's. That bastard. Stamp him out for me. Bury him so he never rises again. The long vacation finally came to an end, and they returned once more to their everyday routines. The teammates' new car had been fully compensated. Drive safe, and let me know next time you're coming down. Thanks for picking me up. See you next time. Kwang Ho received a brand new car as a gift, a fully loaded model. After dropping the kids off first, the core hunters here had just recovered from the trauma and returned. They were assigned to an A-rank gate. It was a bit regrettable, but looking on the bright side, it was fine. The team had earned results closing a semi-A gate. Eun-seo received the Citizen Bravery Award on my behalf. Initially, they planned to award both me and the girl, but I refused so strongly that in the end only she received it. My name still appeared in articles in the local paper and online. Because I helped take down the monster, the spotlight thankfully fell on Eun-seo. Right now, she's probably getting chewed out by her parents for getting into danger. They all smiled cheerfully despite the farewell. Sis, I'll visit you next time. Yisul, next time I'll cook you lots of good food. It's almost suffocating. The flashy uncle kept his bright smile as he said goodbye. Teacher, you've really been through a lot. At first I worried, but you did better than I expected. No, not at all, Chairman. I was too hasty then. The man across smiled naturally. Even if you try to hide your abilities, they'll be discovered sooner or later. Peaceful life is good, but when that time comes, don't resist it. I hope that next time we meet you'll have earned a more fitting title. I'll remember your advice, sir. As they saw them off, everyone wore bright, excited smiles. The teacher's long break finally ended. The three prepared to start the new school year with joy and anticipation. The luxury car carrying those strong figures pulled away from the airport. All recorded information on the powerful hunters had been compiled. The chairman glanced toward the window, calculating inwardly. An S-rank hunter. Looks like Korea might be getting another one soon. The first person he wanted to find was the hermit master on the snowy peak. Master, long time no see. Have you been waiting for me? The other person replied with the same disdainful air. This guy. You were supposed to be here 4 days ago. Why are you only showing up now? I'm sorry. I've had a lot going on lately. He glanced over calmly and said, Look at that suntanned face. You can tell what you've been up to, working yourself to the bone. Your skin's even a shade darker. Well, more or less, Shin-hyuk answered. Anyway, I won't admit it was from baking in the sun at the beach. This time you came with a lot of groceries, really bought a ton. Are you going to disappear for a few weeks again? No, I won't. I'll be stopping by more often these days. I have a driving test tomorrow, so I have to go, but I'll be back before too long. Once classes start, I'll visit once a week. The master chuckled happily. Oh really? I was about to make ramen. Want some? No, I'm exhausted. I'll pass. Thank you. If you ask for a chopstick later, I'm not giving you one. I really won't eat. Master, you eat plenty. The youth lay down on the snow-white ground and tilted his head up to the clear blue sky. He then fell into an endless stream of thought. It's already been almost half a year since he met his master. Before the original storyline begins, there's still about a year and a half. The protagonist will enter a gate for the first time during the second semester freshman field trip. So there's about 2 years left. but a vague unease stirred within him. One day, it wouldn't be strange if his master suddenly passed away, because by the rules the master shouldn't have appeared at all. He recalled the master's fiery gaze and protested. But thinking back, the master did say he was retired, right? He just stopped publishing drawings all of a sudden. That remark deeply deflated the youth's mood. "Hey kid, I told you I won't eat," he said. "The water's boiling." "I'm not eating," I said. "All right, nothing to worry about. The old man loves instant noodles so much it's almost divine ascension." "Where are you off to?" "I left something in the car. I'll go grab it and be right up." He quickly stepped through the familiar gate. Oh right. He'd left a bottle of Gaoyang liquor in the trunk. He meant to bring it as a gift for his master and forgot. He was lazy, but since he'd gone out of his way to buy it for his master, he had to go down and fetch it. He soon heard a flood of notifications on his phone. What is this? So many alerts. 30 missed calls and 50 messages? What the hell, am I being pranked? He held the phone, unable to stay calm. It's normal to get lots of messages after leaving the gate, but this was excessive. Teacher Kim, Lee Seol, Seora, even Eun Seo and Eun Ho, Min Hee and Jin Soo too. The phone immediately rang again. Perfect timing. Isn't that Cora calling? The moment he picked up, the other end started swearing trash. What the hell? How could you? The girl there spoke slowly. I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. I thought you were different. Shin Hyuk couldn't make sense of it. What are you talking about? What did I do wrong? Don't play dumb, the news is all over the portals. You piece of scum, she said. That's all I wanted to say, goodbye. Shin Hyuk was utterly baffled by what was happening. After being blasted with insults, he still couldn't calm himself at all. Eventually, agitation rose from deep inside. Wait, if I'm getting slammed, I have a right to know why. What on earth happened? The youth gripped his phone tightly and carefully scanned everything available. The front page headline was a shocking story. Perverted teacher. The article used truly disgusting language. He stood there, completely unable to understand what was happening. What the hell was this? Reporters Hwang Ji-yoon and Nam Ji-min. Exclusive. Lately one figure has been exploding on social media. Seo Eun Seo, a first-year student in the swordsmanship department at Hunter School No. 1. The story of a brave student rescuing kids from a monster moved everyone, but we raised a question. The Shadow Reaper is an extremely dangerous B-rank monster. How could that girl have defeated it? If someone had actually slain the Shadow Reaper, they'd surely be commended. So why was only that girl the one who received the award? The truth is the one who killed it was another hunter. Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk, the swordsmanship instructor at Hunter School No. 1. You probably noticed already. The two of them have a master-student relationship. That girl is a minor. If it were an innocent romance, people might support them. But as a journalist, I seriously question whether our education system is still sound. The reporter, face twisted with malicious delight, seemed pleased with what she had just written. Let's see. Shin-hyuk read the article and was so furious he wanted to swear. What the hell is this, writing it like it's a fact? Fabrication, distortion, inventing lies as if they were true. No, this is more like filthy fiction masquerading as the school newspaper. A quick fact-check would reveal the truth, but they didn't. He clenched his fist so tightly his whole body trembled. The phone rang again. Now the vice principal was calling. With no choice, he answered. The voice on the other end sounded genuinely upset. Garbage. No, Mr. Kong. Getting a hold of you is really difficult. I'm not in the mood for jokes, vice principal. I'm in the gate, so my responses are slow. You called because you read that article, right? Yes, I know you're not that kind of person, but right now the honor of Hunter School No. 1 is on the line. I still feel bad about the last match that pushed you into the spotlight, so if you need help, I'll assist. What are you going to do now? The youth ground his teeth at those words, unable to stay calm. What do you mean, what am I going to do? I'll make them pay for daring to touch my student. He shot back quickly. All the hatred poured into his reply. I'm going to hang up for now. I need to check the whole situation. The vice principal, with no other option, replied quickly, understood. Then he turned to the woman in front of him and said once more, Do you hear me, Unesio's mother? He said he'll handle it. Please believe him this once. The woman, being consoled by her two daughters, said. She seemed utterly distraught. Shin-hyuk was speeding through the ancient forest, completely unable to remain calm. Who was that reporter? I'd never heard the name, not even appearing in the novel. Some stranger with no connection or relation. Yet in one night he turned me into a depraved teacher with a single article. If the canon presents Kang Shin-hyuk as an upright teacher, then this development is precisely a spin-off born because of my existence, isn't it? The spin-off had been unlocked, starting to record the story of the depraved teacher Kang Shin-hyuk. That name was madly consistent from start to finish. He finally lost his composure and shouted as if to vent. I don't care who you are, but you're finished. In another scene, the old master sat happily eating noodles. After finishing a chopstick of noodles, his expression was thoroughly satisfied, and he reached for another bite of noodles to go with the kimchi and put it into his mouth. After eating, he let out a soft sigh of pleasure. At that moment Shin-hyuk approached carrying a gift bag. Seeing him, the master cheerfully said, Ho ho, you've returned. Lee and I. He spoke, Yes, master, but I have to leave right now. Please take this. Taking the gift bag, without looking inside he asked, What is this? Shin-hyuk replied, It's ginseng wine. I stopped by the duty-free shop. Holding the bottle, Yu Riang's face grew deeply moved. He covered his mouth with his hand and said, How touching. Then Shin-hyuk turned and headed for the gate, calling back, I'll be off then. I'll return next week. The master called after him, Hey, disciple, wait a moment. Hearing that, Shin-hyuk stopped and asked, Do you need anything else, master? He shook his head. Not that, devil, not that. He warned, I don't know what's going on, but whatever you do, don't go killing people. Shin-hyuk's expression darkened. He nodded slightly and replied, Of course, I know. Watching his retreating back, Yu Riang pondered for a moment and then said, Huh, looking like a martial man now, putting on that face. He was now in the car, heading somewhere with a very serious expression. Jiziel and Sun Hwa were also going to Jeru with me. Honestly, I didn't want to drag them into this kind of trouble. They kept texting him to check in. He thought to himself that if he needed people to prove his innocence, those two were the best choices, reliable witnesses. But life, people trust what they see far more than explanations. Now he had to clarify the two photos being exposed online. The first was from the scene. It might take effort to track down each soldier or cop who was there that day, but their testimonies could clear him. But the second was the headache. The beach shot showed Yunseo with her arm linked through mine. At first glance it looked intimate, but in reality it happened the instant the crowd dispersed. Somehow someone had captured that exact moment. Clearly they were digging to fabricate a story. These scenes were deliberately framed to pin a scandal on me and Yunseo. With updates coming so fast, it felt less like finding evidence and more like events being shaped into so-called evidence. He immediately pulled out his phone to call the reporter who wrote the piece, but all he got was a dial tone. He clenched his teeth in anger. Of course that reporter wouldn't be reachable. He could go straight to the newsroom to deal with it. But first there was something more important, renewing his hunter card. He strode straight into the building, drawing startled looks from everyone. He walked up to the service desk. Seeing him approach, an employee turned and asked, How can I help you today? He replied, I'm here to renew my hunter card. The clerk said, May I see your identification? Taking his ID, the man looked at him with a hint of suspicion. Wait, is that Shin-hyuk? People around them started whispering. Yeah, this guy's shameless. How dare he show his face here? How could he be messing around with his student? Ignoring their remarks, he told the clerk, I checked and there's an open test slot. Let me take the test first. The clerk said irritably, Fine, renewal is fine. But Mr. Kong, look at the situation. Nobody wants to team up with you. The people behind continued to jeer. Who'd want to pair with that trash? I heard he didn't even graduate proper school. Probably an orphan. Haha, people like that only drag our reputation down. None of these guys are people I know, but everyone recognizes my face. My info has flooded every social media site. Those cyber leak jerks plastered my school photos everywhere like invaders. He let out a soft sigh, thinking, Live peacefully? Ha, you're more likely to be dug up and destroyed before you can. Then he said, I don't have much time. Just put me in any group, I'll operate solo, that's fine, right? Hearing that, the clerk furrowed his brow slightly and said, Haha, alright, we'll put you in Group E. At that, the fat man in the back complained, Hey, supervisor, why are you shoving trash like him into my group? The clerk replied, Don't be upset. There's no room left except that group. He'll be operating solo, so it's like he isn't even there. Then he pointed inward and said, Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk, the renewal requirement for rank B is to clear a B-rank gate behind that door. Please enter. Shin-hyuk calmly stepped through the gate, saying, Thank you. The clerk turned his back and mocked, Stay in the safe zone. Going solo gets you hurt. The fat man muttered angrily, Why isn't the police arresting trash like that? The blonde behind added, No shame at all. He dares to go solo. The fat man commented, I'll just wait for the time to run out and then have someone carry him out. The blonde continued, Yeah, we'll have to take out a few to avoid failing. The dark-haired guy suddenly had an idea. Maybe I'll run into him inside and punch him a few times to feel better? The clerk outside started checking his watch and muttered, Everyone's probably a bit behind the lead group by now. Group E enter the gate, the time limit is 3 hours. With that, the group began to enter the B-rank gate. Just as the group stepped in, the fat man suddenly froze, exclaiming, Huh. Seeing that, the blonde behind asked, What's wrong? The fat man called out, Hey, Dae-shik. How long ago did Shin-hyuk enter the gate? Dae-shik scratched his head and replied, I think about 20 minutes. What's going on? The fat man stammered, 20 minutes? Are you sure it was only 20 minutes? No, the scene made Dae-shik gape in shock as well. How the hell could a B-rank gate meant for 6 people be cleared in 20 minutes? Above them, a blinding light poured down over the open space ahead, signaling the dungeon was complete. Their gazes turned toward the back inside the gate. At that moment Shin-hyuk stepped out from within, his clothes stained with numerous spots of blood. Looking at the group, he said, You lot kept calling me trash and whatnot, then finally called my name, then it was empty. Did you forget me? The fat man stammered that, Wait, you cleared the dungeon by yourself? He replied, I'm in a hurry, so I'll finish quickly. Handling the core and cleanup is your job, right? Hearing that, the blonde man's face lit up with excitement. He said, Wait, are you really alone? Don't lie. The fat man muttered to himself, Wait, he brought nothing but a single sword? Is this madman really B-rank? Seeing him brood for a moment, Shin-hyuk stepped forward, looked at him with lethal intent, and said, Half. The other stammered, Half of what? What do you mean? Shin-hyuk continued, I have other things to do, so I'm only doing half. Put the reward money into my account. I know the market rate, so don't try anything here. With that, he turned his back and walked away, leaving the hunters staring in astonishment. Dae-shik ground his teeth and said, This guy talks to a nearer-rank hunter like that? Then he turned to the fat man and asked, Aren't you going to call him back? The fat man was drenched in sweat and stammered, No need. He glanced down below, where countless corpses of monsters lay scattered. He said, Let him go. He turned back toward the outside. The staff member was still intently looking at the roster, but then he suddenly spun around, looking toward the gate where footsteps were echoing. Suddenly, Shin-hyuk stepped out with an icy expression, making the man recoil in shock, goosebumps rising all over him. The renewal assessment ended very quickly. He stammered, Mr. Shin-hyuk, why did you go alone? What did you do to those E-rank hunters? Wiping the blood from his body with a cloth, Shin-hyuk replied softly, Don't talk nonsense. I'm still clearing the monsters inside. The man protested, You cleared it in under 30 minutes? That's the fastest record in the last 5 years. Hearing that, Shin-hyuk asked, Who held the previous record? He answered, Previously a large guild did the renewal test as a group and took 25 minutes. The solo record was set by Hunter Jiziel at around 40 minutes. Hearing that, Shin-hyuk muttered to himself, Jiziel took as long as 40 minutes? Maybe I went a bit overboard trying to finish as fast as possible. Anyway, the built-up frustration from earlier eased a little. After finishing, he turned and left, saying, I'll be off then. Please continue guiding the rest of the E-rank group. The staff replied, Yes. Then his gaze dropped to the watch on his wrist, and he slapped his own face hard, exclaiming, Unbelievable. Mr. Shin-hyuk, what on earth are you doing? At that point, he got back in the car and moved on. In the car, he called Manhwa. She asked about his condition. Oh, Mr. Kang, didn't you say you'd call me after the training exercise today? Did you not come because you were upset? He replied, No, I just finished and I'm calling you now. She asked, Is that so? He answered, Given the situation, I sped things up a bit. By the way, Kim, the journalist friend you mentioned earlier, can we meet her today? She cheerfully replied, Sure, I'll definitely help you. After some travel, he arrived at Manhwa's front door. She opened the door, saw him, and exclaimed, "Mr. Kong, my goodness, you look so hollow." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk asked, "Do I?" She asked if he'd eaten and offered to get him something. Although a little hungry, he scratched his head shyly and said, "I'm fine, really." She gestured inside. "Please come in. My friend is inside organizing some documents." Sun Was friend handed over a business card and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Im from the Dong Suk Daily. Hoa has told me a lot about you." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk asked, "Oh, told you about what?" She began, "Well, Sunwa always," but before she could finish, Sunwa swung her arm and struck her friend hard in the leg, sending her rolling on the floor, crying out, "Ah, my leg's broken." Sunwa, still smiling warmly, covered her mouth and said, "Wait a moment, I'll get some drinks for you." Shortly after, tea and snacks arrived and they immediately moved on to the main topic. Im spoke first. "Before we get into the article, I want to clarify our stance. You and Mr. Shin Hyuk really aren't a couple, correct?" He replied, "Yes, I swear to heaven we're not." She continued, "Do you have any evidence or witnesses to refute the reports mentioning you?" Sunwa interjected, "My trip to Jeju wasn't a honeymoon with Yunseo, so I can testify to that. And I also saved this video." She played the video. Two familiar figures appeared and said, "Hello, I'm Jong Sik, president of the Harang Guild." The woman beside him added, "I'm a hunter from the Harang Guild." Seeing those two in the video, Shin Hyuk murmured to himself that they were from the Harang Guild. They testified that I went to Jeju at the Harang Guild's request and that almost every day they closed the activity gate with me, ready to vouch for me. Sunwa added, "If Mr. Kong has to go to court over this, they're ready to testify at any time." After watching the video, Im said, "Just this clip alone is enough to prove Mr. Kong didn't go to Jeju for a honeymoon. And there was one more thing." Then she put the phone out and replayed a video in which a voice said, "Ah, can you hear me clearly? I'm Kim Mandong, vice principal of the number 1 Hunter Academy. To be frank, I trust Kong Shin Hyuk." Mr. Kang's refusal to accept the award wasn't an attempt to cover up a honeymoon. Mr. Kong used to be very famous on the school's YouTube channel. There was positive attention but also many malicious comments aimed specifically at him. Because he came from a school for ordinary people, he was looked down on and even constantly challenged to the point that the school's administrative work was nearly paralyzed. In that context, his avoiding the media was only natural. After watching the video, Shin Hyuk muttered to himself, "That old man. No, I didn't expect the vice principal to defend me so enthusiastically." Im said, "Then no interview is necessary. The video is enough. I'll write and publish the piece right away, so don't worry. All misunderstandings about you will be cleared before school starts." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk said, "Thank you. I'm grateful to everyone." Relying on her, the reporter nodded and replied, "Yes, I'll handle it now." But there was actually one small problem. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk asked, "A small problem?" She continued, "I contacted the outlet that posted the original article, but reporter Nam Jimin there says she never wrote that piece. It seems someone hacked her account and posted the defamatory article." Then she asked, "Have you ever made enemies with anyone?" Hearing that, Shin Hyuk bit his nails and muttered, "There's no reason for anyone to hate me. I mean, this could continue." Im turned and left, saying, "This time it's an article, but next time who knows what form it will take. I wasn't going to say anything before I had the facts. I'm a reporter, not the police. Anyway, be careful. I don't want to see you as the subject of another article." To her advice, Shin Hyuk replied, Thank you for the warning." Scene changed to evening. A tired Shin Hyuk returned home. He collapsed onto his bed with a thud, muttering to himself, "At least this proves Yunseo's innocence. But who could hate me enough to drag students into this? And it's strange. Originally I planned to live peacefully while teaching. So when did I start caring about my students like this?" Just as he was about to doze off, his phone buzzed with a notification. "Mr. Kong, if you're not asleep, look at this." He grabbed the phone immediately, looked at the screen, and muttered, "This?" On the articles about him, countless people were commenting below, "I'm also Mr. Shin Hyuk's lover." Proof. I'm Mr. Shin Hyuk's lover. Here are photos proving I'm the real lover of Mr. Shin Hyuk. Attaching 2 photos showing I'm Mr. Shin Hyuk's lover. Proof that the real lover of Mr. Shin Hyuk has appeared, with photos. Reading those comments, Shin Hyuk shouted, "What is this? Now it's not just malicious comments but a joke? Who's making this tacky prank?" Looking at the photos in the comments, he recognized something familiar. "Wait, isn't this Manhwa from the swordsmanship class? This is the sword practice ground. These are probably photos taken during class, right?" In the video she says, "I'm Manhwa, studying in the swordsmanship class at the number 1 Hunter Academy. First, I'm sorry, I deliberately drew attention so you'd see this. If a photo of someone with their arm around you counts as proof of being your lover, then I'm also your lover. All of us in the swordsmanship class like Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk. That's all I wanted to say. Comments kept posting. I'm also Mr. Shin-hyuk's lover. Isn't it Shin-hyuk? I'm the real lover of Mr. Shin-hyuk. I even have his autograph. If you prepare it for me, that proves I'm Mr. Kang's true love. Another person commented, everybody back off. I'm the one who's his true love. If meeting in Jeju was a honeymoon, then this must be honeymoon number 2, right? We even bought ice cream to share. Reading those comments, Shin-hyuk let out a soft sigh and said, You kids. I originally became a teacher just to live a quiet life, but the longer I'm with you, the less I feel that way. It's not like I've been especially nice to you either. Standing up for me when I'm being insulted everywhere certainly isn't easy. Our time together has only been a single semester. Even if the whole world criticizes and turns its back on me, the students still trust me. Not just them, but also teacher Kim, Jizeal, the Harang Guild, even the vice principal. Everyone I've met has stood up to protect me. I can feel how much they care. Tears streamed down his face. He offered a small, mixed emotion smile. Looking at his phone, he murmured, Turns out I'm living a pretty decent life after all. Then a message suddenly arrived that made his expression freeze. He said, Seora? In the message she wrote, Sorry for misunderstanding you as trash. Senior, let me help you in my own way. Here's the address and the password. If you go there, your problem will be partly solved. At the room at the address Seora sent, inside, Jong-sik and the fake reporter Nam Jimin were tightly bound to 2 chairs, screaming miserably as they were held captive. As for Seora, she stood on the roof looking out over the city, sighed, and said, I hope you'll teach even more next semester. He arrived at a house where the iron gate was now tightly shut. Shin-hyuk looked at it and said, Is it here? Then he immediately approached, lifted the gate, and stepped inside. Seeing the 2 tied to chairs, he shouted, Hyun-sik, isn't the person next to you the one from Jeju who asked for numbers last time? He glanced at the table beside them. On it sat a laptop and a note. He moved closer, opened the computer, and began entering the password. On the laptop screen, his face darkened. What the hell? These maniacs, there's everything on this laptop. Malicious rumors ready to be released, fake photos, even stolen ID cards. Hyun-sik, who couldn't accept defeat in that earlier honor duel, had hired fixers to take me down. Even though he'd been taken down by a real broker, Seora, he still had powerful backers behind the scenes. Escorted out by the police, he glanced back at Shin-hyuk and said, I don't know how you managed this time, but I'll be back. Don't think this is over. Next time I'll start with the people around you one by one. Before he could finish, Shin-hyuk stepped forward, grabbed his collar and said coldly, Just try it, you bastard. The cops rushed in to stop him. Hey, back off. His face was furious as he swore, How many times have you loitered in front of me? I'll pull you out and beat you to a pulp that time. I'll beat you until you're near death and shave off whatever hair you have left. But hey, you'd better not touch the people around me, because next time I will really kill you. Be prepared. Seeing him starting to lose control, a police officer shoved him back and shouted, I told you to back off. Looking at Shin-hyuk's face now, Hyun-sik muttered inwardly, No way, Shin-hyuk. This guy, was he always like this? Not long after, Yoon-seo's article was published with testimony from top hunters like Kim Man-dong, Jong-sik, and official cooperation from Jeju City. When the official investigation concluded that Hyun-sik was the culprit, public opinion swung sharply back to Shuashan. After hearing his whole story, Yu Riang exclaimed, That's really impressive. Earlier they reported without proper investigation, and in just one day their stance completely reversed. Rumors are more terrifying than losing one's mind. This really is a big deal. The Black Blade girl is terrifying too. Wasn't it said that the spear wielder is also a formidable master? Shin-hyuk scratched his head awkwardly and replied, They wouldn't say how, but they said they were given up to 3 bottles of sleeping pills. Enough to knock out an elephant. Yu Riang continued, They went that far because of you. My disciple really deserves praise. A disciple, even if the term is a bit different, it seems I'm lucky to have made such a connection. Then he added, At the school they told me to take a leave for a while, but I refused. Doing that would only make the students more worried. He replied, You thought correctly. If they don't appreciate it, repay them with teaching. But Shin-hyuk interrupted immediately, Master, I have one more request. The master, slurping his noodles, asked, What is it? He asked, Master, do you know the 3-talent sword technique? The 3-talent sword technique is a sword style composed of 3 basic moves: the horizontal slash, the vertical slash, and the thrust. In wuxia novels it's ranked a low-tier martial art, but I think it's good for the kids to practice basic forms and mentality. Master surely knows it. Hearing this, Yu Riang kept enjoying his bowl and said, "The three-talent sword technique? First time I've heard of it. Your martial arts aren't even fully refined yet. Why look for another style?" Hearing that, Shin Hyuk wondered. "Huh? Master, it's the three-talent sword technique. It includes vertical slash, horizontal slash, and thrust." Yu Riang said, "You fool, vertical, horizontal, thrust are all just slashes. What's this three-talent nonsense?" He thought to himself that since it's a common trope in martial novels, there must be a three-talent sword technique. After a moment he asked, "So aside from the arts I've learned, does Master know any other techniques?" The Master answered, "I also know a few moves from Old Tianma and Old Sanfeng." "How so?" He poured out his heart. "I want to teach the students. I want to do something for them." Hearing that, Yu Riang smiled slightly and replied, "It doesn't have to be martial arts, right? I once went up Mount Wudong and learned something from Old Sanfeng." Shin Hyuk asked, "What is it?" He replied, "Living on the mountain, he's very knowledgeable about herbs, so he became excellent at brewing tonics. He once told me that if he ever had disciples, he should brew them some." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk's eyes twitched and he said, "God, Master, you had that. Why didn't you give it to me earlier?" The Master replied, "Didn't I already temper your bones and sinews? This only helps adjust tendons and open meridians. With your level, it's basically unnecessary." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk teased, "Then it's just like ordinary tonic." Yu Riang explained, "You fool, how can it be compared to regular tonics? Though it doesn't raise internal power like an elixir, its effect is great. Also, Wudong follows austerity and doesn't use expensive ingredients. Sanfeng's disciples are even more robust than Tianma's. That says it all, right? For growing students, there's no better gift." But the result was beyond his expectations. All the students writhed uncontrollably after consuming his concoction. Someone shouted, "The teacher poisoned the class. Air raid alert. Air raid alert." Seeing the students looking far from well, he said, "Hey, this is a tonic for the body. Kids, don't spill it, drink it all." Thus, the second semester of the swordsmanship class began. A long-haired youth with a sullen face glared at him and said, "Teacher, I'm not joking. This seems like poison. Jinsu looks awful too." He frowned slightly and replied, "I don't want to drink this." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk immediately ordered, "Jinsu, add another treadmill room. From now on, for 2 months before class every day you must drink this. If you refuse, it's up to you. If you really don't want to, tell me privately." Jinsu wiped the drops at the corner of his mouth and said, "If you put it that way, not drinking feels like missing out." Then Shin Hyuk reassured them, "Come on, there's no lesson today, dismiss after you drink." The class president sprang to her feet and shouted, "Everyone, attention!" On her command, the whole class rose with grave expressions, their eyes fixed straight on Shin Hyuk. This surprised him. He said, "What's this? You haven't even saluted." The class president spoke on their behalf. "We look forward to your guidance this second semester, teacher." In unison the class said, "Please take care of us, teacher." The girls in the front began whispering, "You're so handsome. Please don't leave the class, teacher." Hearing this, Shin Hyuk sighed with relief and happiness. Seeming pleased, they feared he'd quit. After a pause he replied, "I'm not going anywhere." Everyone dismissed. Once all the students left, he remained alone on the podium. Holding the book, he murmured to himself, "Half a year already. Time really flies. I originally just wanted an easy life. I didn't expect to become so attached to this place." While he was lost in thought, Seora stood in the doorway with her arms crossed, looking at him and saying, "The kids really listen to you. How do you do it?" Surprised by her sudden appearance, he asked, "Seora, you're here? Why did you want to see me?" She glanced nervously outside to see if anyone else was there and said, "It's nothing else. You're famous now. Your image has improved a lot, so they told me to try to approach you." Hearing this, Shin Hyuk let out a sigh and replied, "No wonder it's been quiet lately." She continued, "Even if you try to hide it, you're too conspicuous. I kind of predicted some of it, the closed file on the Sea Wave Society and the duel with the vice principal. No matter how many explanations, many abilities you try to hide still leak out." Seora's expression grew extremely awkward. She said, "Senior, this is serious. They told me to use every method." He replied, "Samwon Group Chairman Young Pilji, Congressman Gwang Sik, Deputy Minister of Justice Kim Jong-cheol. Those people should be clear to the other side by now." Hearing those names, Seora was startled and asked, "Why are you suddenly saying that?" He explained, "They're all key figures in Antaz Korea. Tell them I said if they keep harassing me, I'll expose everything I know." Seora panicked, "Senior, how do you know about that? Were you going to say something?" Then she corrected herself, No, you just found out on your own." And Taz probably won't dare to act recklessly now, so I'm fine, so don't frown anymore. After that, he concluded, the needle in the sheath will eventually pierce through. No matter how you hide it, one day it will be exposed. Just as Zhang Six said, my abilities will eventually become known to the world. There's much that's been done. You can't turn back time. I've also formed too many relationships ever since I met my master and began studying martial arts. Ever since I became Kang Shin Hyuk, the storyline was bound to change. After a moment's thought, he said, yeah, then there's no need to cling to the original rules and no need to fear them changing. At his words, a string of question marks seemed to appear over Siora's head. She asked, what original rules? What have you been talking about? He stepped closer, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said, it's nothing. I'm counting on your help this semester. Then he walked out of the classroom with a smile, thinking to himself that the life named Kang Shin Hyuk was truly beginning now. Cut to a few days later, the peaceful campus scene unfolded, tree canopies swaying gently in a soft breeze. Strange noises were coming from the school's restroom. Kids really do adapt fast. One of them said, hey, you got any of that refreshment left? The other waved him off, go away. I only have one sip left. The first pleaded, come on, give me a sip. Friends do that for each other. The tonic the master gave them was called refreshment water. Now, two young men crouched in a stall, staring crazily at the bottle before them. The long-haired guy laughed out loud. Ha ha, the scores are going up again. The first nodded in agreement. With its awful bitterness, it kept sleepiness at bay and improved digestion, so it became a favorite drink among students. Jin-soo beside them set his glass under the table and let out a few soft hums. He sighed, I don't taste the bitterness at all. Have I suffered so much that it's gone numb? Min-hee looked down and warned, here we go again. Jin-soo called out, hey Min-hee, go out with me. I'll make sure your hands don't touch the refreshment water. At that half-joking line, Min-hee laughed, haha, get lost, no way. It's a bit worrying that someone like Jin-soo would misuse it, but thanks to the long-distance running regimen to build endurance last term, in the upcoming midterm fitness test, the swordsmanship class achieved overwhelmingly strong results. Watching the students sprinting across the yard, one teacher exclaimed, Teacher Shin Hyuk, what did you do to get results like this? Another teacher, checking his stopwatch, nodded in agreement. They're almost on par with third years trying out for the Ranger team. Seeing the students' convincing performance, Shin Hyuk smiled inwardly. Although not the homeroom teacher, as the basic swordsmanship instructor, he felt proud. He thought to himself that since he'd given them the tonic, this time they'd have to train twice as hard. Thus, the busy summer of the second semester passed. Autumn was drawing near. In class, he told the students, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. Don't just play around. After the break, there's the midterm exam. Remember? The students answered in unison, yes. He continued, spend some quality time with your family. Now dismissed. The class filed out. Min-hee turned back and waved. Have a good holiday, teacher. Watching the students gradually leave, he glanced down at the notebook in his hand and smiled. Suddenly, two students approached to get his attention. He turned and asked, Unsoo, Yunseo, why are you still standing there? Yunseo replied mischievously, we wanted to get some advice from you, teacher. The two girls exchanged looks. Then Unsoo said, we're thinking of signing up for the martial arts tournament. What do you think, teacher? Surprised by the sudden decision, he asked, the martial arts tournament? It's the martial arts competition among hunter academies nationwide, commonly called the martial arts tournament. Students from hunter schools across the country are eligible to participate. Because there are no grade divisions, most third-year students typically achieve top results. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. A few days earlier, the academic meeting had mentioned the martial arts tournament. He had assumed first years wouldn't be interested. Unsoo continued, the qualifiers start in November, so we're planning to register early. Yunseo added, what do you think, teacher? Are we not suitable? He pondered for a few seconds, then replied, you two are indeed excellent students, but you've only stood out among your own age group. If you face experienced second or third-year students, it'll be tough. Yunseo quickly chimed in, that's true. If we enter and get eliminated, we'd only embarrass you, teacher. Shin Hyuk flinched, asking, huh? What did you say? Yunseo continued, I heard that in first year, Senior Sejin also wanted to participate, but the swordsmanship instructor at the time wouldn't allow it, because if she lost in the qualifiers, it would be disgraceful. In the end, she had to beg and then went to the vice principal to ask privately. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk sighed inwardly, thinking, wow, no wonder she became student council president. Then he asked, why are you worrying about saving face for me? I don't care about that stuff. If you want to compete, just compete. This made the two girls ecstatic. In unison, they cried, really? Thank you, teacher, we'll do our best. He nodded, but if you enter, at least get past the qualifiers. I heard there's a special training class for competitors, don't skip it. At that, Yunseo gaped, asking, training class? Will we learn from you? He answered, not sure yet. They haven't decided who's in charge, but it probably won't be me. That left her disappointed. Oh, why is that? He calmly replied, I'm still a new teacher. Likely an experienced second or third-year instructor will take it. Yunseo pressed, what criteria is that? Among the swordsmanship teachers, you're the best. At the compliment he only smiled faintly, you little flatterer. But I'm busy. I can't. The blunt refusal left her a bit deflated. She said, I don't care about the training class, but if you teach it, I'll do it. He rejected that, no, years of experience and teachers' hard-earned techniques matter too. You know? He thought to himself that competitors would have weekend evening training. He cared for them, but he couldn't give up all his rest time. Then he smiled and encouraged them. I'll forward your names to the vice principal. Prepare well for this tournament. But as soon as he met the vice principal, the man pointed at him and said, you handle preparing the students for the tournament. So once again his break was officially ruined. The thought made him feel like turning to stone on the spot. He stammered, Sir Vice Principal, I'm just a new teacher. Shouldn't a second or third-year teacher take this on? The man propped his chin and replied, actually Mr. Choi from third year wanted it. But honestly I think you're much better. Hearing that, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, well, my students are entering just for the experience. Wouldn't it be better if someone experienced with champions like Sejin took charge? I knew you'd say that, the vice principal cut in. I've already spoken with Sejin. She also wants you to lead the training class herself. Seeing him take the lead, Shin Hyuk frowned slightly, thinking the old man always moves fast. He looked straight at him and said in a low voice, so, if you're not interested, meeting the conditions like last time will suffice. He replied flatly, I don't want to. The blunt refusal surprised the vice principal. Why not? He explained, didn't I win the duel last time? Why are you still forcing me? The man explained, I helped during that dispute. Consider it a draw, okay? He smiled and said, oh, how convenient. The man continued, listen, according to what I heard from Manhwa, you still don't meet the requirements to be evaluated for an A rank, right? He nodded in agreement, yes, that's right. Overseas experience doesn't count. I plan to finish it during winter break and apply next year. At that, the vice principal's tone turned regretful. What a pity, Mr. Kong. Then he made a firm offer. I'll give you a chance to be promoted to a rank right now. At that, he froze for a few seconds and asked, Vice Principal, I still don't have enough domestic experience. The man explained, with a recommendation letter from an SS rank hunter like me, even if your number of gate crossings is insufficient, you can still be evaluated. With your abilities, you'll certainly pass. The third evaluation session is right after the Mid-Autumn Festival. How does that sound? He'd again gotten ahead of him. That made him uneasy. Every time the man offered exactly what he needed, making it impossible to refuse. This sweet temptation struck directly at his greed. Once he reached a rank, his base stipend would immediately increase. Moreover, if he were an A-rank hunter before winter break, his extra income would skyrocket. Everything came so fast his breathing quickened. He stammered, I'm just busy one day this weekend. If you can schedule it another day, I'll consider it. Seeing his assent, the vice principal nodded. Good, coordinate carefully with the students to adjust the schedule. After the agreement, he turned and left, thinking to himself that he'd ended up taking on more work again. He sighed and kept thinking, remembering how much the man had helped him before. With a vice principal who is an SS rank hunter, he'd certainly need to rely on him again in the future. Looking at the list in front of him, he murmured, the first-year entrants for the martial arts tournament are Yunseo and Eunsu. For third year, it's only Sejin, last year's champion. It's been months since the interview. I wonder how she's been living lately? Cut to Sejin, who was still training relentlessly. Blood kept dripping from the arm holding the sword onto the ground. Her arm trembled violently, but she still gripped the wooden sword tightly. Her breathing grew increasingly labored. At this point, she seemed to have reached her limit. Cut to Snow Mountain. Seeing him lying there the whole time, his master finally asked, so you're staying here the whole break? He nodded, yeah, might as well train the gaps and breathe the fresh air. That made his master narrow his eyes suspiciously. Now he asked, did you kill someone? That's gruesome. He snapped angrily, no, it's not like that. Seeing his odd attitude, the master continued, something's off. Normally you find every excuse to avoid training. Why are you suddenly this serious? He retorted, why don't you praise me once? I deserve praise. Master Yu Riang replied, I'm thinking of making you focus even harder than clearing the Caibang stain. He angrily flopped down into the snow and said, I just wondered what it'd be like if I got even stronger than planned. He thought to himself that he'd already changed the lives of students at the academy to some extent. If he'd decided from the second semester to live his own life, he needed to be proactive and strong. But he didn't know how even the smallest change might affect the future of this world. At minimum, he had to be strong enough to protect himself and those around him. Then he sat up. That makes sense. He turned to his master and asked, "By the way, have you been able to read the writing in our world?" The master, still enjoying a pale blue chocolate bar, replied, "Of course. I can. It's not that difficult." So he produced a martial arts manual and said, "Please take a look at this for me." The master opened it to study and, looking at it, asked, "What's this?" He answered, "It's a martial arts book from the outside world. Can't you see?" After examining it for a while, Yu Riang said, "Did I learn the characters wrong? This worthless pile of trash dares to call itself a martial arts manual? Even 8 petty pirates could break it apart easily." His expression shifted a full 180 degrees. He stroked his chin and said, "Right? Not boring, is it?" He thought to himself, "Actually, staying here the whole break wasn't just for me. While planning the training class, I pulled a few things out." Then he turned to his master and asked, "You've fought with all kinds of weapons, haven't you?" The man nodded, "Yes. Why do you ask?" Winking, he opened his backpack, took out another martial manual and said, "Actually, there are plenty of combat manuals besides swordsmanship here. If possible, could you teach a few moves that can neutralize an opponent, right?" Taken aback by his pupil's cheekiness, the master hesitated. "You've got an interesting idea. Are you trying to challenge this old man to a duel now? Though a sword spar is only a dialogued bout, can't advance you like a real fight, but it's still a process of finding mistakes and learning from them. All practical courses at Hunter School are taught according to set curricula. Hunter schools nationwide teach the same material. What if a true martial master analyzed modern techniques and pointed out your weaknesses? What if they taught students how to counter every weapon out there? How many students out there could actually stand up to that?" Snapping out of the thought, he was now sparring with his master. He lunged and threw a punch, but the master easily raised his sword and knocked his attack aside. The strong deflection sent the spear flying from his hand. Instantly, not giving him time to react, the master swung a cut straight at him. But with his quickness, Shin Hyuk moved behind his master. Then, his hand clenched. He gathered mana into his fist, preparing to strike. The punch was delivered with such force that the forest echoed with a violent explosion. During the break, I'll discuss sword techniques with the old master and take notes, and sometimes, stubborn as I am, I'll take a hit. "Don't be so stubborn," he says. But that guy who keeps jabbering about stomping snow to launch himself, those two kept repeating that action over and over. Yu Riang kept talking, and he actively reviewed what the master said. Afterward, the two happily enjoyed noodles together. Overall, it was a pretty pleasant break. When everything was done, he said goodbye to his master and returned to school. Walking down the hallway, he sighed softly. "So annoying. I'm so full." But the food was good anyway. After eating instant noodles the whole break, dining in the dorm felt divine. If the army's food were like this, I could stay another month. Before he could finish, his expression changed and he muttered, "Another month of what?" Then he slapped his own face and said, "What nonsense. Living fine, right? Doing fine, right?" At this odd behavior, Sejin approached from a distance and said, "Oh, Teacher Kong." "Hello." Seeing her, he greeted back, "Sejin, long time no see. You're early. Have you eaten?" She nodded, "Yes, sir. Third years get served fastest." The persistent kid followed him closely. "If you're done eating, rest, you're early. You're such a handful." The girl shyly asked, "Even though classes haven't started, could you spar me once?" Shin Hyuk tried to refuse. "Running right after eating will give you a stomachache." Just after escaping Sejin, he was immediately stopped and pestered by Yunseo's group. They brightened at seeing him and called, "Teacher, have you had dinner?" Looking at them, he wondered, "What's all the noise? I thought you'd take your time and come back later. Who's free enough to show up early?" Minhee pouted, "Hey, how could we possibly be late?" He thought to himself that next came Yunseo. Then Minhee and Jinsu joined in, saying it was a lot of fun. So the head count for the Hunter School's martial arts tournament was finalized. 4 first years and 1 third year. Looking at the students before him, he nodded inwardly. "Good. 5 is enough for me to teach." Jinsu immediately raised his hand to voice a concern. "Sir, I heard we study on weekdays and weekends too. Is that true?" He sighed softly and replied, "Unfortunately, it's true. It's the vice principal's directive. Go complain to him." Sejin at his side spoke up, "Sir, actually I'd like to attend extra classes even on Sundays." This made Jinsu very curious. He turned and asked, "Senior, why? Why are you so diligent?" Minhee raised a hand to ask, How will the class sessions be structured? I think focusing on practical combat would be better. At that question he smiled slightly and said, good question. Since this is a prep class for the tournament, we'll focus on sparring practice. But we can't skip theory. Sejin added, teacher, I honestly don't need theory. If it's not too much trouble, could I train on my own during theory periods? Hearing she was last year's champion, could there be some destined rival at this year's tournament? He produced a stack of materials and said, all right, look through this and then decide whether you need theory. Looking at the stack, she asked, what is this? It looks like a syllabus. Then she noticed the title on the stack and murmured, countermeasures? She thought to herself that she expected the usual, spar and the teacher pointing out flaws. If class leaned toward theory, it would feel like wasted time. But while reading she spotted something and her eyes suddenly froze for a few seconds. Jinsu skimmed it and asked, teacher, this method isn't just for swordsmanship, is it? He explained, the martial tournament isn't limited to sword students. Unsu raised a concern, but how are we supposed to master spear techniques, close combat, and archery too? Yunseo added, and magic, learning it won't help because our mana is different. Seeing the puzzled looks below, he smiled and said, it seems, aside from Sejin, no one really gets it. Why should sword students learn other disciplines? Look at the title again, it's countermeasures. Jinsu asked, sir, did you make this yourself? He gave a thumbs up and nodded, that's right. Got a little help, but from cover to content it's handmade. The cover of the packet couldn't look any cruder. Jinsu said, the cover really is handmade, sir. It's terrible. Contrasting with the kid's joking tone, Sejin trembled as she held the theoretical packet to her chest. This wasn't something to laugh off. Mastering this material would make you unbeatable against similar magic. If I had Teacher Kang's age and experience, I could fully match that power. She thought as she looked toward him, realizing the true genius was him. Back on Snow Mountain, Yu Riang suddenly sneezed, wondering who might be mentioning his name. It's been nearly a week since I took on the supplemental class for the tournament. Some days we study theory using the countermeasure method my master provided. Other days we run sparring drills. Right now he was looking at the statistics board, then turned to Jiziel and said, you've gone over time. Let's stop here. She, still full of energy, replied, has 3 minutes already passed? Sunhwa was treating Min-hee at the time and said, these kids are strong. There's no sign of fatigue at all. He thought to himself that he'd ask Teacher Kim and Hong for help. The countermeasure method the master created is truly excellent, but right now the kids are still far too lacking in real combat experience. Of course, through the vice principal it wouldn't be impossible to spar with other classes, but having a student like Jiziel by my side is really reassuring. After that thought, he turned to encourage everyone, you all worked hard. Enjoy your dinner. Don't forget to bring bitter water when you leave. Starting Monday, the first years will go on a 3-day conditioning run, and they'll have the ceremony off to rest comfortably at school. Recalling what the vice principal said to him, by the way, I remember you'll serve as an instructor at the training camp as well. This made him very puzzled. He asked, what comes bundled with that? I'm not a homeroom teacher. I'm just a sword instructor. Kim Man-dong replied awkwardly, the recommendation letter for the promotion exam this time is very valuable. Come on, just help out one more time. So I had to go along to the training camp. That old man is rarely so familiar. Does he plan to take the kids anywhere through a teleport gate? He also looked rather uneasy. Seeing him deep in thought, Sunhwa turned and asked, Teacher Kong, did you also prepare tonic pills for the kids? He smiled and answered, I heard there's a tonic that's good for students entering adulthood. Hearing that, Sunhwa smiled and said, you really care about the kids. They're lucky. At those words, everyone put on displeased looks. The effect of the tonic the master provided was indeed obvious. Although it could simply be because they're at a growth stage, thinking back to the recent midterm, their basic abilities had clearly improved. Jiziel stepped forward and offered, Teacher Kong, let me help you clean up. He waved her off. Oh, that's not necessary. You've already helped the others. Go ahead inside. She pouted, are you sure? Teacher? I'm free. He smiled. Just having you help with training is enough to make me grateful. Next time I'll treat you properly. After tidying up, he stepped out of the training room, locked the door, and muttered, ha. Another day done. Just as he was thinking about some rest time, a voice came from behind. Teacher. Sejin's appearance wiped the smile from Shin Hyuk's face. He was startled and said, you're quite the surprise. He turned and asked, Sejin, why haven't you gone home yet? Are you asking for another spar? She shook her head. No, actually I have something to tell you. Why so awkward? She reached out to clasp her other arm and, stammering, said, actually, starting next week I won't be able to attend the Saturday class anymore. The girl spoke with deep sadness. This caused Shin Hyuk's gaze to freeze for a few seconds as well. The first thought that came to my mind was, what? The second thought was, why? Fewer students would mean less work for me, so why do I feel so strange? Maybe because I prepared the training thoroughly, so hearing that a promising student will be absent makes me feel off. I'm not someone overly passionate about teaching, but it's only Saturdays off after all. Yeah, it's just Saturdays off. Seeing the girl now, tears streaming down her face from sadness, he murmured, "Why are you crying so miserably?" Cut to the outside. At this time, the teacher and student were sitting on the schoolyard, sharing youthful confidences. He said, sounding disappointed, "This is bad. The cafeteria closed early, so all I can offer you is bitter water." Taking the cup that reeked of a poisonous smell in her hand, her expression darkened, but she forced a smile and said, "It's okay, sir. This actually helped me calm down faster." Then he turned and asked, "So starting next week, you'll really go out hunting every weekend?" The girl nodded, yes. Actually, she preferred having the teacher instruct her, but before she could finish, he asked curiously, "That's odd. Students only start internships in sophomore year, and there aren't internships on weekends, plus the rules prohibit going out." She replied, "My father said he'll call the vice principal directly." As he sipped the cup, he thought to himself how strange that was. Would that strict old man really permit it so easily? Curious about her father's identity, he turned and asked, "If one call is enough, does your father know the vice principal?" She answered, "Oh, my father is the guild master of Aries." At that, Shin Hyuk's eyes changed. He furrowed his brow and looked at the girl, thinking, guild master of Aries. So this kid comes from a powerful, wealthy family. She continued, "Actually, my goal isn't the National Martial Arts Tournament. I'm only entering to secure a spot to compete in the WHCU 19 Hunter Championship." WHCU 19 stands for War Hunter Championship Under 19, the World Hunter Championship for competitors under 19. Then he seemed to realize something and said, "Ah, right, win the martial arts tournament and you qualify for the international competition." She confirmed it for the first time. He thought to himself that aiming for WHCU before even trying the qualifiers for the national tournament sounded overly confident. But Sejin had been champion 2 years running, and rumor had it this year's champion would be Sejin again. He asked, "So you're competing in the WHCU this January?" She hesitated, "Yes, I'm competing." Before she could say more, he interrupted, "So it's true? How did it go? With Sejin's abilities, you shouldn't just make the top ranks, you could aim for the championship." But contrary to his thoughts, she shyly replied, "I was eliminated in the first round." He muttered, "Eliminated in the first round?" She explained, "I had bad luck in the draw. My first opponent was last year's tournament champion." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk let out a whoop. "Oh man, that must sting." She answered, "I'd be lying to say I'm not disappointed, but you can't blame luck. If my skill were strong enough, I wouldn't have been eliminated." Looking at the girl in front of him, he recalled his own image from the days when he was still diligently writing stories. He turned, gently ruffled her hair, and praised, "You're truly an exemplary student." This affectionate gesture made her extremely bashful. She said, "Teacher, what are you doing?" Her startle made him jump too. Then he composed himself and continued, "Most people are lenient with themselves, but looking at Sejin sometimes doesn't feel that way. Yet no one acknowledges that struggle. Instead, people only feel pity." Those words seemed to strike the girl's heart, leaving her face deeply embarrassed, but tears welled and spilled at the corners of her eyes. "You've taken this girl's hopes to the top. Are you planning to run off now?" He stood up to leave and said, "I'll go ahead. You can stay out and get some air before going in. About Saturday classes, I'll ask the vice principal again." And it wasn't a true elimination in the qualifiers. Your first opponent went on to win the whole tournament. So consider yourself the runner-up. You did very well, don't lose your confidence. Quoting his words of encouragement, the girl stood up, bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, teacher. I will definitely succeed." Shin Hyuk frowned slightly and waved his hand. "Hey," I said, "relax." Watching his retreating back, her mood seemed to have lifted a bit. She turned her gaze to the phone vibrating in her hand. The caller was her father. She answered, "Hello, Dad." Her father scolded, "Why did it take you so long to pick up?" She trembled and replied, "Ah, sorry, I've just been consulting about something." Her father snapped, "Consulting about what?" "You just need to do as I say." After exchanging some words, the two finished the call, and she stood frozen in the middle of the schoolyard, lost in thought. Guild Aries, a reputable mid to upper tier guild. In the story, the heir of Guild Aries split off to form a new guild called Dawn. That person is Kim Se-yeon, a character who hates her parents so much she changed her name. Extremely resolute. When protagonist Kim Do-hyun was a sophomore, his internship guild was Dawn, And while Sejin supervised Kim Do-hyun, the two eventually fell in love. No wonder such a capable character didn't appear in the original work. It's truly odd. I thought she was just an outstanding supporting character, but Sejin turned out to be the female lead. If the original plot doesn't change, Sejin's relationship with her father will be completely fractured. The catalyst is the WHCU tournament next January. Because she didn't perform well, Sejin was harshly berated by her father. Many times, perhaps the author values reader immersion highly. Sejin's father is written as a master manipulator. Because of the author's strong writing, I read it with clenched fists. Shin Hyuk sighed, exclaiming, "And he's supposed to be my student's parent?" It's suffocating. Leaning back on his beloved bed, he muttered, even though Sejin is practically guaranteed to win the martial arts tournament this year, her anxiety now makes sense to me. It's not surprising, among the top 10 prodigies, the Reborn students, the coldest and most ruthless, one of them is a perfectionist. That's because her father is Sword King Kim Dae-chon, an S-rank hunter, a genius crushed by his father, who used every connection to keep his daughter from becoming independent. If Kim Dae-chon were my father, I'd have packed and run long ago. He fell silent for a moment, then remembered his own past image. When I didn't achieve good results, my father tore up my test and came to scold me. Later Sejin will defeat her father. She'll receive an apology and reconcile, ending on a happy note. But honestly, I don't like that part at all. It's just a reminder of old wounds. Blood ties and forgiveness aren't magic wands. The people involved must have a lot of nails driven into their hearts. Just seeing that he forces his daughter to intern on weekends, ignoring school rules, is enough to show the burden she bears. Come to think of it, Sejin is a senior and also serves as student council president. With extra makeup classes and interning both weekend days, I wonder if she even has time to rest. Even if I don't intervene, things will likely sort themselves out later. He recorded images of the girl, always in a melancholic state. He pondered for a long moment and muttered to himself, "But should I step in?" He then turned back to ask his master, which made Yu Riang very curious, saying, "If you intervene, what do you plan to do?" He scolded, "Disciple, if you intervene, how exactly do you intend to do it? What can you accomplish?" He explained, "No, master, I rarely ask for your opinion." "Why would you answer like that?" The master replied, "Are you planning to turn that household upside down? Or will you personally sever their bloodline? I've seen countless children burdened with heavy responsibilities like that. Even when I stayed temporarily with the Namgung family, the interns there suffered immeasurably. Back then, I only corrected a few stances and did nothing more." This made him very puzzled, and he asked, "Why? That's not exactly cold." Yu Riang fell silent for a moment and then said, "Because the child never uttered a complaint." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk also began to reflect and did not ask further. "Did that girl ever ask you for help?" He answered, "No, she didn't." The master continued, "Or did she ever show fear about the upcoming match?" He replied, "No, not that either." Only then did the master sigh and say, "Foolish disciple, count your blessings. Your student is already a martial artist." Hearing those words, he fell silent for a few seconds, thinking to himself that she truly had never begged him for help. If he intervened without her asking, clumsy interference would only make things more awkward for Sejin. The WHCU tournament is still next year, and there hasn't been any rift with her father yet. Overthinking gave him a pounding headache. He held his head and said, "Ugh, my head hurts." Seeing him like that, the master said, "Why not take up the sword? If you want to blow off steam, a duel is the best way." He nodded in agreement, stood up, and explained, "I have to prepare for the training camp tomorrow, so go easy on me, please." Hearing that, the master had no objections and asked, "Where are you rushing off to again? You just arrived not long ago." He replied, "As a coach, I need to arrive early to prepare." The master sighed and said, "It seems you're the busiest one lately." He gripped his sword tightly and said, "Don't say more. Because of this, I haven't had time to train myself." He closed his eyes and felt that since taking on the extra martial arts class, he'd indeed been too busy. Next week, there's the A-rank promotion exam. After the exam, I still have to invite Master Kim and Master Hong out to dinner. Tomorrow, he also has to go to the training center to fulfill duties as an instructor. Though in his past life he was busy with author deadlines, why is this life even more hectic? Reborn, he had to start life as a student again, and also adapt to Kang Shin Hyuk's body. Seeking fate on the mountain led him to meet his master. Even the summer break wasn't free hunting, then training. At the end he had to address rumors, and before he could properly rest, classes resumed. He had once vowed he'd enjoy things he missed in his previous life, yet looking back, he hadn't found a moment of ease. Watching the determined strikes he made, The master fell silent for a moment. He then stepped back, still thinking, yet it wasn't that he hated his current life. Being busy was his choice, and his life so far was not meaningless. He wondered whether Sejin thought the same. After sparring for a while, he confirmed, "That's right. Although this start wasn't what I wanted, meeting my master allowed me to reveal the truth about Entaz Korea to Seora. Even the match with the vice principal, though I lost, I still grew a lot. During summer break, whether sightseeing or working in Jeju, it was still a valuable experience. Because I got stronger, I was able to rescue my students safely, and I received help from those who were with me." He let out a satisfied breath. "That's right. Life isn't that dramatic. Maybe my master meant exactly that when he told me to let go of my impatience." But then suddenly his head spun. His eyes narrowed as he asked, "Master, my internal energy just..." His internal energy began to lose control, surging wildly. Really, had he been overthinking in the middle of the spar? He clutched his dantian and cried out, It feels like my dantian is about to explode. It hurts, worse than when Master opened my Ren Meridian before." Or was he having an internal energy backlash, the surge burning his dantian? The internal energy burst out of his dantian, not following the meridians but running up along his spine, rising slowly. He had to regain control. This was not a normal chi circulation path. It passed the epigastrium to where the heart is, then continued up to the throat and from the throat to the third eye. Finally, when that burst of internal energy reached the Baihui point, it shattered, enlightening him in countless ways. His expression changed as he muttered. The pain vanished as if evaporated. "Now my mind is clear." He raised his hand to look at it, stammering, "What is this?" The master stepped forward and praised, "Congratulations." This made him very curious. He asked, "Congratulations for what?" "Congratulations on your enlightenment. You just passed through another barrier." Hearing his master's words, Shin Hyuk thought to himself, "Passed through a barrier? Does that mean his martial art had reached the next realm?" The previously uncontrolled internal energy suddenly flowed back, surging from his chest through his heart and piling into his throat as if about to explode. When it reached the third eye on his forehead, it extinguished along with the pain. The master described what he felt. After passing the third eye, the place where internal energy gathers is the Baihui point at the top of the head. Then that boiling, explosive chi simply dissipated without a trace. He nodded in confirmation, "Yes, exactly as I felt." Hearing this, the corner of the master's mouth curved into a reassuring smile. "But don't worry. The internal energy hasn't disappeared. It's cleared out to make room for a new vessel. Given your temperament, I thought it would take longer." "I didn't expect you to awaken so quickly," he asked curiously. "Awaken how? I don't really feel anything clear." The master continued, "In any case, a person doesn't change simply by rising one level. There are still many realms to cross. Among them, the condition for entering the supreme peak is to be freed from worldly attachments. Even if you can't immediately solve the problems before you, if you can accept the situation and take it as part of yourself, that is a form of letting go." He reflected on his master's words and accepted the situation. "Indeed, I feel lighter now, master, and I think my stomach's a bit hungry too." This slightly naive remark made the master sigh in exasperation and say, "You've been circulating chi for 4 watches straight. You should be hungry." Startled, he checked the time on his phone and shouted, "What? 4 watches already? It's 5:30 p.m.? The master nodded, "Yes. Didn't you say you had to go to the training camp? Eat the noodles I cooked first, then go." He remained immersed in thoughts about that realm. Once he became accustomed to the aura blade, that would be the pinnacle. If I've already passed that realm, it means I'm now entering the early stage of the super-ultimate peak. Just how much stronger have I gotten? I can't feel it clearly at all. I wish I could find another match, but my training camp schedule's in the way. After finishing his meal, he turned toward the teleport gate and said, "I've eaten. I'm heading out. See you later, master." Watching his back as he left, the master sighed. "Oh dear. I forgot to tell him to rein in his power if anything happens." "Well, never mind. It's probably nothing serious, right?" Cut to the school. The person in charge looked at his wristwatch. It was past the appointed time and no one had arrived. He said, "How can this possibly be? Wasn't this training camp supposed to be run by your second school?" Someone nodded in agreement. "Of course, the camp director this time should be from our second school." The one who said this was a blond young man. Confidently and sarcastically he added, "Among the teachers from first school, is there even an A-rank hunter? So this time the camp director will be teacher Jung Hyun-sik from second school." One man objected, "But wasn't teacher Jung only appointed last year? He's not even a full teacher yet, is he?" The other replied, "Whether he's a permanent teacher or new doesn't matter. It's about ability." Shin Hyuk stood outside the discussion, observing and thinking to himself that an hour had already passed. These people hurried their preparations to make the training camp on time, thinking that simply assigning tasks and roles would be quick, but instead they argued over who would be the camp director, the person with the highest responsibility here. Were they sworn enemies or what? No one was willing to give ground. Apparently schools take pride very seriously. Who knew it went this far? The blonde continued loudly. Then teachers from Hunter School number 1, why don't we settle this with a duel to decide? Hearing this suggestion, he stroked his chin and thought, oh, that's good, much better. Talking gets nowhere. A decisive duel is far simpler than endless debate. Another brown-haired teacher stroked his chin and said quietly, a duel? For what? Just to choose the camp director, we have to go as far as a duel? The blonde asked, do you have any other idea? If so, speak up. He replied, if we must fight, then each school should send 5 representatives to compete. Looking at this man, he thought, so our school actually has someone willing to think. Although second school has A-rank hunters, they also have C-rank ones, while all the teachers at our school are B-rank hunters. At that suggestion, the blonde shook his head. No, there are only 30 minutes left for the camp inspection. The person in charge is waiting, so let's settle this quickly with one-on-one matches. What do you think? Not confident. Hearing that, the teachers from first school were furious. Shin Hyuk sighed softly in the back and kept thinking how ridiculous it was. Wasn't everyone trembling over the A-rank label? Then the blonde looked straight at him and said, is that teacher Kang Shin Hyuk over there? When called, he pointed to himself and replied, yes. It's me, Kang Shin Hyuk. The blonde continued, oh really? I heard you fought the vice principal over there and took a few hits, thought you'd step up boldly, but you hide behind others? The man beside him added, I heard you can even use Aura Blade. Could that just be a staged trick? He awkwardly replied, yes, think whatever you want. I'm not gonna fight. He thought to himself, don't even try to set a trap for me. If it were Jizyl here instead of me, she would have rushed out already. But what would that accomplish? Even if we won, it would only make those who look down on outsiders from other hunter schools more arrogant. He continued to sneer, speaking of which, weren't you recently in the news over that student incident? This made him furious. He rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, stepped forward, and said, you crossed the line, duel me. A teacher beside him moved in to restrain him. Teacher Kong, calm down. Someone from the back called out, Teacher Beck, can you take this match? Beck, embarrassed, answered, yes, I suppose I can. He thought to himself that the other teachers didn't seem eager to step up anyway. Then he made a proposal, if I win, I'll give up the representative spot. Is that acceptable? The blonde replied, of course, if you concede, we'd even thank you for it. Shin Hyuk continued, then it's settled. I'll take the field. As for you lot, why not have all your teachers join in too? This left the blonde momentarily stunned. Something like a snort escaped his mouth as he barked, haha, Teacher Kong, you've got jokes. A real YouTuber, I didn't know you had this kind of talent. Teacher Beck behind him tried to stop it. Teacher Kong, whatever you do, joking like that. He cut in, I'm not joking. Do I look that insincere? The blonde wiped away tears from laughing too hard and said, looks like being mentioned in the press has gone straight to your head. Then let me tell you, the world isn't that easy. He took a stick, drove it into the ground, and began drawing a circle. That's what I should say. If you keep arguing about who'll referee, you'll be at it half a day. So here's the rule. Whoever is pushed out of this circle first loses. Hearing that, the blonde was inwardly furious. Who the hell does this prick think he is? Being so stubborn? He then smiled and said, fine, but having all of them is too many. We'll only send 3. A young man in black stepped forward and asked, Teacher Park, are you really going to follow his lead? The blonde turned coldly and said, if you speak, you must be responsible for it. Besides, our medics are good, broken legs, sliced hands happen. Those words made the teachers from first school very worried. In contrast, at second school, faces lit up with excitement. After selecting 3 representatives, he looked at them and said, then the time limit for this match will be 10 minutes. Anyone who forfeits or is pushed out of the circle loses. The other side nodded in understanding. He tightened his grip on his sword and stepped forward, thinking to himself, after reaching the new realm, small changes began to show. The chi in his dantian had decreased a lot. Not so much lost as compressed down very tightly. Aside from that, nothing else seemed markedly different. Still fine, this was a good chance to test it. The referee outside blew the whistle and announced, begin. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd from second school surged at him, attacking with extreme speed. The teachers there exclaimed, pioneering swordsmanship. They summoned a large formation. The blonde replied, why hold back? Crush them until they have no words left. The man with the spear tightened his grip on the shaft, then hurled it toward him like a fired arrow. This momentarily stunned him. He thought, a spear? I thought it would stay to guard the formation, not act so aggressively. If he dodges this, the swordsman will close in immediately and strike with offbeat timing. As he predicted, the instant he dodged the spear, the swordsman lunged in at his side and immediately swung a slash directly toward him. A loud clash rang out. A sword tip snapped and flew straight into the air. This left the teachers from first school utterly astonished, because with his bare hand he had just cleaved that man's sword in two, leaving a streak of blood across his face. This made his opponent's eyes go wide in disbelief. He looked at his arm wrapped in an aura blade and thought, oh, drawing a sword has suddenly become much easier? The mage at the back raised her hand and shouted, all right, fall back now. She summoned a fire dragon. The instant it appeared, it let out a roar and lunged straight at him, preparing to attack. This made Teacher Beck outside startle and shout, a large formation? Why are they deploying it mid-duel? Looking at the incoming attack, he realized the A-rank hunter they were talking about was this mage. This was bad, this one posed real trouble. But he suddenly remembered his master's words when learning the Tianma sword technique. A peak Tianma forced me, though I was at a higher realm, to be unsettled. He now seemed to grasp something. So that's it. He never said it couldn't be undone. Back then, his master was at super peak and could see the entire flow of magic. Now he had found the weakness in this attack. His hand, wrapped in aura blade, readied itself to counterattack once more. Jun Hyen panted as red energy swirled around her. This was a rank fire magic, burst flame. Kong Shin Hyuk raised his sword high. Unlike the fireballs used by low-rank hunters, when this one was slashed through with aura, it detonated, dealing wide area damage. A genuinely troublesome spell. Jun Hyen was horrified. What had just happened was baffling to everyone. Yet it was as if nothing had ever existed at all. Kong Shin Hyuk planted his feet wide and with his right hand used his sword to slice the opponent's ultimate move. The burst flame unleashed by second school's A-rank magic teacher Kim Young Hyen, splitting it apart midair with a single stroke from the B-rank sword instructor. A teacher watching gaped in surprise, eyes wide, muttering, what on earth was that? Did you see just now? A bearded teacher beside him added, breaking a sword with bare hands was one thing, but now he's canceling magic too? Curious about Shin Hyuk's peak state, he wondered aloud, Teacher Kong, who exactly is he? He inwardly marveled. It was truly incredible. He recalled the fight with the big-mouthed monster. His hurried swordplay had been far sharper then, but the most astonishing thing was the mana flow just now. The successive sparks aligned. When the sword sliced into the magic's flow that formed the spell, he thought, it dissipated into the air like a failed incantation. Kong Shin Hyuk widened his eyes and unconsciously blurted, wait. He remembered his earlier duel with the vice principal and realized, then the vice principal must have seen it too. He shuddered at the memory of that man's parry. Was he hit just out of curiosity? Damn foolish old man. A teacher looked at his broken sword and sighed. My precious blade I've always cared for is broken. I'll forfeit. The spear instructor did the same, raising his hand. Me too. I won't risk getting seriously hurt. Kong Shin Hyuk propped his sword against the ground and watched the two teachers turn and leave. He pondered, a broken sword can be covered with aura. These people have no backbone. The spear teacher may seem wise, but if he were truly wise, he wouldn't have charged at me. Kong Shin Hyuk asked, then what will you do, Kim? Jun Hyen clenched her fist and replied resolutely, I'll keep fighting. Kong Shin Hyuk touched his neck with a casual tone. Is that so? Then it's up to you. But inwardly he judged that it would be tough with only the mage. Mentally she was the strongest of the three. Watching Young Hyen spread her arms and unleash a fireball, he respected her fighting spirit. Of course, that's not a wise choice. Shin Hyuk squinted, calmly observing inwardly and reciting spells as well. Even his master had almost no experience fighting mages, so he was curious. He swung his sword. An aura of energy formed a curved arc. He calculated silently. Attack while they're chanting and it's over. Just cut lightly with sword chi. The arc of sword chi slammed into Young Hyen's hexagonal protective circle. She was unharmed and, on the contrary, the fireball in her hands grew larger. The blonde teacher folded his arms and commented, see, Kim's shield can't be broken by aura. If you can't get out of its range, there's nothing you can do, Teacher Kong. Shin Hyuk frowned but remained calm, replying with dry amusement, if the gun won't do, use a cannon. Simple as that. He focused more energy into the sword and swept it. A massive blade chi was released. He curled a lip in a smile. This will definitely break through. The blonde teacher gaped and stammered. That's an aura blade. Really? The man beside him, astonished, hurriedly added, "Using such a big technique in a match like this. Does he intend to kill someone?" He replied confidently with a grin. "Scared of that? And what about your buddy? Trying to catch me so badly he'd burn down the whole training ground." Shin Hyuk changed his grip to the sword's hilt and forcefully threw the blade forward. "All right, let's see." The sword's tip flew like an arrow straight at the hexagonal shield. He shouted, "Which will break first, the shield or my sword?" While Jung Hyun kept chanting. A deafening explosion roared. Shin Hyuk shielded his eyes with his elbow and peered out. The hexagonal shield had been pierced through. He told himself it had broken. The transparent barrier had shown itself. At that point, the chanting had to stop. Chant while moving? Jung Hyun reappeared immediately after, her lips still moving with the chant. Shin Hyuk was amazed. He hadn't expected that. She thrust her staff and shot quickly out of the blast zone, glancing back with a strained expression. He marveled inwardly. Chanting while moving? She frowned slightly, observing and murmuring, "Kahan man kaase bapma. Kahan man kaase bapma." The buzz-cut woman was astonished. Moving and still chanting a spell? With such a large magic that isn't easy, impressive. The man beside her warned anxiously, "It's too late to recall that misdirected sword now. At this rate it'll roast you all." Shin Hyuk showed no worry. He held up 5 fingers and said, "Do you think I threw the sword without thinking? I intentionally misdirected it to avoid causing injury." The sword's hilt trembled slightly. The blade shot up out of the ground. The pair of spear instructors gaped. The headband teacher looked baffled. "What? The sword's flying on its own?" The spear teacher quickly dismissed it. "No way." The sword streaked through the air. The theory and technique had been taught long ago by his master, but he'd never dared try it before because his internal power wasn't sufficient. The flying sword struck and slid a long wound down Jung Hyun's back. A martial technique that controls a blade from afar with chi and intent. "Dikai yu kin." She spat blood, a wet cough. He exhaled, satisfaction on his face. Immediately shouts and panicked calls rose up. "Kim! Kim!" He broke into a sweat, his face paling with fear. "Don't tell me she's dying." He bit his lip anxiously when he heard someone shout, "You can see the spine. Call a medic, hurry." Shin Hyuk kept chastising himself. He'd spent a huge amount of internal power and it was hard to control the force. He shouldn't use it anymore. A hand released green healing energy and reached out. 2 medics from the medical team were channeling green aura energy to help Jung Kyon staunch the bleeding, and someone shouted that the winner was Professor Kang Shin Hyuk of Hunter School No. 1, meaning the decision over the head coach position would go to him. Just then someone called, "Professor Kang Shin Hyuk?" He turned to look and replied, "Yes." The blonde teacher awkwardly scratched his head and said he had been rude earlier. The man beside him also offered a sincere apology. "I spoke out of turn. I'm truly sorry, sir." Shin Hyuk thought but didn't speak. He hadn't expected them to accept blame. They didn't look like the apologetic type. How surprising. He pointed at himself and smiled. "No, I was rude too." The 2 men shook hands and made peace. Although first impressions weren't great, they accepted defeat neatly in the end. After all, they'd be conducting the training mission together for the next 3 days and 2 nights. His voice rang out. The mage who held on until the end. Kim Jung Hyun, right? Despite her injury, she answered quickly, "Ah yes, that's right. It was a great match." Hearing him continue, "Then here's what we'll do. Let Kim from school number 2 serve as head coach." Teacher Beck protested. "No, Teacher Kong. What do you mean by that?" Jung Hyun struggled but forced herself to look up and listen to Teacher Beck's attempt to persuade them. "You clearly won the match, and even if it was a duel, this is a position to lead the students." Shin Hyuk bowed slightly and reached out his hand toward her, saying gently, "Your determination to persevere to the end was truly impressive. I hope this training gives our students a chance to learn that spirit." He smiled and praised her. "You really carry yourself well, Kim. Keep your thoughts to yourself though." Shin Hyuk recalled the final moment when she escaped the first blade and felt solemn inside. "I'm not trying to act cool. Truly, Kim's perseverance is admirable, and the magic techniques she used today will be very useful for preparing for the upcoming martial arts tournament." Faced with the surrounding teachers' mixed frowns and satisfaction, he told himself that Teacher Beck and his colleagues, who often talk with him, had probably guessed his intentions, but he didn't want to discourage his own teachers after the duel. The spacious campus still echoed with the teachers' voices. "Then please conduct this training well. Since you've already come to inspect, let's go celebrate together." "Sounds good. Everyone, let's go." On the highway, a black car rolled along the long road. Someone in the car asked, "Did you get the message?" The other replied, puzzled, "What message?" Bong Pal rubbed his chin and recounted with enthusiasm that our Kim had been appointed head coach. The one speaking was Ma Bong Pal, Vice Principal of Hunter School Number 2. Mandong opened his phone to check and said, I'm only seeing the message now. Mandong glanced at him with a smile and said he'd heard that our teacher won but gave up the position to the teacher from Hunter School Number 1. Vice Principal Lee Mandong. Bong Pal turned to him in shock. What? But your school doesn't have any A-rank teachers. Mandong didn't bother to look at him and said, Nothing special. Just luck. Bong Pal bristled and said angrily in a low voice, You make it sound like it was a coincidence. Through the car's glass, Mandong's face appeared, grinning with delight. Bong Pal teased, But I can clearly see you're smiling, sir. Many other students were standing and listening. Mandong slowly climbed up. Mandong stood on the high platform. Below him, the students were arranged in 3 dense rows. Because our school and school number 2 together had some 400 students, the training center's normally spacious stadium was completely packed. A long-haired student complained, What the hell? How long is this going to take? The person in front of him replied irritably, It's already been an hour. Mandong spoke up, Our students must be bored by now, right? I'll say a few final words. He spoke through a megaphone. There is a 4-character proverb. After hardship comes sweetness, which means a female student, pale-faced, whispered Vice Principal. This is the 4th time you've said final words. The student next to her was also annoyed. This is a training session. Are these really training comments? Mandong finally wrapped up his speech with one line. Then let my story end here. A blonde student cheered, finally done. The host's echoing voice announced, Next is the speech from the Vice Principal of Hunter School Number 2. The students immediately grabbed their heads and groaned, like they'd fallen into a cold puddle. Shin Hyuk took the file folder and stepped forward. The students' time to finish the opening ceremony and move to the dorms had been scheduled. While they took a short break, a familiar face appeared. Sienhwa called out, Teacher Kong, you make a great coach. He tilted his head and remembered who she was. His voice brightened, You're here too? You must be very busy at the school. Sienhwa smiled. This week both 2nd and 3rd years are on internships, so there aren't any kids at school. She laced her fingers together and stepped closer. I heard the instructors who are coaching arrived yesterday. Thanks for your hard work. He emphasized, Yeah, all thanks to someone's dad. Sienhwa gave an embarrassed laugh. I heard about that too. Weren't you not planning to come? He replied cheerfully, Yeah, I usually have makeup classes almost every day, so I plan to rest a bit. Sienhwa looked at him softly. Maybe it's because my dad was impressed with you. I've heard he even wrote a recommendation so you could try for the A-rank promotion. Right? Shin Hyuk scratched his neck and stammered. Impressed? Maybe, but privately thought otherwise. He really was a proactive person. They stood in front of the vending machine. Sienhwa asked, Oh right, Instructor Kong is the official in charge of the obstacle course, right? I saw on the schedule it's this afternoon. Can I come watch? Shin Hyuk looked at her warmly and replied, Of course you can. By the way, where's the vice principal? She perked up and urged, I'm on my way to meet him. Want to go together? Mandong's voice carried over, Teacher Kong, are you here? Both Shin Hyuk and Sienhwa immediately paid attention. Sienhwa joked, perfect timing, here he comes. He glanced at the 2 broad-shouldered men and felt a bit self-conscious. Who are those big old guys standing next to him? Bong Pal stepped forward enthusiastically. Isn't this Sunhwa? You can finally get married now. Sienhwa politely greeted him. Uncle Bong Pal, long time no see. How have you been? Shin Hyuk watched thoughtfully. Ma Bong Pal, no wonder the guy looked so huge. So that's Ma Bong Pal. Famous for his muscular build and his weapon. A giant fan. Ma Bong Pal beamed confidently. He was one of only 10 S-rank hunters in the country. Despite his intimidating appearance, he was a talented wind element mage. Because he's not from the protagonist's school, his importance here was limited. He bowed politely at a 90-degree angle. Teacher Ma Bong Pal, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Kong Shin Hyuk. Ma Bong Pal looked over and said, Kong Shin Hyuk, you must be the one Mandong mentioned. He spread his hand. I've seen your photos in the papers, you're much better looking in person. Nice to meet you. He found it amusing and thought, what? An old man kinder than I expected. He replied politely, yes, thank you, sir. Shin Hyuk quickly shook Bong Pal's hand. Suddenly his eyes widened. A pair of large, icy eyes stared at him so intensely, he felt small under their gaze. He was terrified. The old man's mana was enormous, felt like drifting through the cosmos. Bong Pal furrowed his brow. Mandong placed a hand on Bong Pal's arm and said, That's enough, Bong Pal. You're teasing a bit too much. He withdrew his hand and smiled warmly, sorry. I'm just very curious about the person who single-handedly beat our instructors. If that made you uncomfortable, I apologize. Mandong added, Teacher Kong, please understand, he meant no harm. He looked at his tingling hand and politely answered, I'm fine. By the way, did you call me for something? Bong Pal and Xianhua smiled as they watched the two talk. This is something I need to discuss with you privately, so let's move somewhere else. All right, let's go to the nearby lounge. Bong Pal raised his hand to stop them and said, wait before you go. I have something I want to ask Instructor Kong. He replied, yes? What is it? Shin Hyuk heard him ask, I heard you won the one-on-one match, so why did you give the overall head coach position to an instructor from our school? He closed his eyes and bowed awkwardly. Because the instructors at my school don't have the nerve. He sincerely continued, recalling her second act of defiance. Everyone was scared once they heard the opponent was an A-rank hunter, so I had to step in. Kim from school number 2 knew the gap in strength yet still fought to the end. Bong Pal looked embarrassed, I see. Man Dong started, flustered and ashamed, waving his hand when the truth was revealed. No wonder you were so proud this time saying you'd send an A-rank instructor, Bong Pal said. It's because you trust Instructor Kong, right? He hurriedly cleared his throat. What are you talking about? You realized you only thought it and didn't say it aloud. This old man sent me to the training because he didn't want to lose to the other school. Stung. Man Dong quickly shoved Shin Hyuk's shoulder and urged, come on, let's go. Coffee's on me. You protested silently as Bong Pal watched them walk away slowly. He smiled with interest. Instructor Kong Shin Hyuk from Hunter School number 1, if I remember correctly, you're B rank, right? Bong Pal bowed and asked, Sunhwa? She replied, yes, uncle. Bong Pal opened his hand. Seeing his palm covered in fresh scratches and cuts, he asked, can you help heal me a little? At the cafeteria, a clean place full of delicious food. Man Dong spoke first, how about the coffee? I'm not expecting much, but the beans are decent. Shin Hyuk replied, since it's on you, it tastes even better. He looked at him gravely, so then, Instructor Kong, I wanted to meet about the A-rank exam. Since I recommended you, I want to give you a few pieces of advice. Shin Hyuk asked, have you prepared it all for the exam? He raised the cup to his lips and answered calmly, because I had makeup classes for the kids. I haven't prepared anything special. Man Dong quickly inquired, oh, you know how the A-rank exam works, right? Time gate appears. Shin Hyuk nodded. I've heard it's about conquering the A-rank gate. He confirmed, that's right. They'll be evaluated at the A-rank gate, and judges will go in according to the number of participants. An S-rank hunter will accompany them as the chief judge. You paused in surprise. An S-rank hunter will be there too? This was the first time you'd heard of it. He asked again, so is the vice principal the chief judge? He held up a hand to explain. And I was the one who recommended you. How could I be a judge? Although with your ability it wouldn't matter who showed up. Shin Hyuk closed his eyes and sighed. But if the vice principal, someone I know, were the judge, I'd probably feel a bit more at ease. So who is it? Recalling the person they'd met earlier, you guessed cautiously, is it teacher Ma Bong Pal we just met? Man Dong raised a hand to stop you. No, not that Bong Pal. You looked puzzled. Then who is it? Tell me. He stared into your eyes and offered a hint. If I give a hint, it's someone connected to your students. Shin Hyuk jolted alert. He lifted his face and thought, an S-rank hunter connected to my students? He suddenly remembered someone and blurted out, could it be? Man Dong smiled as if confirming the right answer. I didn't expect you and that person to meet so soon. The file with the candidate's dossier sat on the table. He confirmed, Sword King Kim Dae-chan. Dae-chan, wearing a suit, was sitting and drinking coffee. Man Dong emphasized, that is the chief judge for your A-rank promotion exam.
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.